Good evening. Welcome, Incognito Mode. Welcome, Nordic Warrior. Welcome, Darth Drip Walker. Anything specific you guys would like to cover tonight? Hello, Randall. Methylation. Randall says, please cover why vegans aren't getting proper methylated nutrients like B12. I would say the primary reason for that is because bacteria, the bacteria that create a B12, are actually cyanobacteria. They create a cyanide B12, which is not bioactive in humans. A ruminant is very efficient at turning a cyanocobalamin into a methylcobalamin. And then also, it's bizarre. It's par for the course, but it's also bizarre that the lion's share of B12 supplements available to the public, especially over the counter, are cyanocobalamin, which is not bioactive. Humans are not very good at converting cyanocobalamin into methylcobalamin. And as we age, our ability to absorb even methylcobalamin decreases. So I believe that there's actually a reason why older folks would legitimately supplement methylcobalamin. Randall asks, why do vegans lie about methylation and bioavailability? My opinion on that is because veganism is a cult. And what is most important is not truth, but painting the cult in a positive light when possible. Hold on just a second, fellas and ladies. Randall, did I answer your question sufficiently? In the meantime, we'll cover a little bit of some recent vegans that I've debated, and I will tell you why I think that veganism, if left unchecked, unopposed, will result in the genocide of all human beings, as well as the destruction and death of all life on earth. Because they believe that life is suffering, and their solution to suffering is to remove life, to lower biodiversity. For them, life is a gateway to suffering. Let me see if I can pull something up to support what I've just said. This is Nick Nutrivore debating some cuck by the name of Henry. And listen to what he says here.
Yeah, so I would actually take an agnostic position about differential amounts of animal suffering or death on pasture land versus cropland, because say you have some cropland, say you have some land in general, and you're trying to make a choice: should this be pasture land or should this be cropland? And you're going to be intervening on that land and making a choice about what it's going to be. Any death that's entailed from that action has to be included. So that means on pasture land, you also have to include like the predation, the natural predation that happens on that land. So insects.
So Nick is arguing that pasture land is more biodiverse, and because pasture land has more biodiversity and more life, that there would be more predation, natural predation, and that this is a bad thing. And I think he'll actually claim that we should either nuke or pave these areas over.
Insects eating each other, birds eating mice, those sorts of things, like insects that are probably trampled by the cattle and livestock that are on the land, like all of those things.
Insects that are trampled by the cattle are not even a drop in the bucket compared to the insects that are being killed by factory monocropping pesticides. The pesticides involved with the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu is actually driving species of insects and birds and amphibians towards extinction. We have always had ruminants roaming the earth and every once in a while stepping on a bug, but that doesn't kill enough insects to actually drive them towards extinction. Meanwhile, the agriculture that veganism relies upon is driving species towards extinction.
are actually entailed by the action of making that pasture land. So they would have to be included in the consideration. It's not just the cow that's actually dying and or suffering when you choose to make that land pasture land. So I would just want some kind of comparative analysis of both cropland and pasture land to ascertain which one actually has more animal death. And actually,
So he would like to see some data on wild pasture land, prairie, grassland, and compare the natural predation, natural death that might occur in a natural environment, and compare that to paving it over or destroying the ecosystem and planting a factory farmed monocrop. And his argument is that because a factory farmed monocrop destroys biodiversity, by destroying the biodiversity, you lower the suffering because there are fewer animals. Fewer animals means fewer deaths. So he's actually arguing for a lifeless planet ultimately. Now, Randall Oland asks, do you think you'll debate vegan gays again, or that she'll make the crop deaths though video? As I understand it, she's making a crop deaths though video. I actually did visit her channel today. I commented she did a live stream. I was attacked with a lot of insults and no substance at all, just ad hominem insults by her followers in the comments section. She actually wanted me to debate one of her followers, and she wanted to host the debate, and she promised that she would be a fair moderator. So I think that she's trying to carry through with this crop deaths though video. I did explain to her that she's going to be forced to omit several of the huge contributors to what they call crop deaths though LOL, and that is going to be her Achilles heel, because she will not be able to cover every facet of animals that are being killed by the monocropping that provides the items on the vegan menu. She won't be able to do that because they've never been honest about that. Vegans have not thought through their vision. Their tactic is to just work towards the abolishment of animal agriculture and nutrients be damned. They really don't care about nutrients, and I don't think that they really care about human beings. Most vegans, at least the high-profile activists, are pretty open about their misanthropic motivations. Randall also asked, do you think the lack of animal fat is preventing them from being logically consistent? To be honest with you, I think that that's true for the pleb class, the commoner class of vegan. But the upper echelon, the activists, the professional activists, I do not think that they lack animal fat. I do believe that behind the scenes, they are consuming beef liver, goose pate. I think they're professional influencers, and I do not think that they follow a vegan diet. Incognito mode says most activists are really toxic. I would have to agree. Most vegan activists are really toxic. They use lots of straw men. They use lots of tu quoque fallacies. When you point out the fact that their menu is made available because of gargantuan levels of animal suffering and death, then their response is, "But so does yours," which is a tu quoque fallacy. Actually, if you go, not to promote Vegan Gaze's channel, but if you check out the comment section where I was there, you actually will see vegans arguing, a bunch of vegans arguing for uh, killing animals. Of course, it's killing animals for the protection of crops. And when vegans kill animals, it's okay, as long as you leave the corpses to rot in the fields and to be eaten by the maggots and the buzzards. But whenever you want to kill an animal to directly provide nutritional sustenance to a human being, that's not okay. They would rather you rely on a plant-based diet that requires supplementation. And none of the vegans, zero of the vegans, have been honest about supplementation manufacturing. It is a huge polluter. It is a huge reliance upon petroleum and all types of toxic chemicals. And in addition to that, can you imagine having to rely upon some corporation that's got your life in its hands? Maybe your social credit score is low. Maybe you haven't been doing exactly what the powers that be want. Maybe you haven't been thinking exactly how the powers that be want. Maybe you don't get a shipment of your essential nutrients this month. Maybe your whole family is without essential nutrients this month. And then, of course, it arrives in a plastic bottle. Everything is petroleum reliant in a vegan world. Randall says, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Bill Gates? Yeah, absolutely. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Screw your freedoms. And what did Bill Gates say? Oh, the second one you will notice. The first one, no, but the second one you will notice. Vegans are useful idiots. Well, for the most part, the pleb class is. The commoners are. But the upper echelon, the ones that are being financed by the pesticide industry, financed by Bayer, Monsanto, financed by Pfizer, they're not idiots, not at all. They're business people. Darth Dripwalker. My next comedy video idea is me acting a vegan complaining to Darth Dripwalker eating some non-vegan. Well, Darth, let us know when it's there and we will go watch it. Incognito mode says vegan activists like to make up words. Yes, they make up words, they make up facts, they make up straw men. They make up and they make up and they make up. Randall says, what supplements are the worst offenders in terms of environmental destruction? Well, that's a good question, because there is no database that you can go to. I'm actually developing a database. to give you an example, let me see if I can pull up. Recently, we talked about soy being deficient in an essential amino acid called methionine. And so let's see if I can quickly find the chemicals required to manufacture methionine. Let's see if I can go ahead and put this. Okay. CycleCat says Garland Farms ASMR. Yeah, just sit back and relax. Callum McMack, bunch of god dang soul flakes when it comes to vegans. Resting bitch face says, "Hey JD, hey RB." Randall says, "I forgot to mention Klaus Schwab. He's legitimately evil, like a supervillain. He will not eat the bugs." No, of course they're all doing exactly what they say that we should not do. They're leaving their 15-minute cities and they're hopping in their private jets and they're burning more hydrocarbons, or they're emitting more hydrocarbons on their trip to Davos than most of us would emit in an entire year or more. Darth Drip Walker says, "As soon as I am not sick, I'll get started on my video." For people who aren't in the know, Darth is giving it a shot to make a series of vegan comedy videos. So check his videos out. Incognito Mode says, "No injustice lasts forever," is one of the most annoying vegan activists. Yeah, they're all, any vegan activist is annoying, aren't they? Let me see if I can pull up what I was going to show you. Resting Bitch Face says, "Catching up here, uploading an impromptu video regarding animal agriculture and essential medicines. We need to address this." Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where you're going with that, whether it's the medicines that are required for concentrated feedlot animal agriculture, higher levels of different medicines there, but those requirements are levied upon the shoulders of animal agriculture via monocropping. If it weren't for modern monocropping, then we wouldn't have all of these byproducts being fed to ruminants and poultry and swine. Randall says, I hope you create a video series on supplements that harm the environment. I never knew supplements were bad for the environment until I saw your video. Yeah, the vegans will tell you that their B12 and their creatine and all of the vegan supplements are made in a lab. And it paints this picture where there's this white building with a halo over it. And there's these scientists in there wearing white lab coats with a beaker full of 4-leaf clovers and the fairy kisses. And they mix these two together and blow on it, and boom, you have your vegan supplement. But no, all of these vegan supplements are actually manufactured with toxic chemicals that come from these huge factories that are reliant upon petroleum and coal and huge amounts of emissions. These numbers are never factored into vegan-friendly research. They always leave these things out, and they don't factor it in because the veganism and the powers that be that are pushing veganism are not doing it from an honest position. They're doing it from a position that's, in my opinion, malicious. Resting Bitch Face says, I'm talking about medications that are made from animals. Yeah, that's an interesting facet of this whole disco ball of facts that need to be exposed. And I have not actually, I haven't investigated that, but it's definitely on my list of areas that need to be researched and reported. So let's put that on the list of future exposés that are necessarily made from cattle, swine, poultry, and others. Yeah, and we'd have to actually get some real hard data. I'm sure that the numbers are very hard hitting. They have to be in order to overcome the vegan excuse of practicability. Whatever's practicable for a vegan is okay. If they say that killing, wiping out all the black swans so that they can have X product for their vegan menu, well, that's okay because they actually believe that it's allowed, and it's really not. You look around, it is not allowed in any part of the world to execute a human being for trespassing onto your property and helping themselves to a carrot. You can't just go out there and execute a human being. Meanwhile, they'll claim that, oh well, the reason that we're in support of all of these animals being shot in the face for wandering too close to the crops is because of property protection. And it's okay to kill as long as you're protecting property. But when you look into it, you find that in no part of the world is it okay to kill a human being because they've trespassed on your property and are now eating a tomato that you were growing in the garden. If you were to execute a human being under those circumstances, you would be charged with murder. And so that argument, the property protection argument, is empty and hollow. resting bitch faces. Insulin, thyroxine, antivenoms, vaccines, heparin, warfarin, epinephrine, glucosamine, not to mention all the medical tech. Yeah, I have not looked into each one of those. I know that the insulin comes from bovine. Thyroxine, I assume the same. Antivenoms from snakes. Vaccines, there's probably a plethora of animals, including humans, that are being taken advantage of at the least. Heparin, not educated on. Warfarin either. Epinephrine either. Glucosamine either. So I'll look into that in the future. Even surgical sutures are made from sheep's wool. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be a biodegradable, something they could sew into the tissue that would eventually dissolve and be assimilated and kind of digested by the tissues. Hundreds of medications that we depend on come from animal agriculture. I am sure of it. We have the hard data. It's already published. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not published or it's not there. I'm saying that the subjects that expose veganism as fraudulent are so wide ranging that for one human being to accumulate all of that data and then report it to the world is not a small task. BMJ, JAMA, and patents. You get everything so wrong all of the time, says Mojo Ryan. Yeah, I think that would fall under ad hominem. If you're going to make a statement, if you're going to make an accusation and you can't back it up with specific facts, then I think that you're probably a vegan. Randall says, I almost bought astaxanthin supplement, but I saw your video on the algae snake oil fart. K was shilling. Yeah, that's good because that algae is actually it's harvested from a lake that has a reputation for gargantuan amounts of harmful chemicals, and there is, as far as I know, there's no tests that have been double checked or a second opinion. Any company that is self-reporting the cleanliness of their product is at best questionable. And what we know about artificially stimulating the release of stem cells at this point, it can many times actually stimulate it can stimulate cancer. So I would be very careful about buying into any pond scum pyramid scheme or carnivore green algae. I don't think that green algae is actually on the menu of any carnivore menu. Looks like we have a vegan teacher Stan in the chat. Yeah, a little troll action in the chat. Teacher Stan says the troll. Yeah, I'm not following what this individual is actually talking about. All right, let's take a break from the chat for a moment, and we'll go back and look at some more of this Nick versus Henry. This Henry character is a total cuck. I think he was chosen by Nick because of his weak arguments. Listen, I think Nick is still talking about how removing life from the earth removes or reduces suffering. Therefore, removing biodiversity is a good thing.
Actually, I would just accept animal death as a correlate for animal suffering, and I'd be able to concede. I would happily concede on both if it was just shown to me that cropland actually did entail more animal death. To me, it's actually not particularly clear that it does entail more animal death.
Okay, that's fair. Although, would you?
That's fair. This cuck Henry said over and over and over again in this so-called debate with Nick, the nutrivore, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And in fact, at one point, Henry was actually trashing me because of my last attempt at a debate with a vegan regarding the soy issue.
You say though that the initial act of putting in a monocrop field versus, let's say, just using already existing natural grassland, that kind of involves a whole, I guess you could say, biodiversity genocide in a sense to get it to the cropland state.
Here's the thing: if we're just going by suffering and death, we also have to consider when we're coming across some wildland, we have an opportunity cost here. We could, instead of some wildland, we could have some cropland. We could.
So he's actually arguing for the reversal of wild nature. He's claiming that he's wiser than, you can apply whatever name you want. Is it God, or is it nature, or is it Mother Nature, or ecology? He's claiming that it's better to remove nature and supplant it with toxic monocrops, because toxic monocropping greatly reduces life, i.e., biodiversity. And when you remove life, you remove suffering. Listen.
Have some pasture land. One of those types of land might have more or less animal death and animal suffering as well. It might actually be the most vegan thing you could do to have cropland there, right? If what you mean by vegan is lowering animal deaths and animal suffering, it might be the case that cropland is actually the best you could do, given the technology available. That's a possibility. I would just need to see a differential analysis between.
What you have to keep in mind about Nick the nutrivore, from what I have heard, he actually advocates that we go out and kill predators, because predators are encroaching on the prey animals' rights. Tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Between the three different types of possible scenarios, wildland, pastureland, and cropland, I would need to see how many animal deaths are actually occurring on a given square acre, and just see in comparative analysis.
Right. Yeah, I kind of look at it as a sense of why should we be concerned with what happens in nature, kind of thing. I'm more just kind of concerned with what we specifically do, what we specifically cause, because you could also say we could just pave over a whole given area and just it's all concrete, and then well, there's going to be less suffering on that land now, but we had to commit massive biodiversity genocide to get there. And then
So this is one of the few times that this Henry fellow was actually speaking some truth, speaking some logic, and I believe that Nick the nutrivore, will come up behind here and actually argue again for paving over natural ecology, literally paving over it, like putting a parking lot, in order to reduce biodiversity and therefore reduce suffering. This is the mentality that I was trying to debate.
Well,
yeah, I'm also looking at it from an environmental point of view too. Like I think that's sort of my main driver. I've been an environmentalist for like a really long time, and I think that was my main driving force into getting into veganism initially.
Well, I don't take it to be the case that if your definition of veganism is just minimizing to the greatest extent possible, or the greatest extent practicable, or pragmatically to the greatest extent, lowering animal suffering and or deaths, well, you'd probably have to be in favor of like just paving over wildland to the extent that it doesn't create a tipping point on some
So did you hear that? He's in favor of paving over the earth. And he thinks that he knows when to stop paving. He's claiming that he's essentially claiming that he could govern the process of paving over the earth to decrease biodiversity to the point that it would decrease suffering, and at the same time would not cause an ecological disaster and wipe out humanity.
ecological disaster. You know, if it doesn't go over that tipping point, that would probably be a moral good under that definition of veganism.
This is why vegans are absolutely nuts. Their thinking is way, way out in left field. I mean, this is anyone who thinks that they can, this is, imagine if the nutrivore was the dictator of the earth, and he would go around paving over forests, paving over grasslands, paving over lakes, paving over any natural habitat under the understanding that he was able to judge when to stop so that there wasn't an ecological disaster causing the extinction of the human race. Do you think that Nick is that intelligent? I don't think he is.
That's true. I guess that just basically
So do you think that this was a real debate, or do you think that this Henry fellow was actually scripted to actually go along with Nick? Because how many times does this little cuck say, "Oh, that's true. That's true. I concede. That's true."
Well, you'd probably have to be in favor of like just paving over wildland to the extent that it doesn't create a tipping point on some ecological disaster. You know, if it doesn't go over that tipping point, that would probably be a moral good under that definition of veganism.
That's true.
That's true. I guess that just basically means it's a problematic definition.
I mean, yeah, it could be just a problematic definition. It could be that the definition isn't actually lining up with your intuitions very well, because it seems like you have some kind of weird, I don't want to say weird, because I think a lot of people have this intuition. It's probably not very weird at all, but like you probably have some kind of notion of valuing nature for like what it is, or like you might like have some kind of sense of kind of aesthetic appreciation of nature, and you just kind of like the way it looks or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you like,
nature is valuable because you like the way it looks or whatever.
like the way it operates.
Or the way that it operates. Well, yeah, I do like the way that nature operates.
A lot of people have
I like the way that it looks as well, but especially like the way that it operates.
like a similar intuition to that. And it's not exactly weird. I don't necessarily share those intuitions. So for me, I mean, it's kind of easy for me to get on board with different definitions of veganism and not really subscribe to ones that want to preserve nature. Because at the end of the day, like, I am concerned with the rights violations of animals, and I don't know whether
the rights violations of animals. Let's say that you're a lion and your biology is 100% hyper carnivore. You eat 0 plants. And someone comes along and kills you because you're a predator. Is that a rights violation? I would say yes, it is. Now, I think we've got a vegan in the chat that's actually asking to maybe come on. So let's go ahead and give that individual a link. So yeah, if you want to come in and try to argue your point, vegan would love to have you call in.
whether or not there's more or less rights violations occurring on cropland, or wildland for that matter. But it seems obvious to me that there's more rights violations on pasture land, and that's personally what I care about. So that's where I kind of come down on that issue.
So he doesn't care about death or suffering. In order to support his goal of removing all animal nutrition from human access, he's going to back up, he's going to retreat into the neighborhood of rights violations. And at the same time, he wants to execute all of the predators, because predators are rights violators, even though their biology requires them to eat animals, just like the human biology requires us to eat animals.
But yeah, as far as the kind of, is there more or less death or suffering on one land versus the other? Yeah, that's just an empirical question. And to this date, I haven't seen any super solid data on it, although I have seen some data on it that I could put in the text, in the VC text up here. So if you go to the VC text channel,
Animals love and die, so do humans. First of all, aim to do no harm, but no, not everyone and everything can live forever. It's like a hem-haw statement. Appeal to hem-haw. Don't monocrops destroy bee colonies, and would that trickle down to crops? Yeah, well, the ability to continue monocropping is being threatened by the destruction of bees caused by the pesticides relied upon by the vegan menu. And not only that, but pesticides don't just kill bees, they kill all insects. And we have whole species of birds that are going extinct because the insects that they rely upon for food are going extinct. Insects are not animals, they are insects, yet vegans do not eat honey. Why do vegans not eat honey? Because insects, they claim, are sentient beings. So it's okay to kill an insect if you're defending a field of spinach, but it's not okay to harvest honey from bees because that's exploiting animals. You see how the vegan thinking is not logical? As practical as possible. Yes, that's exactly. Vegans go as practical as possible to defend their hypocrisy. Be careful with that word hypocrisy. They use it to try to trap you into a dialogue tree so that they can avoid facing the death, suffering, and destruction caused by the crop agriculture that provides the vegan menu. Saying that non-vegans eat a lot of vegan food is a straw man of our position. We are against mass monocropping, and if the world went vegan, monocropping would have to increase significantly. Yeah, significantly, actually exponentially. And I can prove that just on the protein requirements alone. Here's a vegan saying, monoculture is bad, but mostly used to create meat. Not at all. Not at all. Come on and prove it. Come on and prove it. You won't, because you'll be destroyed. Exactly. Prove it. What are the largest monoculture crops? Corn and soy? Yes. Grown for animals and humans, but not for food. Yeah. So what they've done is the vegans think that if something like a soybean is grown to produce oil for the biodiesel industry, which is consumed by humans, and you separate that from the food production, because we're not eating it, but we are consuming it as a fuel, then that somehow gets them off. It releases them from any responsibility. When the original argument that the vegans don't want to admit to is that they were claiming that the vast majority of crop agriculture was for the livestock. In fact, I think I can pull that up right now. I don't know how I lose these tabs. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Listen, this was the original argument that I was up against. They don't now Joey Carbstrong is still saying this, and so is Earthling Ed. But the lower level professional vegan activists like David Rams and Chris Hines and Vegan Gaze, this is the kind of thing that they'll still say, even though I've already proved this to be false.
Now, all that food is being grown in crops. The vast majority of cropland is grown to feed the animals you eat.
So he's saying that the vast majority of cropland is being grown to grow the plants that feed the animals that we eat. However, the majority of those plants are actually going to biodiesel and ethanol. And these are products that are, you can't deny it, they're being consumed by humans. And the vegans say, but they're not eating it. We're not eating it, but we're consuming it. Human beings consume fuel. They consume YouTube programming. They consume television programming. They consume news. They consume clothing. We live in a consumer society, and you can consume as a human being food, information, entertainment, and the list goes on and on and on.
So any crop death, any pesticide harm, any predator shooting, any of that is magnified by huge amounts when you eat animal products. When you eat,
See, this is what they're not. This is actually what they're accusing me of claiming, is that I was. They're claiming that I was claiming that animal agriculture should not shoulder any of the responsibility of the environmental destruction and animal suffering and deaths caused by the pesticides, fertilizers, etc., required by the factory monocropping that produces everything on the vegan menu.
you eat a steak, the crop deaths in a steak is magnitudes more. I can't even think of the number. I mean, we could try to.
Yeah, and this is based on the fact that what they were doing, this was the little mathematical trick they were playing, is that every soybean by weight is about 20% oil. And so worldwide, about 93% of all soybeans are processed through oil extruders to extract the oil. And what's left behind is some people call it pulp. It could be called soybean meal, soybean cake. However, without lots of further processing, this is something that's not really safely edible by human beings. And so they've been feeding it to livestock. I don't recommend that you feed any kind of soybean byproduct or co-product to animals because it only supports the harmful monocropping industry that provides the items on the vegan menu.
To do the maths, but we don't have to. We don't have to do the maths. Okay.
Yeah. So a vegan's going to say, we don't have to do the maths. Vegans don't want to do the maths. Why? Why wouldn't a vegan want to do the maths? Because the maths are not in their favor.
A 2-year-old beef cow or a 6-year-old dairy cow, 6 years dairy cow, 6 years of eating grains. And before you dare say grass-fed, though,
Yeah, there's grass-fed is regenerative. It sequesters carbon back into the soil. And even the worst studies show that and these are just, there aren't very many published studies, but the ones done by Gabe Brown show gargantuan amounts of carbon can be sequestered back into the soil. Meanwhile, the studies that are quoted by vegans say that after 20 years, there becomes this ceiling on how much carbon you can put into the soil. So vegans will grab onto whatever misanthropic information they can in order to prevent you from gaining nutrition from animal products. Lubus, good evening. How are you? I'm fantastic. Byproducts from crops grown for humans are fed to animals. Indeed. Yeah, vegans do love to pretend that they won debates. Now, notice that I put a link up there. I pinned a link because Mojo Ryzen did say that they wanted to debate me. They have access to a link so they can come on tonight if they wanted. Notice that they choose not to do so. Let's see what else we have here.
As far as the sort of crop deaths stuff, did you have anything you wanted to say? I'm going to pull up something in a second here, but did you have anything like you wanted to say about like crop deaths, like just like general rebuttals to it? You know, I mean, he didn't really get anywhere, but we know where he's going, right? We
Yeah,
know.
it wasn't to go too heavily in the into the data. Like I was looking into the data for my own, like just to make sure I was like right and stuff. But yeah, mainly it was to show this. This is why we're talking about the hypocrisy, to show this dissonance between a vegan's actions and their values. And secondly, we wanted him to even substantiate in the first place that it's more unethical. Like, and because
Yeah, she and Nick both believe that by wiping out wildlife, by decreasing biodiversity, that is the best avenue towards reducing suffering.
the assumption is that he's saying it's more unethical because it leads to more deaths. Well, you know, the problem is he wouldn't have been able to substantiate that because it, like in pasture land, it's like, well, you know, because there's.
So here she goes. She's parroting what Nick Nutrivore taught her. Listen to what she says. She's basically arguing for the destruction of nature in order to reduce suffering.
It's closer to like foliage, or you know, to substantiate that because it, like in pasture land, it's like, well, you know, because there's it's closer to like foliage, or you know, like a forest. There's going to be more wildlife, and with more wildlife there's going to be, you know, more range in the trophic pyramid, you know, all the animals who are killing each other. If you have pasture land, you know, the cows are killing animals. There are animals who are killed on behalf to protect the livestock animals. There are animals who are more likely to fall to predation on pasture land. So it's like, how could you even begin to quantify that this is the case?
Yeah.
So she's arguing for the destruction of nature based on the idea that it reduces suffering. If you'll hold on for a moment, I got to go check on something, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Everything's fine. I've got some baby goats that I'm having to feed out there, and I heard one of them bleating. Okay, where were we? All right, let's go back. Listen to more of this.
And I also wanted to ask him, and this would have been a slimy thing, if he thought it were impossible to have a world where perhaps if you do think that these don't align with the values that vegans hold, that it could align and these industries could consider animals. You know, it'd be like similar to, say, if we had cars on the road and there was like no lights, no traffic lights, no nothing.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of like, you could analogize that to what crop agriculture is like. But if you put in like safety features and you know, different methods, do you think?
So she's appealing to fantasy, I think. She's saying that what if the destructive crop agriculture that produces the vegan menu, what if it didn't cause destruction and death and suffering? Well, I don't know, vegan gays. What do you think? What if? I mean, is this more of that Walt Disney thinking, this fantasy world that you're coming from? Because what exactly do you have any facts to back up your fantasy, or are you just saying hypothetically? I mean, what about hypothetically if we didn't have to kill animals to eat meat? Let's ignore the fact that right now the only option we have in that regard is lab-grown meat, the same lab-grown meat that's being promoted by Bill Gates. What did we find out about that recently? Well, we found out that those so-called meats are actually malignant tumors, because malignant tumors are the only cells that have immortality. And so these lab-grown meats are grown with cancer cells. Is that what we want to do? We want to feed everyone cancer and see how that works out?
I think it's impossible to see that world where we could reduce it and maybe even to zero. And either he would have said, yes, it is impossible, and got completely wrecked by.
How could you get wrecked by stating facts?
Nick for saying impossible.
Yeah. Nick is he's a master debater. I don't think he cares about the truth. I don't think he cares about facts. I don't think he knows anything about agriculture. He cares about his cult's ideology and pushing that.
Or he would have said no, and it would have been like, then what the bloody hell are you whinging at?
So you can see that they don't really care about getting down to the nitty-gritty of the truth regarding the destruction, death, and suffering caused by the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan menu. What they want to do is they want to pull up these little debate tricks so that they can win a debate based on some type of technicality. Let's trap Garland in this dialogue tree. And that way we won't have to have him air all of our dirty laundry.
Because if, like, no shit, vegans don't have their way yet. Like,
vegans don't have their way yet.
No shit, like, animals aren't going to be considered in industries that are baked within a society that's.
Yeah, she's saying that animals won't be considered in industries that are baked into society. When is the last time that you saw a vegan or an animal rights activist standing in front of a tractor that was preparing to spray destructive and deadly pesticides on an apple orchard? Have you ever seen a vegan trying to stop crop deaths? Have you ever seen a vegan standing in front of a crop shooter? Because these farmers that grow the crops that produce the items on the vegan menu hire gunmen to come on the property and shoot these animals in the face for wandering too close to the crops And there's a cost to that. And that cost is passed down to the consumer. So when a vegan purchases a pear or an apple or an orange or an avocado, there were animals that had to die intentionally for that crop, for that produce, for that fruit. And the cost of that death is passed down to the consumer. It's included in the retail price. So these vegans are paying to have these animals killed. And they can sit here and claim that, but what if we could produce a world that didn't kill animals? Well, we haven't. But what are you doing to make that happen? Nothing. The only thing that you're doing is stomping around in other people's dining rooms trying to dictate what they can and cannot eat based on your belief that it's okay to shoot a deer in the face and kill it as long as you're protecting corn. But the moment someone tries to drag that dead deer back to their garage and skin it and process it and package it for eating it, now the vegans already have, all of a sudden have a problem.
Stabs animals for a sandwich filler. So there was many avenues we were going to potentially go down, because there's so much to where it doesn't make sense, but those would have been big ones.
Yeah, I think that the thing you mentioned there is something I've been thinking about. I sometimes colloquially in my own brain call this the innovation stagnation fallacy, which is like basically this idea that whatever the state of technology is now is the state of technology. And so
this is what you call an appeal to possibility fallacy, or appeal to future fallacy. This guy has no idea what technology is coming in the future, but he's banking on the idea that in the future, crop agriculture will not be actually causing animals to go extinct, reliant upon mined phosphate, reliant upon mined potassium, reliant upon, he's talking about actually changing biochemistry. Has anyone changed biochemistry? Has anyone succeeded in changing biochemistry? That'd be like, well, okay, yeah, there's more nitrogen in the atmosphere, so why don't we make human beings breathe nitrogen instead of oxygen? Why don't we make the metabolism of living mammal cells reliant upon nitrogen instead of? That's not going to happen. You can't make changes like that. You're not some type of bioalchemist. And this is all a fallacy, what this individual on the right here is spewing.
People are like, well, we can't move forward with this because, people used to say this, like, and maybe this is dating me a bit, but back when we didn't have the little LED light bulbs, people would make complaints about. So the first generation of LED light bulbs, they had this really long delay.
So yeah, somehow, you talk about LED light bulbs, and this somehow relates to the suffering, death, and destruction caused by the monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu. Has nothing to do with it. This is just a vegan distraction tactic.
And not really, even really long. But you'd flick the switch on and it would be like 1/1000, and then they'd come on. And there were so many people, I was like, yeah, we should, use LED lights or whatever. People are saying, yeah, we'll reduce, whatever, like a small amount.
You can tell by the way this guy's talking, the look on his face, that he knows he's full of shit. He knows he's full of shit. He's just hoping that the audience does not pick up on it. He's hoping that the audience will be so wrapped up in the cult mentality that they'll just sit there and drink the Kool-Aid. But look at the look in his eyes. He knows that what he's saying is bullshit.
Amount of electricity. And a big counter to that from people was, dude, they take an extra second to turn on. Like, I'm not, like, it's fine if you want to save the planet, but like, I'm not doing that. And so the first thing is, like, an extra second to turn on is so trivial anyway. Like, it's stupid. Mm-hmm. But it was like, there was no recognition. It's like, yeah, but as we buy them, they're clearly going to fix that. Like, Like, do you think this is an insoluble problem? Like, we can never
Yeah.
fix this like 1 second gap between clicking on the light and it coming on. Like, clearly this is a new technology and there's going to be like kinks to work out, you know?
You know, what kind of new technology can you point out that's preventing animal suffering and death in regard to the destructive monocropping that produces the items on the vegan menu? You can't. The closest thing you could, the two things that they grasp onto in that regard is one, what they call veganic farming, and I've already debunked that. In fact, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to expose one of the high-profile so-called veganic farmers that I emailed back and forth with, and actually discovered that just less than 20 acres, the amount of wood chips that this individual was bringing in to maintain some minuscule level of soil biology and ability to grow plants. You would have to cut down all the rainforests on Earth in order to produce a sustainable, sustainable for a short period of time, just to get it going. Then all the trees would be gone. The amount of wood chips that these so-called veganic farms require is more wood chips than we have trees. You know, I think wood chips, if that's a, if that's a resource that you have, then yes, use those wood chips to build soil carbon, soil organic material. But I've said it before, I've been a member of an organization here in Texas. I've signed up to receive wood chips, but in the 7 years that I've been signed up, I've never received any wood chips. Never, because there aren't enough wood chips to go around. I mean, they talk about the regenerative rotational grazing. They lie and say that that's not sustainable. What's not sustainable by far is what so-called veganic farming, because every veganic farm that you can point to is requiring either wood chips or some external source of massive amounts of organic material. And once that little farm has got its fill, there's not enough left over for anyone else. And these are tiny little farms, like, 18, 19 acres. And they're taking all the wood chips in a whole community. No gardener, no one that's got a garden at home can have any wood chips, because this little so-called veganic farm that exists for no other reason than to produce positive PR for the vegan cult. They're sucking up all the resources. And then also all of these veganic farms, they state very openly, say openly, they do state it. They're not very open about it, but they do hide this information pretty well, that they require soil amendments like phosphorus, potassium, and even to get going until they can. These nitrogen fixing legumes, they don't just get started. You just plant them and they blossom and thrive. You have to drench them in nitrogen to get them started, and then you have to continuously supplement the potassium and the phosphorus in order to maintain it. There's all types of soil amendments that are destructive that a veganic farm is going to require.
And I think that the same thing just goes with this. And I see that a lot of the times throughout many, many different arguments where people are like, well, it's like this right now, so we can't do it. It's like, yeah, but oh, thank you, Ryan Krebsbach. So Krebsbach? Okay, yeah, I got that. So yeah, it's like, like I said, I just see this happen over and over with many different things. And it's like, it's such like a weird thing, especially considering the trajectory of innovation, that people aren't just saying like, okay, yeah, but if we onboard this like a thing that we want to do, that's going to drive innovation to it. And so we're then
Why aren't vegans moving in mass into crop agriculture? I mean, if this is something that they really care about, and they actually think that they can innovate a deathless and a completely lacking any suffering type of agriculture, then why are they all living in the city eating mock meats? What is up with this fake vegan movement?
we're going to be able to achieve these things. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, just like the stereotypical cases, right? Like we have like mini like computers in our pocket that can basically do everything. We've like literally been to the moon, but we're not going to be able to solve these problems of like
I
rodents
know
getting run
it's
over by tractors. Like what, like
people who think
So someone just joined the live stream named Michael. Are you there?
Hey, man. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's up?
Not too much. Just listening in on your live stream here. Certainly can chat with you about the ethical concerns if you'd like.
Okay.
Echo myself. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were in the middle of going through a video there. Are you cool to jump to this topic now?
Yeah, what you got?
Yeah, cool. So it's can you articulate like what your point is, I guess? Like you point out that the vegan menu causes death and you know farmers go out and shoot coyotes and everything. Like what's the point of saying those things?
Okay. Well, did you see the video that I showed earlier of Joey Carbstrong claiming that all crop deaths were the responsibility of livestock?
Showed it. Sorry, in this stream. No, I might have missed that one. But okay, I've heard him say that. I know what you're talking about. Go on.
Okay. Well, I've proven that to be a fallacy. Would you agree?
Would I agree that, well, maybe not a fallacy, but it might be wrong information or something that, but what does that have to do? Like, what's the point? Can you just say what your point is and then get to the evidence for it after?
Well, the point is that vegans are claiming that their diet is cruelty free. Have you heard that?
Maybe they're saying that colloquially, or they just don't know. I certainly wouldn't claim that.
Okay, so if veganism is not cruelty free, then what is motivating the push to violently force everyone to be vegan?
Sure, a little loaded, but I get the gist of what you're saying. So I think it basically, from my perspective, it's we see this injustice that's happening. We see something that we think is not the case. I'm a subjectivist, morally speaking, so like it's not in accordance with my preferences. That's what I mean when I say morally. It's not in accordance with my preferences to do these horrible things to other sentient creatures. Same as like any of the other social justice movements that's happened. It's like we look at something, we say, this sucks, I hate this, I want to change this about our world. It's really that simple. It's like it's not perfect. Like, of course, there's still things that are bad. I think most vegans would agree with you. At least most vegans that I know would agree with you on that. It's horrible that farmers are going out and shooting animals and that sort of thing. We've got to find a better way. I don't support that at all, and I don't like that my purchasing decisions cause that. Same way, like the smartphone that I'm talking into right now, there was probably some bad shit. Or sorry, can I swear on the stream? bad stuff that happened to make that happen. But it's like you gotta kind of pick your battles. And there's this thing that happens where everyone is anyway, I'll let you jump in. Does that kind of make sense where I'm coming from with that?
Well, I think the key statement that you made there is that you said that you're picking your battles. So, in other words, I think that when someone is standing up on a soapbox and they're exclaiming to the world that they've got the moral high ground, that if they're going to have the moral high ground, then they need to have already cleaned their own bedroom. You know what I mean? Like, in other words,
isn't that a two-fold way fallacy? I'm kind of joking, but like
it's really not, because I'm not the one running around in a skirt wearing high heels claiming that that I'm not killing any animals. So I'm not the one that's claiming that I'm not killing animals. It's you and your cult that are claiming that. So it's
not me.
Using
I didn't say that.
Way fallacy.
I didn't say that though, did I?
No, but your group does say that a lot. I see.
Well, sure. Like you can find crazy people in any group that say anything, and if you want to just pick the craziest thing that any people as a part of a group are going to say and ascribe that to the whole group, like that's not a very
look. I've got a younger brother, okay, and his bedroom was always just a total mess, and mine kind of was swinging on a pendulum. Sometimes it was a mess, and then sometimes it was clean.
Sure.
When it was a mess was not the time that it would make any sense. I would not have any credibility if I was to go to my brother and say, "Hey, dude, you need to clean your damn bedroom." And he's able to walk over to mine and look around and go, "What room do you have to talk?" Because I wouldn't have any room to talk. And that's exactly what we have with veganism, is that you guys want to go ahead and legislate a forced veganism upon the world. And you do not have, your vision has not been fleshed out. You do not know how you're going to replace all of that protein. You do not know how you're going to replace all of those essential nutrients. You're willing to risk a global famine and a global health crisis based on your Walt Disney-esque understanding of agriculture.
All right. So a couple of things. Like I don't have time. I'm happy to do that at a later date to get into the empirics of whether a vegan diet is helpful. But the body of evidence is against you if you're saying that you can't be healthy on a vegan diet. But I know you have something to say that you can jump back in if you want to, but I'm just not telling you I don't have time to go into the empirics discussion on health. And I do want to address the other thing you said. Am I cool to do that, or do you want to reply there?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So what if we just put this in the context of any other, like, were you against the abolishment of slavery, for example?
Was I? I wasn't around.
Well, yeah,
I wasn't around. I'm not that old.
Fair enough. But like in theory, presuming you had the same values that you hold now, if you were living at that time, would you have been against it?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how this meshes with the discussion.
Yeah,
so if you could explain to me, explain to me how this relates to shooting squirrels in the face.
Totally.
For entering a garden to eat a tomato, how does that relate to shooting a squirrel for encroaching on a garden?
To shooting a squirrel for encroaching on a garden. Okay, so where I'm going with this is when they first tried to abolish slavery. They didn't, there wasn't a plan that existed for every slave owner and plantation of how to transition it, how to replace all of the cotton pickers and all of this, right? Like the people that were advocating to abolish slavery didn't necessarily have all of the resources in place and a perfect plan laid out. They just knew there was this horrible thing that was happening and they wanted it to change. And so that was the start of the movement. So most of the people.
Do you know what sharecropping is? Do you know what sharecropping is?
No, I don't.
Okay, well then you need to go learn what sharecropping is, because they actually had a plan. They actually had a plan to replace slavery.
Okay, well, do you think that every activist against every social justice movement or every other thing where we've made a change, like women's rights, everything that's happened for the
how is women's rights going to cause a global famine?
What is that? Cause a global famine?
I think right now you're grasping for, you're trying to manufacture something that's not there for you. You don't know.
No. My point.
Sharecropping is.
I don't need to know what sharecropping is to make a point.
You've made claims that have been debunked already.
No, you can charitably interpret the point of what I'm saying, which is that you don't necessarily need to have every little detail thought out and a perfect plan in place before you can start advocating for change.
You don't even have the first detail ironed out. How are we going to replace all of those grams of protein, animal protein? How would we do that?
Yeah. Not doing the empirics on this discussion because it's going to spiral. Again, happy to do that another time if you'd like. I'm serious about that. But does that ethical position make sense? Like, do you think it's ridiculous to advocate for change for the better of the world in any way if we don't have every detail thought out? Like, does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Doesn't that go for both parties? Doesn't that go for meat eaters and vegans or vegetarians? Like, you seem like a smart fellow. I'm not, but what about the evidence about whether or not we're designed to be omnivores or frugivores or whatever, vegans or herbivores or whatever? What about the evidence against that? Like, would you agree that it would be unethical to make a mammal that is designed to, its whole body is designed to process meats, and try to convert that animal into a diet that is not that way, that may be able to sustain it to some degree, but will eventually cause deterioration and suffering in that animal? Are you not just transferring the suffering from one being to another being?
Okay, so again, there's two ways I would respond to that. One is with the empirical discussion on whether what you're saying is true of humans in the case of consuming plant-only diets, which I would say we're totally fine. The evidence shows that humans can thrive on a plant-based diet. But on the ethical claim, like hypothetical, go ahead.
That statement cannot go unchallenged.
All right, Adventist Health Study.
You don't want to get into empiricals. Are you referring to? Let me make a request that you don't make any claims that you can't that you're not willing to back up.
Yeah, because you're making a claim. Okay. You're making a claim, but you're not willing.
I didn't make it. To be fair, I didn't. Okay, I didn't intend to make a claim because I understand that's a fair point, and I am happy to do that on another occasion for sure. So that is fair. So the two, I was just saying the two ways I would respond to that is one with the empirical discussion. So fair enough, we can have that discussion another time. So I would challenge that point. Is that fair to say? I would challenge the point. The second way is in a hypothetical world where I grant your points where let's suppose that humans cannot thrive on a plant-based diet, and you're saying, would it be ethical to force them to live in a, some percent of thriving state, like 80% as well or something? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well, I mean, just taking any animal. I don't believe humans are animals personally, but that's my own thing. But just taking any animal for that matter.
Believe humans are animals?
Well, to me, they're not. I believe we're different in some ways, right? We have self-awareness. We have. I don't want to go into that. It's just my personal belief. Yes, I guess we're mammals if you want to look at it scientifically. Fine, but say for example, a dog, right? Now, a dog, you can take away its natural diet of meat, and a dog is a natural meat eater. Well, you would agree to that, would you not?
A natural meat eater. I'm pretty sure dogs are omnivores, aren't they? I don't know this 100%, but I think they are.
Okay, is a wolf an omnivore?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Come on, you're a smarter guy than that.
Is that? Are they not? Is that like? Are they carnivore? Are they obligate carnivores? I don't know that they are. Is that?
They're absolutely obligate carnivores, just like a dog.
Okay, I don't think dogs are, because I've
yes, they're the same. They come from the same animal. Where do you think we got dogs from?
There's a study. I don't have it in front of me, but I can.
Okay, but let's stay out of the empirical evidence, right?
All right.
Let's stay out of the empirical evidence. You don't want to go there. Right?
Okay. Well, I'm challenging your point that dogs are obligate carnivores. I don't. If you want to make that claim, bring evidence.
Are wolves obligate carnivores?
Do you have evidence of that claim?
Are wolves obligate carnivores?
Do you have evidence of the claim you made about dogs being obligate carnivores?
Okay. The evidence I have is simple, right? We acquired dogs.
What's the link to the study?
Hold on. Okay, if you want to be disingenuous, you're welcome to, but I don't think it'll get you, I don't think it's going to make you feel good when you're laying down asleep by yourself, right? If you want to be disingenuous. I think you're trying to be disingenuous right now. Wolves are obviously obligate carnivores. We got dogs.
They're not obviously. Like, is this true? Like,
what else do wolves do? What do they eat other than meat?
Here,
I'm not.
Let me
Google it. Can we Google it? I'm curious to know. Like,
here, I'll show you.
Okay,
and
thanks.
this is okay. This is where you find honesty outside of the vegan cult. And the truth is that wolves will eat plant material when in season and available. This is
great.
rare.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Garland.
Rare footage of wolves eating berries.
Okay, so what that means to me is that they're not obligate carnivores, as you said, right? Would you concede that point?
Wolves and human beings have almost the exact same digestive system.
Almost exactly.
Would you concede the point that wolves are obligate carnivores, given the evidence Garland just provided?
Okay, let's say they're not obligate carnivores. Let's say that. Would you agree that they are probably over 90%? I would say 95% carnivore.
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. So if they're 95% carnivore, let's say, and occasionally if they're really hungry and they can't catch any mice and there's some berries around, they'll put them into their gut just to get rid of the hunger pains. That I can understand that, right? Dogs do that too. But if you take them and you put them into 30% carnivore diet, right? Now you're changing their physiology by like 60-70%.
Okay, but
right?
just the fact
this is no longer
just the fact that you change their physiology doesn't necessarily mean that it's worse for them, right?
Well, I can tell you this. I'm 60 years old.
No, first, just you right?
Sorry?
I have a follow-up. Would you agree? Just because...
Agree on what?
Okay.
Sorry.
Just because they happen to be 95% carnivore or whatever, just because you change that. Sorry, I actually forgot what I said.
I said,
Carla, do you
I
remember?
said,
I forgot.
I said something to the degree that you would to bring them to 30% carnivore and 70%.
Yeah. So I just said, would you agree that that it wouldn't necessarily be bad, like just because? Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought on that point.
Well, I think I understand what you're trying to say, that if they can live sustainably well and eat less meat, then it would be less harmful. I think that's what you're trying to say.
It's
that
not.
correct?
No. It's not. I'm not trying to say anything like that. I'm just saying, just like the fact that they eat. Because you said physiology. Yeah, just
Right.
because you said it would change their physiology. I'm saying that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Like feeding them a different food than they eat in nature could be better, right? It might be worse. It might be better.
Well, I can only go based on my experience on that. I'm not a scientist.
Well,
I can tell you my experience.
But can I say one thing here? So
Okay.
there's a study that they did in Europe. I can send the link. I'm on my
Okay,
phone
but
just
let's stay out of the empirical. We don't want to go there. Right?
Well, just super quick. No,
but isn't that what you wanted to stay away from?
You're going to make a point based on how you feel or something. And I'm saying there are studies that looked at pet owners, and they took a subset of pet owners. This is like with a couple thousand dogs, 2,000 or 3,000 dogs. And they looked at only pet owners who answered the question, what's the number one reason that you choose a pet food? And it was all people that picked the healthiest food for my dog or whatever. Like they wanted the healthiest food. Okay. And so they grouped them into three groups. There was raw food, right? Then there was conventional, which is just kind of the standard stuff. Kibbles and whatever made with duck or with bison or whatever, fish, whatever. And then there was plant-based food. They normalized for all sorts of things like the age of the dog, other things as well. Okay. Actually, the plant-based dogs were the oldest of the three groups, and they had the best health outcomes, as measured by like trips to the vet and so forth. So
I would question that study. Personally, I would question that study because I know for a fact that the dog food industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and I wouldn't put it past them to create studies like that in order to confuse people's minds. I can only go based on my own experience. Now, how old would you say I am?
That's a terrible way.
Hold on. How old would you say I am?
I don't know. Sorry, are you on video?
Yes, I'm on video.
I can look here. 1 sec. How old would I say you are?
How old would you figure I am?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. Like, do you agree?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how old I am.
Personal experience is a terrible way to decide what is.
I don't know if that's true. Anyways, let me just give you my point, and then you can just give. There is scientific data, but you wanted to stay away from that, so I'm going to stay away from it. Listen. I'm 60 years old. Okay, I'm assuming you're in your 20s. I don't know for sure by your picture. I'm assuming you're in your 20s.
I'm 37.
Now I've had dogs my entire life since I was a little boy. When I was probably 4 or 5 years old, my father brought home a German short-hair pointer, a little puppy, and it chased me around, and I cried, and I didn't know what to do because it was the first dog I saw, and it was chasing me, and I didn't know why. But anyways, the point is this. That dog's name was Ricky. That particular dog lived over 20 years old. He lived almost 22 years old, and his kennel mate lived very close, 19 years. Now, the only thing they ate was meat. We had a business where we sold animal foods, and we had. Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can tell me how stupid I am. Now, I've had up to 57 dogs at one time in my kennel. Okay. Now, in the past, when my father raised dogs, he raised many, many dogs, hunting dogs mostly. they always only fed meats, bones. They would break bones and stuff like that so they can get at the marrow and that kind of food. And my father's dogs lived very long, healthy lives. I never saw a dog go into the vet with lumps all over its body. I never saw a dog go into the vet because it needed medication for diabetes. I never saw a dog go, any of those dogs have that. When I started raising dogs, I went for the easier way, because it was more economical in some ways for me. I didn't have to go around, less work. I didn't have to go around looking for leftover meats from butcher shops and stuff like that. It was quick and easy. I bought a bag of dog food and I fed my dogs. All of my dogs, I can't tell you one of my dogs that lived one lived about 11 years. And almost all of my dogs, when they got into their 8th, 9th, 10th year, started to have either lumps on their bodies of cancers, diabetic issues, overweight issues, all types of problems similar to what humans are having today. Right? Now, that you may say is just my own personal experience, but it's a personal experience that if you go over my lifetime and my father's lifetime would probably equate to about, I would say, 500 to 600 dogs. So I would say that's somewhat substantial, maybe not as big as 2,000.
No, I mean, this isn't how you make decisions about things like this. Like, you have to apply the scientific method. You have control groups, and you track populations over time, controlling certain variables, and analyze with statistics, so you can draw appropriate correlations and so forth. Like, this is, you can't evaluate based on your personal experience and apply that to. Yeah, we do. Like, everyone does it. I'm not saying, and I would do it too. I'm not like.
But at what point?
You're stupid at all. I'm just. Like,
at what point does anecdote? At what point does
it does not supersede? So it's based on the evidence hierarchy, right? Like, if you have an anecdote, but you also have a scientific paper, and the anecdote says something different, you go with the research.
Okay, so I would agree with you. I would agree with you. But I would disagree in another way. I would agree with someone like yourself, who I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming walks generally on concrete pavement and asphalt the majority of your life. Am I correct on that?
Sure. I use roads.
Okay, so you live in a city, I would assume?
Yep.
Okay, so you don't farm, you never have farmed, you don't have parents that have farmed or lived on the land? No, okay. Nope. So I would agree that someone like yourself has no choice but to look at what other men tell you is the truth. You cannot go by your own experience because you've never lived that experience. Right? So you have to go by scientific studies, correct? I would agree that's fair.
Okay, but I do this in other ways too. No. Let me respond to that real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Let him respond.
Sorry, Garland. I get excited.
So just an example, like with nutrition, for example, I don't look at like, oh, what do I eat that makes me feel good, and then go with that, right?
Why not? Why not?
That's a terrible way to
so you don't trust your own body.
Right.
You don't trust your own body.
No, I trust a combination of what my my blood tests say, what my doctor says, and what I read in scientific literature to understand nutrition.
Okay. Let me interject here.
Hey, go for it.
Michael,
I have to run like right away too, so this will be real quick. I can say under 5 minutes.
And I appreciate you, Michael. By the way, I really do. That you've got balls, and I appreciate you.
I do too. Thank you for coming on, Michael. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure.
Regarding blood tests, are you under the impression that if a doctor gives you a test that measures serum B12 levels, that is telling you what your human bioactive B12 level is?
Okay, I don't know if I quite understand that sentence, but like basically, if I look at the blood test results and it shows that my B12 levels are fine, are you saying that? Do I question that? No, I don't question that. Should I?
Yes. And the reason why is because there are a lot of different types of B12, but there is only one bioactive version of B12. For instance, bacteria that create B12 are called cyanobacteria, and they create cyanocobalamin, which is one version of many types of B12. Cyanocobalamin happens to not be bioactive in humans. And so when a doctor gives you a serum B12 measurement test, it's measuring not just bioactive B12, but also non-bioactive B12. So you can be deficient in B12 and also be tested as having too much B12 in your blood, because those non-bioactive versions of B12 will register as cobalamin. They're all cobalamins, but some of them are not not the bioactive
Okay.
version.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'd love to learn about that. There's like, fuck, man. There's a million things with nutrition I'm learning as I go. So, I don't know if there's a way for you to shoot me a link or something I can check out later, but I'm happy to look into that. I appreciate the info.
So Michael, I have a question for you. My name is Mickey, and let me preface this. I worked as an RN BSN for 15 years.
I'm not sure what that is, but okay.
An RN BSN is a registered nurse with a Bachelor of Sciences degree.
Okay.
My last hospital was Mayo. During the last 5 years that I was in nursing, I was actually a patient in my own emergency room more than I was actually working, because I was having anaphylactic attacks all the time. And so I ended up seeing 7 different specialists in the Mayo system, trying to figure out why I was basically spending my life trying not to die. Okay. So I grew up in farming. I left farming so I could go to nursing school and have a career in medicine. And I spent my entire career doing patient education, as I was taught to do in nursing school, and basically pushing a plant-based diet on cardiac patients and diabetic patients for 15 years. And I was living that directive. I was following the APA and the ADA guidelines. I was following the USDA dietary guidelines. I knew this stuff inside out and backwards, which meant that I was basically living on vegetables, fruits, grains, and then a little tiny bit of chicken for the most part. Okay. So in 2015, I had to leave healthcare because I was dying. And I had 7 specialists that have had me on every steroid under the sun. I was taking epinephrine on a daily basis to keep myself from dying. I was going to the emergency room about 5 or 6 times a month, and I was following the so-called science. Now, here's the question.
Is this just an anecdote? Like,
don't interrupt me. I have a question for you.
Okay.
So I went back to farming. I moved back to a rural area. I started on land that had been totally destroyed by the petrol industry, and I started raising livestock again. And I started eating nothing but meat. And all of my inflammatory symptoms went away. By 2017, I had actually gotten to the point where I was no longer going to the emergency room. In fact, the last time I went to the emergency room was May of 2017.
What's the question?
The last time I took an epinephrine shot was in 2017. I completely cessated all of my symptoms by eating nothing but meat. So my question for you is, if you have no idea about nutrition, and you have no idea about other people's medical histories, their lives, or what animal agriculture actually does, how can you sit there and pontificate to other people and tell them what they should be doing and what their morality is supposed to be? Because by your own presentation here, you're saying that my life is immoral because I went back to an animal-based diet based on my own personal, familial, and medical history to save my life so that my children would have a mother who
So
would
you're
raise them.
ascribing beliefs on me that I don't have, first of
But
all.
I'm not,
right?
because I'm going by what you've said here, and what
No.
you've said here is incredibly prejudicial and has no basis in reality. And you just
Okay.
got through telling me that you would do what your doctors told you to do. But I'm telling you, I know Mayo physicians. They're my friends and my peers. And I did what they told me to do. And what they told me to do was
I didn't say I
killing
do
me.
what you're straw manning. You're throwing a lot of stuff at me, and
No, I
it's
am
hard
not
to.
straw manning you. I am giving you
Well, you are.
real
You're
life
telling me what my
evidence.
position is, and you're wrong about my
I
position.
don't have
So
to
that's
tell
what a
you what your
straw man is.
position is. I have listened to your position, and it is totally wrong and without
Well,
basis.
you literally just told me that I would do what doctors tell me, and I'm
You
telling
just
you that's
said that
not
you
what.
would.
No,
You said
no.
no.
I'm going to repeat it.
Back
I'm going to
up.
repeat my position. Would you? Okay. Do you want to tell me my position, or do you want me to
Less
tell you
than
my
10
position?
minutes ago, you said you believe the science, you believe the
Yeah,
blood
I would
work, you
do a
believe what the doctors
combination
tell you, and the
of
doctors are
the
glorified
scientific
pesticides.
literature. Okay, so JF, I can't talk to her. Sorry, I can't. I gotta
No,
go.
you
Okay,
can talk to me.
She's not letting me get a word in, so I have to go. I'm
Mickey,
sorry.
Mickey,
I'm not
let him
interested in this
speak.
conversation.
Let him speak, and I want to make sure exactly what your question was for Michael.
My question is, how can you sit there and pontificate about the morality of this and sit there and tell us what the science is when you don't know the science? Because not even the doctors know the science, but you say you trust the doctors.
Okay.
No,
So
okay,
let him
I
speak.
think I understand the question. So it's very loaded, and it doesn't represent my position, but I'm happy to clarify my position and how it relates to what you're saying. So yes, in cases where somebody's life is at risk, I think you do what you got to do to survive. Like my position is I put it in the human context. So would I be okay with this if it was humans that you were having to kill in order to survive? If you're on a desert island or whatever, the only thing you can do is kill humans. I'm not going to judge you for that morally, because I think you got to do what you got to do to survive. However, the vegan position, my position with respect to veganism, is just like what we do is for taste pleasure. When you have another alternative, wear a fur coat or wear a synthetic coat or something. don't do the thing that kills the sentient creature. Does that make sense? Like what my position is there?
So can I answer that, Michael or
Sure.
Garland? What about the synthetic coat? Do you believe does not hurt wildlife in any way? Because from my understanding, all these synthetic materials generally come from crude oil, and crude oil destroys millions of acres of land. In Canada here, where I am, it's killing like incredible amounts of land. And, spills from these crude oil things come out and kill thousands and millions of sea creatures. So you're telling me that because you're wearing a nylon jacket with Gore-Tex or something in it, that it's better than me wearing a sheep's wool jacket?
Yeah. So here's how I view that. What's your name? Lou? Is it Lou Bass? Louis? So yeah, Louis. So how I view that is, if you could make some sort of like a utilitarian case or something that, like, if you prove to me that somehow the synthetic coat entailed less suffering or something, that might be convincing to me on some level, but that's not how I view things. It's more of on a rights-based thing. So like, again, in the human context, if we were living in a society where we went around like breeding and farming humans, and there were people like wearing their skins and everything, and like I wouldn't want to wear those skins. I wouldn't want to pay for it. I wouldn't want to be any part of it. And if you said to me, well, like, oh, but the synthetic coat actually kills more humans, it's like, okay, yeah, I guess that's maybe a point. Like, if you can prove to me that it does kill, is worse for
Okay.
humans to do the
So what
synthetic
you're
thing. But hold on, just let me finish. I'm almost done. Like,
okay.
I can see that, like, that you might be able to convince me there, but like, man, it feels so shitty. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, I don't want to wear the
I hear
human
you.
skin. That's how I feel
hear
about
you.
animals.
I hear you. I hear you. Would it be possible, Michael? I think, again, you're a smart guy, but I believe that sometimes very intelligent people can be made to believe things that are very unintelligent.
Yes.
Would it be possible that in your entire life, living on the pavement and the asphalt, living in these buildings, only seeing humans, never having interactions with animals, but the only real interactions you have is on a television set where Disney is telling you that Bambi is a cute little animal that talks to his mommy and says, "Why did they kill Daddy, Mommy?" And the little Thumper thumps his feet and says, "Oh, my name is Thumper." And you anthropomorphize these animals into something that they're not. Yep. Right? So I would understand that you feel that way. But I can tell you this for sure. That if the lights went out tomorrow, this I can guarantee you, that if the lights went out tomorrow,
the first part.
Hold on.
All right.
If the lights went out tomorrow and there was no more electricity, you would have to leave the city eventually if you could survive to get out. And then if you were able to survive to get out, you'd have to get out into farmlands, and there are no fruits. I don't care where you look. And if it happens in the winter, there's only one thing you're going to be able to eat. And if you can't dig a porcupine out of its hole and skin it and cook it and eat it, and you don't know how to do that, you're going to starve to death.
I already said the survival thing I'm cool with, right? Like,
oh, okay.
I already said that. Yeah. So in that case, I think that morals are kind of out the window.
So would you eat humans then? If it's a survival thing, would you eat humans? Now, what if you had to? What if you had to kill? What if you had to kill those humans?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think like,
well, it's a reasonable question based on what you said.
It is. I'm just saying I'm not sure how I would react in that situation. Like, I've never been in that situation, so I'm not sure with adrenaline and how I would act. I think I would view it as morally wrong, but understandable. So that's kind of how I would think about it. But like, to your first part about the anthropomorphizing and Bambi and stuff. So it's not like I haven't been around animals my whole life. Like, I one of my passions is outdoor stuff. Like, I do 7-day canoe trips and hikes and stuff. I see moose. So like, I've had many great experiences with animals. Like, I'm very familiar with animals, and it's not through TV and Bambi. And I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well, you grew up with it. We all did.
Sure, but like how I view it is, what I value is sentience. So I value like a being's ability to experience pain. Right? Like, I don't want to cause somebody a painful experience if I can avoid it. And
so you don't swat the mosquitoes then.
Yeah, so we can go to these extreme cases, and I'm happy to have that discussion.
Well, aren't they sentient?
Yeah, so they have. So my understanding is that bugs have so sentience is a spectrum, right? Like, somewhere between like a plant and a human, there's many levels of sentience.
Right.
There's levels of intelligence that are also on a similar spectrum.
Right.
So researching sentience is difficult. There's things we can look at with species that are similar to us that indicate that, like, an animal, for example, has a level of sentience, and that when we subject them to like pain stimulus and that sort of thing, they respond in a certain way. Like, they run away from the pain and they kick and thrash and that sort of thing. Right. So a fly, for example, very difficult to study that. So we believe that they are much less. They have like a very minor sentience.
They're less than us, right? Can you see an infrared, Michael?
No, obviously not.
A mosquito can. Is that not more betterer than you? Excuse my French. a mosquito can see in like 5 or 7, I forget what it is now, different light spectrums.
Okay,
A mosquito
you cut off my
can
point to derail.
smell. A mosquito can audibly, physically
That's
smell.
inherent sonar, right? Like I said, I
Right.
value sentience.
Isn't that
Right.
betterer
No,
than a
I
human?
don't think. What's your point?
Isn't that betterer than us? We can only see in one spectrum.
What's your point?
Aren't they better than us?
Hippos are
Doesn't it
bigger than
take
us. They're better
sentience to
giraffes are
understand?
taller. What are you
Sorry?
talking about? You're losing me. I'm
You can
not sure
understand
what your
what I'm
point is.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm being a bit of a jerk. I'm being a bit of a jerk.
No,
I
I don't
apologize.
understand why. Like,
What
I
I'm
told you
saying is,
I told you what I value is sentience. Right? That's it.
okay, but not so much the mosquitoes.
Well, they're less sentient, so I value them less.
Okay.
Okay,
That would be the
all right.
idea.
This.
All right.
Let me-
So
let me-
animals
where I was-
are the same sentience as humans?
I would say they're likely less. They certainly are less
May I,
intelligent. They're
Michael?
less complex sentient. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
May I ask?
Okay.
Yeah.
By what measure are you deciding that mosquitoes are less sentient?
Yeah. So it's sort of a guess, and it's sort of a best guess, and it's like I've seen some research into this, and it's a weird it's weird to study. And I gave some examples, like we can, inject pain. We've done this with fish, for example, like where we inject them with like an acid into their mouth, and we watch what they do. Have you seen this? And we have like a tank set up with 2 rooms in it, and the fish that didn't receive the pain stimulus, they'll go into the room that has more like cool stuff, right? Like stuff to play with and whatever. And the ones that don't will kind of ignore that. Then what they did is they put the antidote for the pain stimulus, like a painkiller or whatever, in the half of the tank that was empty, and the fish, like without the toys, and the fish that had the pain would go into the side of the tank that didn't have the toys but had the antidote or whatever for the pain. So it's like it kind of shows that they're having some subjective experience about the pain that causes them to choose the side of the tank that relieves the pain or whatever. So like there are ways that we can study sentience, and your question was by what measure am I determining that flies are less sentient than humans? I honestly feel like nothing comes to mind. I don't recall actually reading anything particular on that. It might be just a guess. I might have read something, but honestly, nothing comes to mind right now. Do you think that flies are less sentient than humans?
Well, what about bees?
I think all living animals are sentient. All living animals.
Like what about bees?
Agree.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't think that bivalves are sentient personally, but
you don't think what? Sorry.
Bivalves, like mussels and oysters, clams.
Oh, why wouldn't they be? When I open an oyster, it struggles to keep me from
central nervous. Yeah, so they don't have a central nervous system. So the same as like they have nerve ganglia, so similar to like your spine, or nerve endings in your endings in your spine, for example. Like we wouldn't ascribe sentience to those, right? But that's kind of the structure that bivalves have, at least as far as I understand. So yeah, they respond to stimulus in the same way some plants do, but they don't have a central nervous system, which seems to be sort of what creates sentience, is with that like central nervous system brain combination thing.
So you think they don't feel pain?
I think that bivalves don't feel pain, right, or have any sort of subjective experience. So I would not.
What about mosquitoes? Do they feel pain?
Yeah, so they'd be like low on the sentience hierarchy, I would put them.
But they do feel pain, though.
I don't know.
They suffer if you pull their legs off, I would imagine.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. So there's something called the what is it called? The precautionary principle, which, like, generally speaking, if you're not sure, you should try to not do things that might cause pain to sentient creatures.
Can I
So
can I make
might
a suggestion to you, Michael? Can I make a suggestion to you? Like, I believe as humans, because we have the ability to think things over and to, make decisions on what thought process we believe in or not believe in, and we have faiths and non-faiths. My suggestion to you would be to be a successful human, in my view. Successful, I don't know, maybe that's not the right word. I mean, the best thing I think is whatever your beliefs are. I don't care if you believe in Jesus Christ. I don't care if you believe in Allah. I don't care if you believe animals are sentient or not sentient. Whatever your beliefs are, I believe that as a human, it's your duty to yourself to do everything in your power to falsify whatever beliefs you carry. And if
Yep.
if there's no way of falsifying those beliefs, if you cannot find a way to falsify your own personal beliefs, then you may be closer to the truth. I don't think you'll ever reach the absolute truth with any discussion, but I believe that you can get a lot closer if you make a concerted effort to falsify whatever beliefs you hold in the world, right? And then
do you think the person that spends as much time as I do reading scientific literature and things like that is more likely to do
but
that?
are you reading scientific literature that backs up your beliefs or are trying to falsify?
I'm reading the literature. Like, this is literally what, like, the argument.
Do you believe there's no literature? Do you believe that there is no literature out there that says that dogs do not do well on a vegan diet? Because you said there's one that says dogs do well on a vegan diet. They do better than other dogs. Do you believe that there are studies out there that would say the opposite thing? And have you searched them out? I would ask.
Yeah. So to answer that question, what I was concerned with was, can I feed my dog a vegan diet? Can I do that? Since my ethical position is not to harm sentient animals. So I'm not looking for the optimal diet. I'm not sure if it's the optimal diet. I'm looking for, like, I don't want to kill my dog. So it's like,
but you don't really care how good the dog feels. If he's got a sore tummy or he's got diarrhea or he's growing lumps, that's not an issue. As long as it's not harming other beings, it's okay if it harms your dog.
That's not what I said at all. I asked, can I do it?
That's what it sounded like you were arguing.
Well, you're not letting me talk, and you're again prescribing beliefs that I don't have.
Okay.
I do have to go though. Garland, this has been fun. Hope to maybe chat again sometime.
Before you go, can I just suggest a book for you? It's a book by Lierre Keith. I think it's called. Do you know what it's called, Garland? I forget the name. I always forget the name of that book. You know Lierre Keith's book, the vegan. The something. Oh, geez, help me out, Garland.
I know what that is.
Louis, I'm going to check the description later.
Vegetarian myth.
The vegetarian myth. Yes, by Lierre Keith. It's a very important book for you to help you to try and falsify some of your beliefs. If you can't falsify your beliefs, then stay with what you got. But if you can, you owe it to yourself to change your beliefs.
Sure. I'm happy to do it. I've changed my mind on many things multiple times. Garland's actually, I don't know if you remember this, Garland, but recently I had a back and forth with you on a vegan children diet, and you pointed me to a few position papers that I wasn't aware of, and so I've looked at those and I've updated my credence in that. So it makes me want to go and research more of the literature.
I appreciate that.
Good for you, Michael. Good for you. You're a smart guy. You're a smart guy. I think you'll do well.
Well, you're welcome back here. You're welcome back here anytime, Michael. We enjoyed you being a guest here on the channel, and we want you to come back.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Thank you, Michael.
All right.
Well, he has a little bit more humility, and you could tell he's stuck in the.
He's definitely stuck.
He's stuck in the cult, but You know,
The question that I have for people in his position is, well, okay, let's talk about sentience. Do you think that a cow is as smart as a dog? And if
No.
you do, and if you think that, cattle are actually sentient beings and that they have emotional lives and feel pain, well, then which is worse? To, take a bullet to the head that's actually going to instantly kill it? Or is it more compassionate to let it go to the field and get attacked by coyotes? Because coyotes are dogs. And
that's right.
right now where I'm at, it's like I've got cattle in the pasture and it's pup season, and I can't tell you how many coyotes so far this season we've either shot or that have ended up dead because it's been an incredibly warm winter up here, and we have a lot of rats and mice that are being killed. So they're eating poisoned rats and they're dying out in the pastures and on the edge of the woods. And so, it's like, which is worse? Because the fact of the matter is that nature it doesn't have compassion and never has.
Not at all.
And so this idea that you have that it's easier just to leave the cattle alone and let them live their own little lives, well, that's great until you come to a pack of coyotes that's chowing down on a steer that's still alive because they go for the backside.
Yeah, humans today are the most compassionate of all the animals. I mean, let's get real.
Absolutely.
I remember years ago I broke my leg and I was in a cast, and I was just driving around my farm, just checking for coyotes because they would come and hurt my cows and whatever.
Right.
I had goats at the time, and I was just driving around with my rifle, and my I had a tenant at the time, and he lived in a trailer I had out back, and he calls me and he says, "Louis, a deer. He ran between the trailer and the house, and a coyote was right behind him, and he just went across the field." I said, "Where?" So I ran up to the field where it was, and it was one of those years where the snow had melted on top and then froze.
Right.
So the coyotes could run over the snow, but the deer were chomping down into it, and they were slowing them down, right? And so this coyote was chasing this deer, and I saw it way up on the other end of the field, and I watched it. I couldn't get there because I couldn't get out and walk, and I watched it take down the deer, and this was March, something like that, early March, and I watched him take down the deer, and I could see through my binoculars as it bit through its hind end, pulled out two babies, and ate them, and the mother was still alive, and her head was going back and forth, and she's trying to get up, and he's literally pulling the babies out of its ass end.
Right.
And it was horrible. And then I got called my son over, and he came and he made his way down the field and shot the coyote. And we took the deer, obviously, as well.
Got the doe. Yeah.
So, I mean, it was a shame to let it waste there. So he killed the coyote and the poor deer that was still alive.
Well, but this is part of the problem. There's so few of us left in farming. And so people who live in urban areas, even people who live in suburban areas, are completely unaware of the cycle of life around them.
Completely.
It's pup season right now. These animals are incredibly aggressive. It's like I'm so glad I'm getting out of the goats because I'm too old for this shit. I can't be chasing goats around all the time anymore.
Yeah, goats are like Houdinis. You can't keep them anywhere.
It's like I had one of my sires, 11 o'clock in the morning, got attacked by a pack of coyotes. It's like, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, broad daylight. My guardian dogs are going nuts. This buck, he's standing out there in the middle of a field where he's not supposed to be, and he got taken down real quick. And it's like, it's 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Well, when they're hungry, it don't matter.
They're hungry, they're aggressive, they're trying to get the dogs away from, the house and the barns and stuff. And most people, because they do not live rural lives anymore, they have no connection with their food. They are completely unaware of what actually happens in nature, and they're completely oblivious to the cycle of the seasons around them and what it actually takes to raise these animals, even in nature. You know, a deer
Yeah,
that's not a doe that's not pregnant doesn't live.
that's right.
You know? And
Yeah.
these people who have this idea that, oh well, you know, polyestrous animals, they don't actually copulate unless, you know, people are breeding them, and that's why AI is rape. Well, I hate to be the one to tell you, but the average doe lives for 23 years if she survives. And if she survives, she has at least one fawn every single year. And most of them twin. So you're talking upwards of it, if everything goes right, up to 60 fawns per doe per lifetime. You think all those animals make it to adulthood? The vast
No,
majority of them don't. And it's
most of them don't.
nature has no compassion.
Yeah.
You eat and you get eaten. That's how nature works. And so to sit here and moralize about whether or not people should be actually cultivating and harvesting these animals, to me, is just ridiculous. But there's also that moral aspect of, well, if people would just go on a vegan diet, well, I'm sorry, I've eaten a plant-based diet and it nearly killed me.
Oh, there's a lot of people like that. You're not the only one.
Well,
I got rid of diabetes. I was because I'm a junkie for bread.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I really am, you know.
My dog
And
is,
I do my best now to stay away from it, but I fall, let's say sometimes often. But I was diagnosed at one point with type 2 diabetes. This was several years ago. And because I was eating too much bread and pasta. I'm Italian background, so it's like you know, it's almost built into my blood to be, you know. And I went on a basically all carnivore diet, except for some vegetables, no root vegetables, but you know, a few things I would have in terms of vegetables. And within 3 months, my doctor was like, "What's going on here? Are you giving me someone else's records here? Because this doesn't make sense." Within 3 months, my blood sugar had normalized.
Right.
You know,
and that's normal.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, we've seen this explosion. Think about it. Rusty Butts and Ezra Taft Benson at the USDA pushed the fence to fence, you know, get big or get out scenario from like 1965 until 1987. And they, you know, got all of these family farms shut down. As it was at that point in time, there was only like 4.75 of us left, percentage wise.
There's nothing here.
And
nothing.
Now we're down to less than 1% of farmers left in the United States. It's all corporate driven.
Yep.
And the vegans are blaming the family farmers for what the corporations are doing, and yet they're completely oblivious to the fact that there are so few of us left. However, all of these inflammatory diseases, you know,
and Garland,
all of these autoimmune diseases are exploding because we're on a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
And if we would just go back to, you know, regenerative agriculture before conventional ag took over and big ag took over, and if we would get off of all
and lard, back to lard, not all these seed oils,
back to tallow,
back to lard, all those things. But you bring up a good point, and I was going to say it. I was hoping to say it to Michael there about. I believe it's important as people that understand what farming is, like us, who are connected to the land and understand the whole process and what it really is, and to these people, we do have something in common.
Right.
We are both against the the way that animals are farmed today. I am completely against it.
I'm very well, and that's why I went back to farming. It's because I didn't want to buy stuff.
Yeah, and the meat you're buying in the stores, if you're going to a regular grocery store, you're not getting anything that's going to keep you healthy. It's going to
No.
make you just as sick. I think maybe takes a little longer, but it's probably going to get you just as sick as eating a plant-based diet if you're eating just conventionally grown meats with all the vaccinations and all the antibiotics and all the way some of these animals never get to see sunlight ever. So they're
Yep.
not getting any form of sunlight on their skin. Their meat is not healthy for us.
Right.
So, and it's horrible the way they're grown.
Can
It
I?
is. It absolutely is.
Can I interject something here?
Yes. It's your show, Garland.
I know, but I appreciate both of you coming on, and so I don't want to pretend that I'm the only one that matters by any means. But I've been doing some research regarding the conventional way of fattening, for instance, beef. They're feeding them these byproducts, or if you even want to call them co-products, that's fine with me. They contain, for instance, 36% of the corn that's grown here in the United States is grown specifically for livestock. 36%. That's a minority. However, they don't feed whole kernels to cattle or any animals. They're processed to some degree. And when you process a grain, and these all of these grains contain large amounts of omega-6 fatty acids, and there's lots of studies that show that these omega-6 fatty acids are inflammatory, but omega-6 and omega-3s are not saturated. And when they talk about saturated fats, you're talking about a fat that's very prone to oxidation,
Right.
because it's not protected. And the way that saturated fats are protected is with kind of covered by a layer of hydrogen that protects it from oxidation. And so these feed products that they're feeding these animals in the concentrated feedlots are processed processed grains that contain high levels of unsaturated fats. What that does is that causes them to become oxidized.
Yeah.
And so they become rancid. And so the majority of the feed that we're feeding these concentrated feed lot animals is rancid. It contains rancid oils.
Right.
Yep.
So we look at like beef. We know that the grass-fed, grass-finished beef have an omega-6 to 3 ratio of around 1-to-1. For every one omega-3, we've got one omega-6. And that was all internally processed. So there was no oxygen or sunlight that hit these omegas. They were eaten and assimilated.
Right.
Right.
Meanwhile, the feeds that we're feeding them are very heavy in omega-6s, and all the unsaturated, whether they're omega-3s or omega-6s in the feed, become oxidized. So
Oxidized,
they're rancid.
Yeah.
That's
and
right.
So a grass-fed, grass-finished beef will contain a 1-to-1 ratio, whereas the feedlot, the grain feedlot beef, will contain about a 10-to-1 ratio.
Holy.
And those are rancid oils that the animal is incorporating into its tissues.
Right.
That's
So
right.
when you have someone who's on a carnivore diet, but they're purchasing primarily grain-fed cheap supermarket beef that's been grain-fed, what they're consuming actually is high in seed oils, rancid seed oils, because that animal was fed rancid seed oils, and those rancid seed oils are incorporated into the muscle tissues. And so that's one. I just want to say that that's one source of seed oils that carnivores do not really think
Yeah.
about.
No.
Yeah, they don't talk
consider-
about quality at all. You could see it. I've noticed it. You could see it in the color. Like I know when
Oh, yeah.
I kill a cow, I hang them for long periods of time,
Mhm.
and it does get a little darker, but it gets a darker reddish color. But
Yeah.
if you see the meat like in the stores, you could see if it's any longer than it needs to be, it turns a
brown.
really weird brown color,
Yeah.
and it has this really strange smell. Have you ever? I used to
Ammonia.
get it.
That's the rancidity.
Yeah.
I
it's
used to
ammonia.
get that stuff for that. It was left over from the grocery stores when it was past this day. I'd get it for my dogs,
Yeah.
and it always had this. It wasn't a rotten smell. It was like a seed oil smell.
It
was
smells like it smells like ammonia. And here's
ammonia. It's weird. Yes.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but like when we were kids, you know, when you'd have like pigs, because most of us, I don't know about you guys, but most of us up here in the northern states, we raised pigs seasonally, and we used to call it Christmas money. Well, I grew up on a commercial dairy, and the creamery was down the road from us, and we would take blue milk and we would feed it to the pigs. Historically, blue milk was like, you know, the fractionated milk that came from the creamery that they didn't do anything with. And we gave it to the pigs because it helped them put on adipose tissue really fast. Because why? Because it's all minerals and sugar. And so you would, you know, either feed it to them, or they'd take it out in trucks and spray it on the fields. And now they're selling that as skim milk to people.
Yeah.
And if you notice, the fat on pigs used to be a really beautiful, like buttery yellow color.
Yeah. Now it's white.
Now you see it. It's white. It's
and
pure
awful
white.
tasting.
And,
the taste of pork
right,
from the
it's
stores.
Quite
Oh.
like Crisco.
Yeah,
Crisco.
and it was actually because of JD that I learned a couple years ago that there was this myth going around that cattle eat all this soy. I had never heard of anything in my entire life. I grew up in beef and dairy, had never heard this in my entire life. So I went looking for the information, finally found commercial ration for cattle through the University of Missouri, Mizzou, and the University of Michigan. Come to find out that, well, no, you can't feed soy to calves because it kills them outright. Because what?
Yeah.
Because it produces ammonia concentrates. It actually makes them hypertoxic with ketoacidosis. And in commercial grain, you can't have any more than 15% of soya products or soya byproducts in cattle feed, because it does the exact same thing. Well,
most of it goes to pigs and chickens. So all
it
that,
goes to pigs and chickens. But that's the thing.
Yeah.
Those commercial pigs, they have that white adipose tissue, and they have that same weird ammonia smell. And I have wondered since I first figured that out about the cattle feed and the ketoacidosis and the soy, if that's the same thing that's giving the pigs that weird smell and that greasy, nasty lard.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I'd never seen that when I was growing up, and now you see it all the time. And my processor actually gives me their leftover suet and lard instead of tossing it, because I make soap and, you know, bath products and stuff for the farmers market, and they'll give me some of their fat, and even the fat has that weird ammonia smell to it.
I don't know if you could see the color of that. That's my lard that I usually raise 1 or 2 pigs for my family every year.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And I make sausage, but you can't really see it on camera. But it is not pure white.
Mm-hmm. No, it's yellow.
Like Crisco. It's got that slight yellow tinge to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, the flavor, like you cook some French fries in that, boy, you're going to be having some French fry addictions going on. I'll tell you right now, you know?
Yeah. But this is the kind of thing that, like, consumers who have never had any connection to the land, have never had real life connection to wildlife and and animal husbandry, they don't understand the differences.
No.
And they do, and you know, it's like the kid before said, what was the name, Michael? He sat there and he says, well, I believe the empirical evidence and I don't believe your subjective take on it. Well, here's the problem with that. Most of farming, while it has scientific basis, and we all learned the science growing up, we all took vocational ag classes, we all went to agribusiness classes in early college and stuff. But most of our experience is what actually guides our knowledge and understanding of animal husbandry and our knowledge of animal psychology. And without those touchstones of lived experience and sensory perception, because we're talking about
passed down from my grandfather, my father, we always raised animals, and you know, everything I know, I attribute a lot to what they taught me. So it's passed down from generations.
And so you have the science, you have the lived experience, and you also have the sensory perception that tells you when something is wrong. That ammonia smell is wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. And it's weird.
And it is weird. And
it's
for somebody who raises animals, it's off-putting because you know that it's, you know, you're being told that this is fresh meat. Well, it may be. You may have just slaughtered it 12 hours ago. But there's something odd about it. And so when I'm actually rendering like suet to tallow for, like, you know, I have to put essential oils in that shit to sell it as bath products, because if I make tallow balm from my own cattle, it ends up smelling like donuts. And I've actually had people tell me that before. It smells like fresh baked donuts. If I make tallow balm from the stuff I get from my processor that came from any feedlot cattle,
you got to perfume it heavily.
But I have to perfume it because otherwise people will complain about it.
You know what I found? I found something really strange with like I know people that eat meat, and but they buy conventional grocery store meat, and then they'll try a pork chop or something of my animals, and they're a little off put by it.
Right.
They don't recognize it. They're used to that weird smell and taste that they get from the grocery store meats, which I find they all have a very almost like a crossover taste between pork and pig, pork and beef and lamb, and it's all kind of has this crossover taste. It all has a similar, different but similar too. And when they taste a real natural pork chop from a natural pig that's eating the iron out of the ground and digging its nose and eating roots, and they find something wrong with it. They don't get it.
They've never
had it, and they think there's something wrong with it.
Well, and I don't know if you know what periodicals you read, but I remember years and years and years ago reading an article from Cattleman's Magazine where it was talking about there was this, one of the reasons they were trying to incentivize producers to sell their cattle to the feedlots was because consumers were demanding cattle that had white adipose tissue, white marbling.
Right. And I heard something about that.
Yeah, you can only get that from grain-fed cattle.
Yeah.
Well, now it's been so many years that people have had cattle with this white marbling, so to speak.
They're accustomed to that taste and that look, and they think
and it's sweeter. It's actually, first of all, it's filled with trans fats because, of course, you're feeding them seed oils, but it's also sweeter. It doesn't have the savory, earthy taste of meat.
Yes, of a real beef. When you kill that natural grass-fed beef, it has that nice earthy flavor. When you know it, it's like you try to eat something else and you're not going to have a good time.
It's not nice.
No, it's not at all.
No.
It's I guess it's the world we're living in, right?
Well,
I mean,
it is the world we're living in. And, it's like, I'm up here, I'm 27 miles southwest of East Palestine. And we've had this incredible die-off because of the train derailment up there. And a lot of people lost their animals and stuff. And we've had to adjust our water usage because all of these little waterways feed into the Ohio River. So we've been packing water in to the people in East Palestine. And one of the things that's been happening here locally is that we have people who have organized community suppers and stuff. And, you know, one of the discussions that's being had is, if this totally kills off local wildlife, what are we going to do? Because there's thousands of deer that are being found dead. And the really weird thing about ODNR is that those guys are saying, oh no, we haven't seen any fresh kills, which is bullshit because they're all around us. All of a sudden we've got dead deer all over the place. And
what area are you in?
I'm in Northwest Ohio.
Oh, okay.
I'm like literally just west of Steubenville, and I'm 25 miles southwest of East Palestine in Fox Township. Like I'm just north of Carrollton, which is the county seat of Carroll County, and just west of Steubenville. And, you know, it's like we have more cattle here than people by millions. You know, if we lose our water, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you can't truck in that much water. You can truck in water for a few thousand people. You can't truck in that much fresh water for cattle. And we're inundated with cattle, and we've got livestock that have died, and then we have all this wildlife that have died. And it's like, you know, nobody wants to pay attention to this stuff, because we are, regardless of what anybody says, we are dependent on the land, and we always will be. The idea that, you know, human beings are above and apart from nature is just ridiculous. And,
well, the whole sorry, go ahead.
And it's just amazing to me that, you know, you want to talk about animal cruelty, but you don't want to talk about the industrial impact. And when I say industry, I'm talking about big business. For instance, you know, the companies that own the rail lines have a lobby on Capitol Hill that has gotten the last 3 administrations to deregulate their safety and everything else underneath it. We have, you know, we had a train conductor from the same company that this derailment happened with that just got creamed by a dump truck a couple weeks ago up near Cleveland, because safety regulations are non-existent now. And so, you know, everybody wants to pretend that this doesn't affect real people, but it does. It affects every single one of us. When you try to divorce yourself from the land and you try to pretend that we don't need the land and we don't need animals on the land, that is suicide. It really is.
This guy,
suicide.
sorry, that guy that just wrote the goat eating baby chickens reminded me of something when I was a kid. There was a fella close to our farm here that had a little zoo, kind of like a little backyard zoo.
Yeah.
And he actually had an old lion, and he had this white fallow deer. It was like an albino kind of fallow deer. And I watched this fallow deer eat like 4 or 5 baby chicks.
Mm-hmm.
The mother, the guy had written down there that he saw goats eating chicks.
Yeah.
And I saw this deer with my own eyes pick off 3 or 4 baby chicks from this mama hen that had somehow gotten into this pen, and she was squawking and freaking out, but he picked off 3 or 4 of them and ate them. a deer.
And that was just as fresh. Well, it's like, think about it. Like, I've had 7 of my cattle this last week that have had their calves. And I you know, I'm not grossed out by it, but at the same time, I think, if I posted this on YouTube, how much trouble would I get in? Would they like strike me and just take me down?
YouTube's getting crazy.
Oh, it is. But you watch a heifer or a cow, it's really interesting to watch them, because they will eat their leavings as soon as
the
they
whole
drop.
thing.
The
They'll
whole
eat
thing.
it like it's a piece of chocolate.
They sure do. And they gobble that thing down faster than
Oh,
they eat off their own calves.
yeah.
And so it's just wild to me that, but if you try to show this to people, if you actually try
Yeah.
to post this and say, this is what the reality is, then
Yeah.
they think it's gross, or they get upset because they say that you're exploiting the animals. And it's like, and I've become very reticent to say, because it's like, I actually bought a 12-acre farm not far from me for the this place is a dump. And it had been used as a scrap yard for years. And the house is basically a glorified barn. And the whole purpose of it was to show people that you actually can leave town and you can come and raise your own food. And it's really not that hard.
Well, you know what, there is a trend now.
Yeah.
There really is a trend of people going back to the land, young people.
Thankfully,
and they're going back and they're raising their own animals, and they're getting chickens. They're starting off with a couple of chickens, and then they're going to have some goats, or then they're milking some goats and moving up to cattle, and they're going back a lot. It's happening a lot, and that's the only thing that's going to get us out of the mess that we're in.
And that's exactly,
because I believe we're under total control in every form or fashion.
Yeah. And I totally agree with you. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, how can you show people that this is the way you need to go forward if you want to survive? If you actually want to live a long and healthy life and have a family and live a sane existence, then you need to get away from this, this artificial urban, you can't call it reality because it's not, because cities
it's completely out of control.
Yeah, they're completely artificial.
Yeah, complete fairy tale.
And they are
and government are the ones. I mean, when you name something, you name it what it is, right? Like our front teeth, they're called incisors because they're meant for cutting meat. But government is named government because of what it is. And the word government is a combination of two Latin words, right? And you know how they always flip things around backwards. So govern in Latin means to control.
Yes.
And ment in Latin means mind.
Yes.
So if you flip that around, it literally means mind control.
Yes.
So that's the only job the government has, right? They're not our true whatever leaders. They're not in charge. Obviously, people know that by now. It's the people pulling their strings, and they're just the mind control agents of the people who are really in charge. And they're controlling the minds of people and making them believe absurd things like humans are herbivores or some damn thing.
Right.
And it's crazy, but they're believing it because they're stuck in these cities. There's kids in these inner cities that have never actually laid eyes on a cow, never seen one in real life, like in some of these inner cities, and that's crazy to me.
It is crazy.
So how can they have any understanding of what the natural world is about and the circle of life? They can't. All they know is pavement.
In St. Paul, Minnesota, they had a program at the Como Zoo that I thought was hilarious at the time. My sister used to live in St. Paul, and she got me to come there for a couple of years. And this program is absolutely hilarious. Every spring, they do this baby animal thing for the school kids. And it's actually sponsored by Hormel and a couple of other corporations. And so they bring the kids in and they let them have this petting zoo with calves and kids and chicks and all the rest of this. And they talk to them a little bit about farming and agriculture. And then they give them hamburgers and hot dogs.
Yeah.
And I just think it's like, okay, but you didn't cross the bridge to say, okay, these baby chicks and this calf and these goats, this is what's going to happen to them, 6 months to 2 years.
Yeah, they don't They don't bridge the gap. They
No,
just
they
let them.
don't.
They let them believe the Disney fairy tales.
Exactly.
You know.
And that's where we're at right now in general with society. I can't. This whole thing about veganism has disturbed me. And basically my whole playlist on YouTube is nothing but political stuff and veganism. And that's basically where it's been for like the last 4 or 5 years. And the veganism is disturbing to the point that I actually have lost sleep over this. Like I should have been in bed.
Well,
like
because
3 hours ago.
they're militant. That's
If
the problem.
They're not just militant. They're so incredibly arrogant, and the hubris is amazing.
I don't care if they're arrogant. I don't care if they're hubris, but their militancy is the part that scares me, because these people are willing to kill you.
Yes, they
like
are.
Some of them want to kill you and not an animal.
Well, and that's why.
Right. So that's what worries me. I wouldn't care if someone wants to be vegan. I don't give a damn. You want to be vegan? Go ahead. By all means, enjoy yourself.
Yes.
Right.
But I don't want you
Don't get on my case.
My family, I stuffed a 38-pound brisket yesterday into the biggest Dutch oven I have, and I shoved it in the oven and left it there, for 12, 15 hours. And at the time that I pulled it out of the oven and started feeding my family, I sat there and I thought, I do not want anybody telling my kids that they can't have this, because they're the ones who are sitting there eating, telling me that they love it when I make brisket because it's the most delicious thing they have. And my son Jonathan sat there and he says, Mom, every time St. Patty's Day rolls around and you give us brisket, my mind explodes because I feel so good. It's like, I'm not letting anybody take that away from my family.
Oh, it's nice and fatty.
I don't care what it is. It's beautiful. Yeah. And there's only one. And so I only make one like maybe twice a year. But that's the thing, is like, first of all, that's enough meat to feed my family for like 2 weeks. But second of all, the fact of the matter is that you're not taking that experience away from my kids, because you're not going to legislate what happens in my home. I don't care who you are, but that's exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, that's the problem. They want to force everybody to have their views. Anyways, I appreciate you having me on, Garland, and I just wanted to say, like, Jeffrey Phillips is probably watching right now. I've been on a panel with Jeffrey Phillips for the last few months.
Really?
Yeah, it's this channel called Paul Unslaved. Actually, that's the old channel, because he got striked, so he can't use that channel. So his backup channel is called Proper Instruction Motivates People. So if you think of the word pimp, it'll help you remember. Proper instruction motivates people. So PIMP. And he's a very amazing guy, and he's a wordsmith. He's a very intelligent guy, and I believe that he has some of the answers that we need as a society to come out of some of this literal slavery that we're in, because we are enslaved, all of us. I mean, just look at property tax alone, and that should tell you you're enslaved. You work your whole life to buy a piece of property, you pay for it outright, you own it, and now you got to rent it from some bozo down at the, the government building, wherever the hell, And so that's slavery, whether we want to accept it or not. That is slavery. So I would invite you. I'm on his panel often. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me inviting you guys anytime to come up. Be well warned. He's not, let's say the words are very, if you don't like some saucy talk, don't come. And he'll probably get on your case because he is vegan. Okay?
Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is. Now, don't let that scare you, because I believe that he's vegan for a different reason. technically, no, he's not vegan because he eats eggs and cheese, so he's vegetarian.
He's vegetarian.
But he's vegetarian, so that's what keeps him going. And but yeah, he is. I really see him as a very intelligent guy who has some of the answers that we need as a society in general.
One of
And
the questions that
I've
I
learned
really-
a lot from him, I believe, and he's got me out of a bit of a funk that I was in for the last few years, feeling hopeless that there's nothing we can do to change this mess that we're in. And I absolutely feel that there is a way to change it today because of being on his panel. So I would invite you guys to come up. And he, like I said, if he knows you're a meat eater, he's probably going to get on you, but don't let it scare you away. Listen to the message and not the rhetoric, let's say.
Not if I get on him first.
Okay.
One of the questions that I've always wanted to have with a very intelligent vegan or vegetarian is, why do you think it is that human beings are the only species on Earth? Because you talked about slavery.
Yeah, he won't entertain the discussion right now.
Well,
I
why
believe
are human beings the only species on Earth that has to pay to live?
Yeah, I know.
That has what?
Human beings, when we're talking about slavery, human beings are the only species on Earth that has to pay to live here. And yet we're at the top of the food chain. So how does that work?
Well,
that's
because
what Louis was talking about earlier with owning land and having to pay rent.
Right.
Yeah, because some people, some humans have decided that they're better than other humans, and they've found ways through deception and lying and cheating to take over the rest of us humans. And it's that we need to wake up from. And we need to wake up from it on an individual level, on an individual basis. And we need to all individually, whether we end up in jail for it or not. The founding fathers didn't worry about ending up in jail or dead. They fought the British anyway. And if you want to talk about America or Canada, Canada's obviously captured, but America is just as captured if you look at it. If you look at it closely, it's just as captured. You have a few things that you're able to still do, but it's just as captured as it's just as captured as any other country in Europe or here. I mean, we have guns also in Canada. I mean, we have to have a license to have a gun now. We never used to, but all the liberals are the ones that always get that stuff in. But one by one, we have to individually take responsibility for what we're not standing for. And I think that's Paul's message. And I think it's a great message, and it would be great to see you guys there. And with that, I'm going to say again, thank you, Garland, for having me up. And thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, ma'am.
My name is Mickey. I go by Western Bitch Face.
Okay, Mickey. Thank you. I enjoyed myself. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you later.
I'm glad you joined us, Louis. Come again.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Good night.
And I too thank you, JD. You have done such an incredible job. I have no idea where you find the time. It's like 1:43 here right now, and I am literally sitting here between two fields falling asleep. And I don't understand. I really don't, because I read a lot, but I have no idea how you dedicate as much time as you have to chasing down the data that you have. The day that you posted the video that outlines all the companies that are attached to the WEF and the corporate regime that is basically driving this whole thing, I was dumbfounded. I have no idea how you found all that.
And it's all there, published on the WEF website. I did have to take the time because they there's no good reason for what they've done, but the way that they list those corporations is you've got to click on A, and then you get a list of all the corporations that start with the letter A, and then you've got to back out of that and then click on B, and you get a list of all the corporations that start with the letter B, and then C, and then D, and then E. So they make it difficult. They could just put that all in one comprehensive list, but they
Yes.
don't want anyone to do what I did, which was to compile all of those and put them in one long list, which was over 2,000 corporations that
Right.
have signed on to a vegan agenda, an anti-meat agenda, and that
Yep.
anti-meat agenda was signed on by corporations like Tyson
Oh,
Foods,
yeah.
the JBS, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. All of
Mhm.
these so-called meat companies are actually prepared to abandon meat altogether. And if you look carefully, you see that they're positioning themselves to be plant protein
Right.
companies.
Well, and it's terrifying to somebody like me who does have autoimmune issues, and it's terrifying to me as a mother because I don't want my children to inherit that kind of society. First of all, I don't. I mean, that's authoritarianism, and I have no truck with that. But it's just, I really am. I'm grateful to you because you have, given the world a lot of data that it didn't have before. I think it's hilarious that the vegans in multiple countries think that they're going to shut you down and shut you up. I'm so grateful for the data that you've posted and published over the past few years because you've really taken this on in a way that I wouldn't have the time for. Absolutely not. You know, I'm one
Yeah.
person trying to run a business and trying to run a farm and, finding myself with more work than I can handle now because of what has happened the past couple of years here. And,
Well, I have made sacrifices. I have made financial sacrifices. I try not to make sacrifices with my family. I always set aside time for them. Um, and but I have certainly made financial sacrifices to expose the vegan / WEF agenda, and I will not apologize for that. My family, both all of the members of my family understand where I'm coming from. They
yes.
know that I take good care of my animals. But as far as like the meat business, I shut
Mhm.
that down. I shut it down
Yeah.
because it was taking up too much time. It was too much overhead. And also, I had a certain amount of beef set aside to sell, and I didn't have a subscriber base that was actually willing to support me in that. So I
Yeah.
figured with all this COVID stuff ramping up, I looked around and I said, this could easily not the disease itself, but the mismanagement of how to deal with it could easily cause a global famine. So
Oh,
let's
absolutely.
You're right,
Yeah.
and so just put that in the freezer and save it for the family. So there have been sacrifices, most of them financial, but as far as the rest of it, I'm very much like you. The reason that I'm motivated to fight this is for the future,
Right.
for my children, for the people that I care about that will be left behind after I'm gone.
Right. Well, and I just look at it from the standpoint that if we do lose the meat industry, even on a personalist level, if I get to the point where I don't know how much attention you pay to what's going on with the USDA, but this last December they finally put in place a UN initiative that has been proposed over the last 10-15 years. And they finally decided that they were going to be able to implement a new law that requires RFID chipping on all cattle in interstate commerce. And of course, I'm only 25 miles from the Ohio River, which is the dividing line between Pennsylvania and West Virginia and Maryland. And so I actually have customers in Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And so this whole thing, the way the law is actually written now, is that any kind of cattle that cross state lines have to be chipped and have to be tracked and have to be
Yeah.
registered.
Yeah.
Well, So now I'm basically having to have my customers, I'm not able to, take cattle over the river. I have to have them come here and use my processor and buy my meat here in Ohio so that I can stay within the law. Otherwise I become a felon. And of course, you know how the USDA is. If I break the law, then I can lose all my animals. I can lose my animals. I can lose my farm. I can lose my home. And I end up, with court fees and fines and whatever else. And so the way commercial agriculture is today has become incredibly frightening. And, it's a David versus Goliath situation because the corporations rule the roost and they have the lobbyists. And there are so few of us actual farmers and ranchers left that we basically have no voice in this. And that terrifies me because when you talk about famine, I remember back in the 80s when we were learning in high school about a coming famine by the year 2000, and Monsanto and DuPont and Pioneer were promising us that, oh, well, these genetic seed lines where we're doing GMOs, these are going to save the world because we got golden rice coming out and we have all of this, Roundup Ready corn coming out, and that's going to prevent famine. Well, no, it just puts it off. It doesn't prevent anything because nobody can live on corn. Not a single human being can live on rice for very long until they, end up malnourished and die. And
Yep.
So what's happening right now, I think, is terrifying. And the reason that I keep, it's like I got to get up in 3 hours and go out to the barn and start chores. And inevitably, I will have my phone hanging on the wall and listening to podcasts and news stories and stuff. And there's always something having to do. I mean, the last year has been dominated by Ukraine. And people don't realize how much global commerce has impacted, not only NPK fertilizers that are coming from Ukraine and Russia, but also, wheat production and whatever else that society right now is dependent on that we shouldn't be.
Yeah,
And
it's interesting how they've arranged things. It's been a chess game for the powers that be, where Australia is importing beef from the United States. The United States is importing beef from Australia,
yeah,
and all of this food could be, the supply lines could be shut down very easily, and they could declare another pandemic and just cull an
yeah,
entire population of would-be food based on some type of proclaimed danger that hasn't been proved, but because all of these animals are on contract, they have the ability to actually engineer a famine
yes.
out of thin air.
Well, and not only famine. I mean, that's one of the reasons I want to talk about the issue of animal derived medications and medical tech, because um, a lot of the pharmaceutical companies just recently hiked the price of insulin. That was the video that I made tonight because a friend of mine and I were having a discussion about this earlier. There's another price increase in insulin, and it's become so unaffordable that elderly people have stopped taking their medication, but they're not changing their diets. They don't understand because they've been so indoctrinated into this idea that was put out, in the 70s by the ADA that, a diabetic needs to have at least 46% of their diet be carbohydrates from grains, fruits, and vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the exact opposite way to treat diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's directly, diametrically opposed to the treatment that was being used in the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century that was actually very successful. Then what happened was somebody figured out how to synthesize insulin from, bovine pancreas. And what happens, and what has been happening now for almost a century, is that these pharmaceutical companies buy these cattle byproducts from commercial cattle, and they buy the fresh frozen pancreas from cattle, swine, rabbits, and they produce these insulins. And the way they keep their patents is every few years they tweak their formulas so that they can apply for a regenerated patent, and then they can never make a generic. No one can make a generic. And if they could, then the price of insulin would be cheaper, and this would make sense to not have to re-educate people about nutrition. But the fact of the matter is that these people are slaves to the corporations, and they don't know it because nobody has educated anybody about this stuff. When I left healthcare, we were still telling cardiac patients that diabetes had nothing to do with their cardiac problems, even though we knew that that was untrue. Why? Because when you're a nurse and you're doing patient education, if you try to tell them the truth about anything, you can literally lose your license because that's considered practicing medicine without a license. And so, you have to do what the policy and protocol says you have to do. You have to follow the published documentation, and you have to follow doctor's orders. But it doesn't make any sense because what we're being told to tell patients is false. Patients have no idea that the price of insulin is going up because it's profitable for stockholders. It has nothing to do with the actual manufacturing costs. It has everything to do with the fact that they're the ones you're dependent on, and they can do what they want. And so we're not just headed for famine. We're headed for legitimate slavery of the American populace, but also just people in general across the world because of the way that this is being done. And what's going to happen when they get to the point that they can actually curb animal agriculture? Well, you're going to have fewer cattle to derive these hormones from. So insulin is going to become so exorbitantly expensive because you don't have that many cattle to derive your base product from. So the people who are going to die are the people who need the medication the most. And that's a scary thing to think about when you think about the fact that we're not just talking about food here. We're talking about medicine. We're talking about, the LCD screens and smartphones. We're talking about the proliferation of information, truthful information. I mean, it goes across just about every facet of modern life. And when I think about my kids in the next 50 years and their kids and their families, I don't know how you're doing what you're doing. I don't know how you're paying such close attention to this stuff and not just wanting to bash your head into a wall.
Who said I didn't want to bash my head? Yeah, it's.
Dude, you are so calm, cool, and collected all the time. It just absolutely amazes me. I listen to the things that you say, and I sit there and think, I wish I could be that calm about it. And I don't feel calm anymore. It's like I went back to farming to like have a healthy life and to, be closer to my family and be able to be self-sufficient. And I just feel like I have put my whole family out on a precipice. And I always feel like I'm on the verge of tears anymore because of it. Because this does feel like war.
Well, it is war. But you have to, and those of us who are fighting that war go through what you're describing, and I hope that for most that are fighting for the well-being of the children, because that's really who we're fighting for,
Absolutely.
that we will move past that and find a calm, because we are our children, and the children rely upon us, and it's necessary that we're able to take a deep breath, relax, and just face those who wish malice upon us with a calm resolve that cannot be extinguished.
Yeah.
So what's the solution?
Mojo Rising?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's the solution to this
Education.
war? Education on what?
Education on reality.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. On the reality of corporations or the economic situation we have?
Not just that. Let's talk about something basic. Let's talk about what you mentioned a couple hours ago. You left a comment about compost. Okay. Well, my vocational agriculture project throughout high school was on the cultivation and conservation of soil. And I make dirt. That's what I do in life. I make dirt. And one of the reasons I bought spent land from the petroleum industry out here in Ohio was because, first of all, it was cheap. And second of all, it gave me something to do that I know how to do very well, which is build soil, build biodiversity. I can't do that without livestock. And the reason I can't do that without livestock is the same reason you can't have the savanna without the wildebeest. And you can't have, the Mongolian tundra without the caribou. It's because it's a symbiotic system. The building of soil is dependent on biodiversity and the implantation of bacteria, fungi, and yeast. And you cannot have
Aren't those found in a compost pile?
Huh?
Aren't those found in a compost pile?
They are, but a compost pile is not acreage. Okay. And
yeah.
I make compost too.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. So hold on. I'm just gonna let you know that my only experience with this is backyard farming. So
okay,
I don't have.
So let me explain it to you this way. Do you use bone meal on your garden?
I don't.
Do you use blood meal on your garden?
I don't.
Do you use sweet lime on your garden?
No.
Okay.
I use diatomaceous earth is probably the only thing that I use other than companion planting and compost.
All right. But see, the compost that you have, if it doesn't have animal matter in it, if it doesn't have blood and bone in it, and you're not using blood meal or bone meal, then your soil is deficient in specific nutrients that it needs to be able to grow healthy crops.
Wait, that's not true. That's not true.
It's absolutely true.
But you can no, because you can companion plant. So you grow. Okay, so
here's the thing. Let me
grow the three
right
sisters.
No.
Okay.
Let me stop you right there, okay? Because I first read Louise Riot's book on companion planting in 1979 when it was first published, and that was my first book to learn how to garden when I was 14 years old. Okay, I've been doing companion planting my whole life. But what I know is even if I plant the three sisters together on deficient soil, I'm still going to end up with purple stripes on my corn. Why? Because it is depleted in phosphorus. And so unless I want to apply NPK fertilizers, which I don't, for a multitude of reasons, then I have to find somewhere to get the phosphorus to actually amend my soil so that it's healthy. And I can't do that without the input of animal matter, because that's how you build a healthy biosphere. The way you get a healthy microbiota is by bacteria being able to have the food that they need for the species that they are to appropriately distribute matter through their ecology, which is the soil, so that that soil is healthy and biodiverse and able to support a wide variety of life. You cannot have that without bone and blood. Why? Because there's things in bone and blood from mammals, from fish, that you don't find in plant matter. It doesn't matter if you're companion planting. If your soil is deficient, it's deficient. It doesn't matter if you plant squash with your corn, you're still going to end up with purple stripes in your corn, in your foliage, for the simple fact that your soil is deficient. And so that's the kind of education I'm talking about. You say you do backyard farming. What you are is a personal home gardener. I have 15 acres of market gardens that I grow for the farmers market every year. And I'm sorry, but there is animal matter all over my gardens. Because
I don't deny that. I don't deny that you would have that problem. I don't have that issue in my backyard. I don't have animal matter.
You don't know that you don't have that problem.
I do know. I happen
to live. And I'll tell you.
Hold on. I happen to live in a brand new neighborhood.
Do you have your soil tested?
Hold on.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
I have had my soil tested, yes, at CSU. However, I live in a new neighborhood, so we don't have any mature trees. The soil was brand new to the neighborhood, so this is where I started from. But you can get phosphorus, for example.
Brand new to the neighborhood. What do you mean?
Well, brand new neighborhood, newly built homes.
Subdivision.
So you're not sure of what animal carcasses might have decayed into the soil before.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
That's exactly right. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
I say brand new, I mean 5 years.
Yeah. But you live in a subdivision.
You don't know the history of the soil that you inherited.
Yeah, you're right. I know what it is now, and I don't add anything extra to it. As far as phosphorus goes, though, you can use mushroom compost to get your phosphorus that you need.
You can, but how are you gonna get that mushroom compost?
Well, we happen to have local co-ops around here where we create compost between different people and different farms.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got 15 acres of market gardens, and I'm surrounded by forest. So where would you and I'm also a farmer, and I have an actual headline, like I have a ceiling of what I'm willing to actually spend monetarily on my land. So what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to go and spend a bunch of money on some mushrooms when I can easily just go ahead and replace the phosphorus with bone meal from my own manure pit, the lime pit where I actually compost animals that die here, both wildlife and my own animals.
You can. I'm not giving you any prescriptions at all. You can. You just did. You just asked me for a prescription.
No, I'm
not giving you prescriptions.
That is a rhetorical
You said, "What am I?"
question.
You said, "What am I supposed to do?" I don't care what you do.
It's a rhetorical question. I'm asking you to broaden your thinking about this because you are a backyard gardener who has no agricultural experience.
My backyard gardening supports my household.
That's good for you. That's good for you.
Let me ask a question to Mojo Rising. How is mushroom compost created?
Through the composting of mushrooms.
Oh dear God. Okay.
So you don't know how it's created, correct?
Well, if that's not how goes in. If that's not how it's created, wait, hold on. If that's not how it's created, then I don't know.
Right, exactly right. That's what I mean by.
So what if there's a long list of soil amendments and products that go into creating the raw material for mushroom compost? So
I don't
this
know
is-
what it is. I actually get my mushroom compost from a local mushroom place that sells mushrooms to all over the state that I happen to live in. So I don't know.
This reminds me of a story that someone told me the other day, where there was a young woman that was riding with a family, and this family were farmers, and this young woman was not a farmer. She was from the city, and she was riding with the family. She was the only one from the city that was in the car, and they were driving through a corn corn agricultural area, and she looked out and she saw all of these corn plants, and she looked out there and she said, "What is growing out there? What is that?" And they said, "That's corn." And she said, she looked at them kind of confused, and she said, "This is a true story." She looked at them and said, "I thought corn came in a can." And this is similar to the conversation that we're having with you about this
Yes.
mushroom compost. Is
Exactly
that
right.
you think the mushroom compost comes from a mushroom company, but you don't know the ins and outs and the details about how that mushroom compost is created to begin with.
Do you
Correct?
know how mycelium grows, Mojo?
I happen to grow mushrooms underneath my back porch,
Okay,
but that's
but
but
there-
it grows it grows on dead logs. So I don't know.
Where do the dead logs come from?
The dead logs came with the mushrooms that I bought.
No.
The dead
Where
logs
do
are
the
dead
dead
are
logs come from?
trees.
Where do the
Those are
trees come
trees.
from? The trees
The-
come from forests. That's the first thing. And what lives in the forests?
Animals.
Untold wildlife of every size, every fashion. We're talking everything from vermiculture to large animals live in the forest. And those
Okay.
animals live and die in the forest. They
All right.
defecate in the forest. They
All right,
urinate in the
stop.
forest.
Stop.
No. I want you
I'm
to
not.
listen.
I'm not pulling soil from the forest.
You are, because
I
you
am
are
not pulling
using
soil from the
logs.
forest. No,
You
I am.
are using logs, and those logs came from a forest.
Where did you acquire the logs?
Oh wow, this is that's incredible. Okay,
Welcome to
let's
agriculture.
hold on. Let's just say that I have no education on any of this. I don't understand
That's
any of
right.
it.
That's
Okay,
right.
okay.
So you
So
were way
hold on,
outside your
hold
wheelhouse.
on. I am asking you what your solution to
This
your
is-
problem is. To your problem, because
I
you
don't
said,
have a problem.
but you did. You were just complaining about how we need solutions to all these problems that I'm having on my farm
No,
right
no,
now.
no.
So I
give you-
asked you. I specifically asked you what your solution
Mojo
was,
Rising,
and
may
you
I
said,
answer?
It was
"Well,
a
hold on,
rhetorical
hold on." I asked you. You said you want to educate.
Yes,
I
and
asked
that's
you what
and
you
this
would
is my
want to
point.
educate on. Okay, so what?
So
going back.
let's
So wait,
backtrack.
hold
Let's
on.
backtrack.
Yes.
Let him
My
finish.
question
Stop.
was
Let him
rhetorical.
Nikki,
Stop.
let him finish.
I asked
Let him
you,
finish.
what would you like to educate everybody on?
This
Then.
is what I'm trying to explain to you, and you won't listen. My question to you was rhetorical. My land is self-sufficient. Why? Because I have animals on my land. I'm building soil naturally by using the natural grazing patterns of animals to be able to build soil on top of what used to be a frack mine. Okay. And 100 years ago, it was a coal mine. When I got here, there was nothing but weeds, basically. And weeds, the agricultural definition of a weed is a plant growing where it's not wanted. So those plants actually do have value, but they weren't, I can't feed veg to cattle because it'll kill them. But it was basically multiflora roses and vetch and crabgrass growing on top of dead limestone in a heavily industrial contaminated region around 100-year-old mine. Okay, the way that I'm building soil on this land is by the help of the animals that I have grazing here. And I use those animals to increase
Okay,
biodiversity.
this is not answering my
Pasture
question.
No, I'm trying to explain something to you, and I am.
This is not answering my question.
It will, if you will be patient and listen and actually be teachable for just a minute, okay? I don't have a problem, but here's the problem that you have, is that you are a backyard gardener who has lived in this neighborhood for, I think you said 5 years. You have no knowledge of the history of the land that your house is sitting on. You have no knowledge of the long-term history for the last century of what was done to the land before the neighborhood got put there. And yet you're going to sit here with less than 5 years of experience growing vegetables on that land, and you think that you can tell me about the land's health? You can't, because it takes 20 years to establish a completely self-sufficient garden. And that's if you do everything right. That's if you don't have anything catastrophic happen in the area that you're growing the gardens in. It takes 20 years to establish good, biodiverse, healthy, fully sufficient soil.
You're still not answering my question.
I am, and I'm asking you to stop making assumptions and just listen to me. So when I'm saying that we need to educate people, I'm saying that my demographic, okay, I grew up in agriculture. I'm 8th and 9th generation beef and dairy.
You're still not answering my
I
question.
am answering your question, and you're making assumptions and trying to keep me from answering you. So just be patient with me. My demographic is dying out, not because people don't need food, but because corporations have taken over big ag. And they are trying to sell commodity crops in place, and commodity crops have absolutely nothing to do with nutrition. It has to do with making money on the cheapest inputs possible. Okay? It has nothing to do with nutrition. It has nothing to do with health. It has nothing to do with anything besides making money. And so we are living in a truly dystopian society right now, where people have bought into this idea that if it came from a supermarket, that it's real food, and that they are somehow going to be sustainable. Well, that's just not true. Okay? And so we have people like you who have chosen a vegan lifestyle, who are trying to legislate what the rest of society does with its food.
Wait, hold on. Stop the straw manning. Stop the straw manning. I didn't try and legislate anything. I didn't try to legislate. I didn't try and legislate anything.
I said vegans. I said
you said people like you.
I did not say you in particular.
You said people like you.
Hey, listen to what I'm saying. You sat in the comments section on this podcast for over a half an hour, making wide sweeping assumptions about other people and their diets, and telling us that you've been a vegan for 25 years.
Now you were just pivoting just to answer the question.
Pivoting. I am answering the question, and you are trying to block me. The vegan movement is a militant religious movement based on subjective, emotional rhetoric that has absolutely nothing to do with reality. Every part of our society is dependent on animal agriculture. And
okay, I am not going to be filibustered like that, because you are not. You didn't answer my question. You are not addressing anything that I asked at all. So we can.
What is needed?
I asked you what you wanted to educate people on. I asked you what your solution was. You said education. I said what do you want to educate? What do you want to educate people on?
Time out.
And this is exactly it. We're talking about what I want to educate people on, because you yourself have actually admitted that you are ignorant of what goes into actually even making the soil.
Let me ask.
Honestly, I don't care what happened to the soil 20 years ago. Honestly, I don't care how many animals died on the soil 20 years ago.
Because
I don't care.
It dictates the nutritional value of the food that you're growing there. So you actually should care.
I don't care.
I have a question. I have a question for Mojo Rising. Are you creating your own mushroom compost?
No,
But you have mushrooms growing
I
below
do.
your porch
Yes.
on some old dead logs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see your screen?
Yeah.
Chicken manure has two important functions in the mushroom compost. First, it's cheap
Okay.
and fairly reliable source of nitrogen. Are you sure that the
In all
mushroom?
honesty, you're not killing a chicken to get manure, so it doesn't bother me at all to have manure in soil because
Well,
I'm sure that every
no,
single
that's-
inch of soil on the face of this planet has
and
manure in it
and
somewhere.
that's false. And that's
Are you
actually false.
are you exploiting those chickens?
I don't care about exploitation, man.
Okay.
Then-
Not of animals.
Here's one of the problems that I run into when I'm debating vegans is that they keep moving the goalposts because each one, depending on where the conversation is landing, will change their personal definition. Do you not buy into the vegan society's definition of veganism?
I don't. I don't even know
Okay.
what the vegan society is.
But
Okay.
you're a vegan.
Yes. I've been vegan for 25 years, so vegan or vegetarian, one of the two.
What's your definition of veganism?
Well, veganism is not eating any meat product at all. I don't consider poop a meat product. However, vegan and vegetarian. I've been vegan or vegetarian for the last 25 years. So
do you equate the two?
no. But either way, I'm not killing animals for the food that I eat.
So what's the purpose of your veganism?
Well, as I stated in chat earlier, the purpose of my veganism is based on human political violence.
And what do you define?
What are you growing in your home garden?
A lot of crap, but all sorts of green leafy veg. I'm growing beautiful tomatoes and garlic and basil and all sorts of herbs and cucumbers and peas and beans and squash.
Pesticides.
I don't use pesticides.
You don't use any pesticides at all.
I don't.
Are you getting all of your nutrition from this garden?
I would say the vast majority of it, yes. Otherwise, I will supplement from local farmers markets, from farmers that I actually know and talk to.
Do you have any health issues?
No.
None at all.
No.
You've been a vegan or a vegetarian,
and you're not supplementing at all, right?
I'm not. I take no supplements.
He says he doesn't.
For 25 years, you've not supplemented at all.
That is correct.
That's
when is the last time that you were
not
vegetarian?
I'm actually a vegetarian right now.
Okay, so you're not.
So I do eat eggs now and cheese every once in a while. Most of the time, I'm making my own cheese, but
okay.
And I don't eat a ton of eggs.
Milk from?
I don't drink milk.
Are you sensitive to?
You said you ate cheese.
Are you sensitive to a woman's period and the fact that they need to replace that heme iron?
My wife is in menopause, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, but that's untrue. See, because when women go into menopause, I just basically hit perimenopause. I got pregnant with my last child when I was 49. And I don't actually think I would have carried that pregnancy if I hadn't gone back to eating meat. But here's the thing about menopause is that women, in order to avoid the symptoms of menopause, they have to bolster their saturated fat intake because
she doesn't have any symptoms, though. She doesn't have any outward symptoms.
Yeah, okay. But symptoms are just outward displays.
Diagnosed?
How was she diagnosed with what?
Menopause.
With menopause? Well,
yeah.
She doesn't have a period anymore.
That doesn't mean anything.
Hasn't for some time.
Okay.
That is her only symptom of being menopausal.
Well, I thought that's what menopause is.
No.
When you stop having your monthly cycle.
No, actually, that's not true. So that's another place where you don't understand what it actually means. So menopause is not just the cessation of menses, it's also the hormonal changes that come with that over a period of 10 months or longer. And those hormonal changes require women to actually change their diet. So women, in order to avoid long-term symptoms, which include the development of cancer. So you can't say that your wife doesn't have any symptoms because you don't know.
Well, she gets
Without-
checked on a regular basis because she has already
So
had
she
cancer.
she has a PET scan every 6 months?
She 6 months to a year, yeah. She's
Okay.
already had cancer.
So your wife
So-
has a $20,000 PET scan every 6 months. I just don't believe your story because you have an answer for
She-
everything. But here's the deal. In order to avoid getting cancer as a menopausal woman or a postmenopausal woman, we need more saturated fats because all of our hormones are fat soluble hormones that are derived from cholesterol.
There's a lot of veggie sourced animal or non-animal fats.
Yeah, there's a lot of non-animal fats, none of which are saturated fats, except for coconut oil, and that
Which we use a lot of.
And that does not have the full complement of fatty acids that are actually needed to produce cholesterol. And women need more cholesterol as they age in order to avoid those symptoms.
Who told you that?
I'm a nurse. I'm an RN BSN, and I have 20 years of continuing education experience, and I'm also a woman. Who told you what you think you know? Excuse me.
I don't know. But the nurses I talk to, I'll say all kinds of crazy stuff
that
too.
estrogen is manufactured from in the human body.
Hold on. I really don't care about any of this.
Yes, I know you don't care. You keep telling us that you don't care, but you have an opinion that you want to impose on other people.
No, I don't.
So
I told you I don't want to impose anything on anybody.
Then why are we
Because
having
I want to talk. I'm having this conversation because I wanted to talk to Garland Farms about how idiotic it is to tell everybody that they shouldn't eat plants.
I never said that.
Okay, so you know what happens when I eat plants?
I don't care.
Well, no, you don't care. That's quite obvious.
Wait, hold on. What is your source that I told anyone that you shouldn't?
Well, I don't know. I listened to your Crucible arguments that you had.
And what in the Crucible argument? Where did I say that people should not eat plants?
You suggest that the vegan diet is destroying the planet.
It is.
That would mean
people should not eat plants.
Well, that would mean that if we're destroying the planet by eating plants.
No, that's not what that means.
Wait, the vegan diet is plants.
No, I didn't say the vegan diet. I said the crop agriculture that provides.
No. You did say the vegan diet. You have said multiple times that the vegan diet is destroying the planet.
No, I did not.
You have.
No,
you absolutely have.
I have never said that. Prove it.
Would you like me to go ahead and screen cap it from the Crucible?
Yes, I would love for you to prove that I ever said that.
Okay, I can do that. I'll have to get back to you on that though, because I'm not going to sit here and watch their videos right now.
Okay. Well, I'll be here in next live stream. You come on and you prove that I ever said that. Here's what I've said is I have never said that veganism is destroying the planet. What I've said is that the crop agriculture, the mainstream crop agriculture that produces the lion's share of the items on the vegan menu is causing gargantuan, untold amounts of animal suffering and death and environmental destruction.
And you added to that nobody buys organic, right?
No, I didn't say nobody. I said the mainstream vegan influencers will preach to their congregations to avoid organic.
Yes, they do.
Because organic relies upon animal manure, blood meal, and bone meal.
That you just said you don't use.
I don't. Not for my personal farm.
Right.
I don't buy a whole lot of food from the grocery store either, and I'm certainly not going to buy factory farm food.
Okay, so I actually grow 15 acres of market gardens on my farm, all of which use bone meal, blood meal, compost, and manure. Okay.
But again, I don't care. Again, I don't care. I don't care about manure. I don't really care about manure, and I don't care about.
Hold on.
I sell at the farmers market.
Mojo Rising, this is why it matters, is because you're going to these local markets and you're buying local produce that is using bone meal.
From
and
people
No,
like me.
no, actually, I'm not, because I happen to know the farmers that
Yeah, and I know all
that
the
I get my
farmers
stuff
too.
that I get my stuff from. So
Here's
I'm
the
not. But
deal.
either way, I said I don't care about poop. It doesn't bother me.
We're not talking about poop.
I didn't say poop. I said blood meal and bone meal.
And you said manure.
Yes.
No.
And
no,
can you
didn't.
complete? You did.
No, I said bone meal and blood meal.
And manure.
No, I never said manure in this. Not in the last 2 minutes. I didn't.
Okay.
But here's the point: is that I sell at the farmers market, and about half of my customers are vegans. When they ask me how
Wait, I don't
grow
care about
their
your
vegetables-
anecdotes either.
Yeah, I know that. I get that because
Well, you
don't
can't
believe
prove it.
anything
You
about
can't.
what-
You can't prove what the
No, I
vegans that
can
you know
actually.
say. You can't even prove that they're vegan. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, you can't prove that they're not.
No, exactly. That's my point. It's pointless to talk about it then.
Mojo Rising, when I say NPK, what does that mean?
NPK 5, NPK 10, NPK 15.
No, I want him to answer. What does NPK mean?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see your screen? Should be up there.
I'm honestly looking at the YouTube chat. I don't know if we have another chat or not.
Okay, I'm just talking. I put it up on the screen on the live stream screen.
Oh,
NPK.
well, I don't even know where that's at. But I have never done this before. I've never actually chatted. Well, that's not true. I did chat back in 2000 during the election, but
What we're talking about is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium amendments, which are fertilizers, which were actually first started selling them commercially as fertilizers after World War I. Those chemicals were originally inorganic mineral mining, and they were used as military ordnance. And then the chemical companies that were making them, like DuPont.
I don't see anything in the chat stream or in the chat, the stream chat.
It's not in the chat. It's on the live stream.
In StreamYard, I don't see anything.
Well, NPK stands for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Those are commercial fertilizers.
Okay, so what's your point?
They were used as war munitions. Now they're used as fertilizers. They're incredibly toxic.
Okay, and your point is?
And that's what monocropping uses to fertilize. And that
I don't believe in monocropping. I believe that the vast majority
the
vast majority of monocropping is because we raise animals, and
No,
the vast
it's
majority
not.
of it is because it's corn and soy. It's corn and soy, and most of the corn and soy grown in this country and on this planet is grown for animals.
No, it's not.
It is.
That is a falsehood. That is a falsehood. Once again, you are talking about propaganda. You're not talking about actual data. You're not talking about actual statistics. You're talking about vegan propaganda.
Are the two largest monoculture crops corn and soy?
I told you.
Do the majority of those crops get grown to feed to animals?
No.
40% of corn is actually grown for
36.
ethanol.
Well, yeah.
Is grown for what?
For ethanol.
Okay, so human consumption other than bananas.
Absolutely. And most of what's actually being fed to animals is byproduct. It's actually
so most of the corn that's grown is not grown for food.
No.
For humans.
It's grown for human consumption, not for livestock.
But it's not grown for human
but not
food.
for
It's grown,
livestock, like you said.
but not
You
for
said
It's
food.
grown
livestock,
But
but
not
you
for
said
food.
livestock, and it's for human
But not for
consumption.
food.
But you said livestock.
You're correct.
But you said
I did.
livestock.
You're correct. I said most of it did go to livestock. You
Right,
are
and
So
now
correct.
you're
40%
admitting
of
that you're
it.
wrong. It's for human consumption
Yes.
as
Yes.
fuel.
Yes, I was wrong.
Okay.
I
Now
was
tell me
wrong.
about now.
Okay, so now we
that's
can add.
corn. Can we move
So
corn
wait,
aside and
wait,
talk about soybean now?
hold on. No, we can't. We can talk about both of them at the same time because
Okay,
these are
which
the
one do you
two.
want to discuss?
These
Because we
are
have to
the
speak about
the
specifics.
these are the two largest monocultured crops on the face of this
Correct.
planet,
Correct.
and they're used for human consumption, whether it be through food or through biodiesel. Correct.
Correct.
Is that right?
Primarily, yes.
Okay, so how does the vegan diet have anything to do with any of that?
Because whenever you ask a vegan about the crop deaths issue, they say, well, if we can just abolish livestock agriculture, then
I don't
that
care
will.
about crop deaths either.
Okay, then let's talk about the environmental destruction.
Okay, let's do that. Let's talk
Okay,
about how much
okay.
water is used to grow a fucking cow.
Let's talk
I
about
don't drink any water.
that's green water. Do you know the difference between green and blue water?
It doesn't matter because
doesn't.
water.
matter.
Wait, hold on.
It
Water.
absolutely matters.
Wait, hold on. Water can be run through electrolysis, and it can produce fuel in the process, and can also be cleaned in the process, and then it can be fed to human beings.
So you expect
90% of the
people to
water
live on
that's
high
used
land.
to grow cattle, for instance, is green water. That means it falls from the sky and
Exactly right.
and it runs into a pond, and they drink from the pond, and then they go out into the pasture and they piss, and that water ends up watering the plants.
Exactly right. It's a
Whereas,
closed system.
whereas with almonds, for instance, the majority of that water is blue water, which means that it's been electrically pumped out of the ground, out of the aquifers, and then it lands on the almond plant. And I don't remember the numbers. I can look them up, but the numbers actually overshadow livestock water requirements, especially when you consider that it's blue water instead of green water. It's blue water is sucked out of the ground, which means that it harms humankind. It harms the environment. But the water that cows drink primarily is green water, which means it falls from the sky. It runs along the ground as runoff into a pond, and then they drink it, and then they run out there and piss onto a plant, and it waters the plant so that the plant can grow. And it's got all of the nitrogen and phosphorus and potassium that you would like to mine and produce from petroleum.
Yep. No, Cecil, you have to stay. Are you still there?
He's still there. He doesn't know what to say right now.
Yep.
Oh, wow. So am I here now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so
Bye-bye.
What happened?
He evidently left.
He looks like he's still here on my end.
On my end, he disappeared.
Yeah, I see that he's like gone from the screen, but he's still
Maybe he'll
no,
come
yeah,
back.
you're right. He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah. I think he got frustrated.
Yeah.
This is where the education thing becomes incredibly important. And it also, this is what I meant when I said the hubris is absolutely amazing to me. Because as soon as you start talking about the reality of the situation that we're in, that whole thing about I don't care, anecdotes don't matter, well, the data says, and the whole thing about corn and soy just is maddening, because no matter how many times you try to explain the reality of monocropping and, commercial products, they don't want to hear it. They really don't want to hear it, because they have this propaganda in their heads that has told them that a certain thing is true that isn't.
Yes.
It's maddening.
It is maddening because they keep telling the same lies over and over and over again. And they'll even tell lies about me, where they're saying that I claim that eating plants is destroying the environment, or that no one should eat plants, or that vegan, or they'll change it to vegans are destroying the environment.
Yeah.
When what I actually say,
corporations are destroying the environment. It has nothing to do with individual vegans. It has to do with the corporations that have taken over agribusiness.
Right. And the mainstream crop agriculture that also produces the items on the vegan menu is causing worldwide desertification.
Yes.
They're causing a worldwide desert. That's the climate change that's actually happening. I get pissed off at people who say, no, there's no such thing as climate change, because I'm living in an area that has become desertified over the last 50 years.
This is the problem I have with it. I don't think that there's no such thing as climate change. There absolutely is. The changes that we've seen since the 1970s alone have been rapidly accelerating. My problem is with the people who say it's being caused by agriculture, because
it is caused by agriculture.
It is caused by agriculture.
Crop.
It's
caused by crop agriculture.
Right, but they don't understand what they're talking about, because the USDA, I can't remember that guy's name. One of their I think the natural resource liaisons, he does a national program now where he goes around showing this this PowerPoint presentation to farmers across the United States, where he's talking about the carbon release that NASA has been tracking for like the last 20 years, and showing that our carbon release explodes in like March, April, May. And we see,
when we're tilling.
And it's from the tillage and it's from the harvest. And then he does the same thing with the methane, and he shows the methane output of the rice cropping. And it's actually a good program. I think that I need to go back and find it so that like we can actually repost it, because it just dwarfs anything that's happening in animal husbandry. And so there is that man-made, carbon release and the greenhouse emissions. But nobody wants to talk about the way that the sun influences climate change, or the cyclical nature of Earth, and the fact that, we've always had these cycles. And so the problem is not just agriculture. The problem is everything. We're not paying attention to solar weather. We're not paying attention to industrial emissions. We're not paying attention to the petroleum industry. All of these things work in concert. It's all a fabric of a kind. And you can't just blame it on one thing. And that's what they want to do. They want to blame it on cattle, which is just bizarre to me. They always come back to the issue of cattle. And cattle, what is it? 3% of all agricultural emissions are caused by cattle.
Something like that, yeah.
And agriculture accounts
and
for 9%.
And those are natural emissions. We've always had ruminants.
Right. But then you figure agriculture accounts for 9% of those emissions. Well, why aren't we talking about the other 91%? And that's not a conversation that these people are capable of having, because they've imbibed so much of the propaganda against animal agriculture that they have no way to have these discussions in any real meaningful way. Kind of like the issue of, okay, well, let's talk about soil. How is soil made? If you can't even admit that dead logs come from a forest that's actually dependent for its growth on animals that live and die there, then the conversation is already over. So
yeah. If you're operating from a position that you want to dictate how agriculture works and what other people are going to eat, and you have no knowledge on human physiology, biochemistry, nutrition, and no
yes,
knowledge on how agriculture works. Someone says, "What is NPK?" and you go, I don't know." Well, then you really just need to shut the fuck up and move aside.
exactly. I agree. I absolutely agree. And that's exactly what I was trying to get him to understand, is when I say education, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You were in an FFA program. I was in an FFA program. We all knew this by the time we were 15, 16 years old. But today, society doesn't have these programs anymore. And the people who are consuming these products and listening to this rhetoric have no idea where their food comes from, how it's grown, why it's grown. They have no knowledge of the history of the USDA or the regulations and programs that have been put in place since 1971 that have gotten us to the place that we're at. They have no understanding of how the agricultural lobby works on Capitol Hill, or the fact that the corporations are the ones with the lobbyists, not the family farmers. And so, until we get to a point where we can actually educate people on the reality of the situation that we're in, we're always going to be having these ridiculous runaround conversations where you've got one guy sitting there wanting to dictate to the rest of the world how they live, but who sits there and says that they don't care about reality, which makes no sense.
Yeah, and I think he said that several times.
Yes.
What is NPK? I don't care what that is. All I want is for you to stop eating animals.
And it's just not going to happen.
Well, it's not going to happen for you and I, but for, let's say someone lives in San Diego in the city. They don't have room for a garden. All they have is a little balcony on their third floor apartment.
Right.
They don't have the ability to just eat meat when they want, because if you criminalize animal agriculture, then that puts us out of business. And if you criminalize hunting and fishing, then that puts us out of business on a second level. And now we're on the same level as those people who are living in an apartment in San Diego, except, we could go out there and break the law, but are we going to become felons for acquiring naturally acquired nutrition? That's what scares me, is that they could actually criminalize proper human nutrition.
Of course. Well, and so there's two natural outcomes of that eventuality, if that were to occur. There's the human famine issue that would occur on two fronts, because number one, people cannot survive long term on a plant-based diet and be healthy. And number two, over time, without depredation, without hunting, without fishing, without the animal inputs from the livestock and the wildlife that were there, well, you're going to have a proliferation of wildlife that gets diseased and starts to die out. And then you're also going to have an imbalance in wildlife that comes and eats your crops and causes a secondary famine. And, it's You know, you expect this from like 12-year-olds because they don't have a prefrontal cortex, so they can't figure out consequences very well. But I don't expect this from grown adults who want to sit there and tell us about everything we're doing wrong, but they have not actually ferreted out the natural consequences of these kinds of decisions. If you outlaw animal agriculture, if you outlaw hunting and fishing, then you're going to end up with these tremendous imbalances that upset the ecosystem and completely annihilate our food production.
Yeah, they're playing a very dangerous game where they're willing to back these draconian globally reaching draconian measures to satisfy their Disney-esque fantasies, and they don't even have enough mature responsibility instilled in their consciousness in order to make sure that, you know, it's like when someone quits veganism, they say, "Oh, you could have stayed a vegan had you stuck to a well-planned plant-based diet. You know, everything's well planned." And you say, "Well, where's the source? I mean, do you have like a well-planned vegan website where this is all spelled out?" Well,
Nope.
no, that's an individual thing. You have to figure that out for yourself. And the same thing is true for what they're doing to us globally, is they want to mandate a global vegan diet for everyone, man,
Yep.
woman, child, infant, and nothing has been planned out. They don't know how they're going to replace all of the protein that they
Nope.
plan to abolish. They don't know how they're going to source all of the B12 or the glycine or the vitamin K2, MK4. None of these vitamins that will actually allow a human to not only survive, but survive without sickness and to thrive. They're not concerned about any of that. They're willing to allow humans to suffer and die,
Well,
including
of course they
children. Including children.
I was contacted last year by a vegan who took my email off of my YouTube. And this kid is like 23 years old. Oh, dear God. And I entertained this conversation for a few months. And I let him call me and talk to me on the phone. And this kid was so depressed and so negative about everything, and everything was suffering, and everything was cruel. He was suicidal. I actually ended up, he's from your neck of the woods, and I actually ended up calling the police because I'm a court mandated reporter. I didn't have a choice. But I ended up getting his address out of him, and I called the police to have him taken to the hospital because he had sent me photos where he had been self-harming. And I tried to explain to him, the reason that you feel this way, the reason that you are acting like this is because you are malnourished and you need to be seen by a doctor. And of course, he wouldn't do it because he knew if he went to see a doctor, the doctor would tell him that he had to start eating animal products, and his morality would not allow that. So instead, he ended up on a psych unit. And he was upset with me after he got out of the hospital because he ended up, you know, being put in a police car in front of his parents. But it's like I told him, I said, I would rather see you trying to explain to your parents why it is you're hurting yourself in their house than have you end up dead because you're so depressed and nihilistic that you just can't function anymore. And the sad part of it is that we keep seeing this over and over and again in other segments of society. Nihilism has taken hold of certain segments of society in ways that I don't even understand. And we've got a lot of people who are influencers in this circle who do not understand human nutrition, and they don't understand the connection of human nutrition to their mental state and their emotional well-being. And because of that, they're making decisions based on an ideology that is not only hurting them, but it's also hurting their ability to rationalize appropriate action. And that's where the biggest danger is. These are people who are literally dragging other people along like the Pied Piper into the river, and they're drowning. And I think that we're at a place where we need to seriously consider that this is not just a social movement. It's not some grassroots effort to abolish suffering in the world. These people are literally insane, and we need to start stepping up and calling that out.
Okay, Mojo Rising is back. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
I can. Can we address this statement that you've made about B12 as a bacteria in the soil?
Yeah.
Okay. What bacteria are you talking about?
B12 itself is a bacteria that's found in soil.
No,
It's not.
it's
It's not.
It's produced by bacteria.
No, not human bioactive.
No,
B12.
it's not. That's right. That's true.
There are many different types of
We
B12.
we actually do produce B12 in our system, but it's not enough for the human diet.
No, it's actually in the colon, and we can't absorb it.
Anyway, the B12 that you get from animals comes from the plants that they eat that happen to be in the soil that those plants are growing in.
No.
No.
Do you know
That's
what kind? Do you know what kind of B12 bacteria produce? Mojo Rising. Do you know what type of B12 bacteria produce? I do. Do you?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Do you know how many types of B12 there are?
No.
Okay. Do you know the bioactive version, the human bioactive version of B12?
I still don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. There are different types of B12. B12 is an umbrella term that really doesn't mean a whole lot other than cobalamin. And there's methylcobalamin, there's cyanocobalamin, but there's only one type of cobalamin that is human bioactive, which means there's only one type of bioactive B12 for humans, and that is methylcobalamin. Bacteria do not produce methylcobalamin. And neither does your colon. Your colon does not produce methylcobalamin. The bacteria that are in a cow's rumen, or in a goat's rumen, or in a sheep's rumen, or in a moose's rumen, or an elk's rumen, or a deer's rumen, creates cyanocobalamin, and that is not human bioactive. However, these ruminants are very good at converting cyanocobalamin into methylcobalamin. Humans cannot convert it except in very small amounts. And the healthiest of all humans, the conversion rate from the non-human bioactive cyanocobalamin is 10%. And in infants and the elderly, the conversion from the non-bioactive cyanocobalamin to the bioactive methylcobalamin is less than 1%. So
The
the
thing-
conversion rate is incredibly poor for human beings for bacterial B12, which is cyanocobalamin. And not only that,
How mu-
cyanide,
How much does a human body? How much B12 does a human body need?
it depends on the human body.
Mhm.
How much?
It
Is it a
depends on the
very?
human.
Is it a
It
very
depends on
minis-
it depends on the human body.
Is it a very minuscule amount?
No.
It depends
Really?
on the human body.
Really? So what do you consider not minuscule? What does it depend? What is the approximation of how much a human body needs?
So do you know what a reference range is?
I would like to know how much a human body needs.
That's what we're trying to get at. Do you know what a reference range is?
Can you tell me how much a human body needs? How
That's
many
what I'm trying to
micrograms? How many
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. When you go to test people, when you go to do blood tests, urine tests, stool testing, to check for different minerals, different chemicals that are in the human body that are essential to human life, okay? You have a reference range. And those reference ranges actually change over time depending on different studies that are done over time. And the reference ranges for different chemicals in the body, including things like B12, can be anywhere from, 0 micrograms to 2 milligrams. And that's the reference range. People fall into all different kinds of ranges, and their homeostasis, which is the balance within the body's chemistry and physiology, is achieved at different times of life, depending on those reference ranges for every different chemical that we're talking about. So the reference range can be low, it can be high, but it's going to be
So
different.
what's the range?
I don't know what the specific range for that B12 is. So you'd have to look it up.
I suppose we could probably look it up. I can tell
Yes,
you
you
that
can.
I can tell you that it's a very small amount. I can tell you that the human body and all animals store B12 very efficiently and store a lot of it. So
Okay,
you can go without B12 for a long, long time without getting a deficiency.
So do you know what happens to people when they don't have enough B12 in their system?
What I'm telling you is that human beings can go without B12 at all
Do you
for a
know what
long, long
happens
time. What
when
I'm
you don't
telling
have
you,
sufficient B12?
What
I
do
know
you
what you're
mean by a
telling me,
long,
and
long
I'm telling
time?
you that you're wrong, because people go
years.
psychotic when they don't have enough B12.
You can go.
their
You can go.
function.
You can go. Your body can store enough B12 for years worth of
Mojo
use.
Rising. But
no.
let's say that there's an individual that can go for years, and they've been a vegan mandate has been handed down, and so after some years they run out. What do they do then?
Then you start eating dirt.
But see, that's just the problem. The thing that cattle get from the soil is actually in the grasses that they eat, and what they're getting is actually cobalt.
What they're getting, B12 is actually attached to a protein. So the different types of B12 that you're talking about, which is obviously something that I'm looking up right now, because I know that it's. Wait, hold on. Because I know that it's a bacteria found in soil.
No, it's not.
It's not.
Oh God! Shut up.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead. You guys go ahead and have a chat.
Cattle eat the grasses, and the grasses contain cobalt. And in my area of the country, the thing that the land is actually deficient in, because I'm sitting on top of a giant rock, a continental rock, is bound up in the rock, and that's cobalt and copper. We have lots of it down in the Utica Shale, but we don't get enough of it in the grasses. So when I feed my cattle and my goats and my sheep free minerals, I have to use a formula that actually gives them extra cobalt, because if I don't, then they are deficient. And I know that because I get my cattle tested each year. I have a vet come out and they do blood testing. They take samples. I get them tested for parasites and all kinds of stuff. I have to give them cobalt. I also have to give them copper. And I have to, the way I have to give free minerals to my livestock, I have to make sure that I keep the free minerals from the cattle apart from the sheep. Why? Because if you give sheep too much copper, it kills them. All of those minerals are like prerequisites for the production of what they need and what we call vitamins that are actually produced by the bacteria in their rumen and actually metabolized. Bacteria are metabolizing cobalt to produce cobalamins. That's what we're talking about. I don't know if he's still there or not.
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you done talking about
talking,
whatever you're talking about?
See, and that's the problem. Whatever I'm talking about. I'm talking about science.
You're talking about something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and what you're taught and what you are just saying back, you just said that B12
You can't stop
is
talking.
a bacteria in the soil. It's not a bacteria in the soil. Cobalt is metabolized by certain bacteria.
Can you give us a source that says that vitamin B12 is a bacteria?
No.
Are you pissed off because we're trying to hold you accountable for your statements?
So, vitamin B12 is produced by a bacteria, not animals or plants.
Vitamin B12 is a cobalamin, which
it is produced by a bacteria.
No, cobalt is
it is produced by a bacteria.
Cobalt is synthesized.
B12 is produced by bacteria found in soil. The crystalline form of B12 is the easiest to absorb, which is an important consideration. This is because unlike the protein-bound form of vitamin B12 found in animal foods, the crystalline form is free, i.e. not attached to a protein. Therefore, does not require gastric acid for initial digestion.
Where are you reading this?
The crystalline form is present in vitamin B12 supplements and vitamin B12 fortified foods.
Where are you reading this? What's your source?
You can look it up yourself.
No. I want to know where this specific description is.
You can look it up yourself.
What is the source?
You can look it up. You know, I'm sorry that you don't have all the answers.
No, I do have the answers. You're giving me bullshit, and I'm guessing that it comes from a vitamin company. Because what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all, which is why I'm laughing, because that's not how it works. It's just not. And so once again, you're saying things, you're making empirical statements that are not factual. You've got two college-educated people in front of you who are trying to explain to you what the science is, and you're not willing to hear it because you have all of these preconceived notions in your head.
You have a lot of preconceived notions in your head.
Don't.
So the programs that you happen to have taken are programs that are largely based on and funded by and the industries that we happen to have right now.
Well, no, my education came from science classes in a vocational tech high school back in the 80s. And a state
Did they teach you how to raise sheep too?
No, my Aunt Shannon did that. And my dad taught me how to raise cattle, as did his brothers and my great uncle Bill. And I learned how to raise chickens from Miss Fisher down the street. Those were the people who taught me how to raise livestock. My dad taught me to hunt when I was 10. You know, this is
I'm
like
glad.
I don't need a college class to learn how to hunt.
I am super glad that you had a 4-H program that you go to that could go ahead and indoctrinate you.
No,
however,
I didn't need a 4-H program for that.
However,
But here's the
Yeah.
deal. I
Okay,
actually
go ahead.
took nutrition in college. I took
Nutritionists are indoctrinated. They're the
Yes,
first
they
ones
are.
that are
You're
indoctrinated.
absolutely right. That's absolutely true. You are absolutely right. And I took science classes in college, and I know how chemistry works, and I know how biochemistry works. And I also know that in order for me to have healthy animals on my farm, I need to know how the amendments that I give them work.
I don't
And
care
one of
about
those,
your animals either.
yeah,
Either
I
way,
know you don't care about anything, and yet you're
no,
still
because
here.
you bring up so much random crap
No, it's not random crap. This is germane to the conversation we're having.
about
And the
B12.
conversation we're having
About
is that
B12.
B12 is not a bacteria in the soil.
It is formed from a bacteria in soil, which is
No, it's not formed.
It is absolutely
It's
formed.
a synthesis. It's a synthesis.
What
that
the fuck do you think formed means?
Excuse me. It's a synthesis that comes from the metabolism of cobalt in certain bacteria. And as Garland Farms, JD, has already told you, there are different types. There are different chemistries for those cobalamins.
The B12 that
It
the
is
human
not a bacteria. You said B12 is a bacteria in the soil. That is false. It is produced by certain bacteria, not just generally bacteria. And it comes from the synthesis of what? Of cobalt. And cobalt is what?
So anyway,
Yeah. So anyway,
in all
you don't know what you're
honesty,
talking about.
if you're not using pesticides and you're not using herbicides and you're not using any other kind of nasty crap that we like to put on the crops nowadays, then you don't have to wash them in bleach before you eat them. You don't have to, it doesn't have to go through this. It doesn't have to go through the same process, which leaves a lot of the nutrients that were in the soil on the vegetables that you are actually eating, meaning that you can get enough B12, which is about 2 micrograms, is what's suggested for a human being.
By who?
This is the Mayo Clinic.
I used to work for Mayo.
The recommended daily amount of vitamin B12 for adults is 2.4 micrograms.
Okay, how do you know that you're getting that?
Because that is a super small amount.
No, it's not a super small amount. That's all relative.
Of course it's relative. Yes, a pound is more. You're right. It is relative.
No. The daily nutritional values that are posted on any medical website come from where? They come from
somebody that typed them?
They come from the USDA and the FDA. And those daily values are based on what?
Somebody that said them?
No. They're based on the bare minimum value.
They're actually based on corporate funded studies for the most part.
Yeah,
but this
true.
is the recommended daily amount. This is the recommended daily amount.
And how do you know?
How can you not stop talking?
I am asking you a question, and I'm not going to stop talking. You don't get to dictate to me.
You ask me a question, and then you don't let me answer it.
No, I let you answer, and you're full of crap. You don't. You are full of shit, Ryzen. The fact of the matter
that would be
is
mojo to you. Thank you very much.
I don't care. You are not magical, sweetheart. You said B12 is a bacteria in soil. That is a falsehood.
I did.
And you sat there and told us that a minuscule amount is needed for human health.
2.4 micrograms.
And that is also untrue because
2.4 micrograms.
That's the bare minimum. The daily
that is the daily recommended amount.
Yeah, and guess what?
You can take more than that if you'd like.
And what is that based on? And
that is based on the recommendation from the Mayo Clinic.
Yeah, good for that. But the fact of the matter is that you're wrong about what B12 is. You're wrong about what it
It is produced from a bacteria in the stinking soil.
And how do you get that bacteria, the actual product of that bacteria?
You can
into
get a
your body?
crystallized version of the product that doesn't have to go through a digestive process to actually be utilized
How
by
do
the
you
human
know that
body,
works? How do you know that works?
according to the Mayo Clinic.
According to the Mayo Clinic. And what does the Mayo Clinic do?
That would happen to be a hospital that does a hell of a lot of research.
Oh shit. You know, I used to work at Mayo.
You used to work it everywhere, so I don't
No,
care.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I've actually worked at 5 hospitals in my lifetime. And that was my last hospital, was Mayo Clinic. And
Awesome.
They don't do all kinds of research.
They do, actually. There are plenty of studies produced by the Mayo Clinic.
No, that's not true. Actually, they get most of their information from the University of Minnesota Medical School, Johns Hopkins Medical School, and the University of is it Wisconsin-Madison? I think it's Wisconsin-Madison. Most of their studies come from those schools.
So anyway, you need 2.4 micrograms, which is smaller than a gram. So yes, it is all relative. It's 2.4 micrograms, and yes, it is relative to a gram. Yes, that is the case.
No.
The human body can store B12 in our system for up to 2 years.
Which body is that?
That would be the human body.
No,
that would be the human body.
That is not the human body.
Of course, yes. This is going to depend on whether you get acid reflux, or you take Prilosec, or you drink a lot, or you smoke a lot, or you do whatever else. Right. Yes, that's going to change a lot of the factors involved in this particular process. But either way, B12 is not an animal product. B12 is a product that is produced by a bacteria in the soil.
And where do those bacteria live?
That vegans can have, and they can supplement it, or they can get it from the soil itself if they so choose. They just don't have to. They have to. They just clean their vegetables vegetables with water instead of with some sort of a bleach type of.
Are all B12s the same?
The B12 that we get from the soil is what the human body needs.
Is that human bioactive?
Yes.
Because let me tell you something. I'm going to make a video debunking you. So you go ahead
you go ahead. Go ahead and make all the videos you want. I don't really care.
So you're saying that cyanocobalamin is bioactive?
What I'm telling you.
Are you trying to kill human babies?
What I'm telling you is that B12.
No, I'm asking. You're gonna answer this question.
I'm not gonna answer.
Is cyanocobalamin bioactive in humans? Yes or no? Is cyanocobalamin?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a B12.
Okay, it's not the B12 that we consume that's produced by bacteria in soil.
Yes, the bacteria produces cyanocobalamin. Is it bioactive in humans? Yes or no?
I have no idea what you're talking
Answer
about.
The fucking question.
That's exactly right. That's the point.
I have no idea what you're even asking me.
You are ignorant, dangerously ignorant. You're going to harm people. You're going to kill people.
I'm not going to harm anybody
you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're here to harm. You're here to try to harm people.
You
won't answer questions honestly. I just asked you. Is cyanocobalamin bioactive in humans?
I'm the only honest person in this discussion.
By bacteria.
No, you're not honest at all, sweetie. Because you keep saying you don't care, but the fact of the matter is that you've been here for an hour and a half doing nothing but spouting absolute nonsense.
Complete bullshit.
You're talking to 2 people who are actually educated, both in agriculture and, in my case, medicine, and in his case, physiology.
Okay,
And
Where
you
does
have no idea what you're
where does
talking about.
crystalline
Yeah,
B12
you're
come from?
spouting complete bullshit, harmful bullshit. You ought
Where
to
does
be
crystalline
fucking
B12
sued.
come from?
We ought to sue your fucking ass for coming on here
Go ahead.
and giving people
Have fun with that.
nutritional advice that's going to
I
kill
haven't
babies.
given advice to anybody.
You're a piece
Where
of
does
shit.
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about you being a liar.
What did I lie about?
You lied
You're
about
lying about everything.
cyanocobalamin
What?
being bioactive in human beings.
I
That's
didn't say
dangerous.
one way
That's
or the
a
other,
dangerous
did I?
lie.
Did I say
That's
one
a
way or the
deadly
other?
lie.
Did I
That's a
say
deadly lie.
anything
That's a
about that?
deadly lie.
Did
That's
I
a
say
deadly lie.
You keep saying you have no idea. Every time we ask you a direct question about what we know to be true, you sit there and say you have no idea or you don't care. Which means
I'm the
that,
only person in this discussion that could possibly say that I don't know.
yeah, well, and that's a good thing because you really don't know.
Maybe you guys should try that.
I don't need to because I already have an
Why should
education.
someone who's
So
educated on a
you don't
subject
need
say
to
that they don't
because you
know,
understand
besides
everything
the
about
fact that
everything.
they're
Is that
About
correct?
this subject,
misanthrope.
absolutely I do.
Okay.
A
So where does the
misanthropic vegetarian, and don't deny it, you are a misanthrope, aren't you?
what are you even talking about?
You hate human beings, don't you?
Where does that even come from?
It comes from you giving
Why?
people deadly advice, dangerous advice that's going to kill people.
What advice did I give
Are you
anybody?
trying to kill people?
What advice did I give anybody?
You want
You
people
just told
to
everyone that
told us that-
cyanocobalamin is bioactive in human beings.
Really?
It's not.
How did I
Yes,
say
you
that?
did. You said
Because
he
you
asked
said that
you if
the
it was true,
B12
and you
that
said
human
yes,
beings
it is.
need is in bacteria, and that is cyanocobalamin. It's not bioactive in human
You
beings. You twit.
You just sat there and said that all you need is to raise vegetables in soil that doesn't have pesticides or herbicides in it.
And don't
That they can
wash
And then
your
wash it with
vegetables.
vegetables
what?
off
Eat
with
the
nothing
dirt.
but water, and they'll get all the B12 they need, which is
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculously
Yeah,
untrue.
complete
That is
bullshit.
absolutely true.
Dangerously,
No, it is
deadly,
not true.
murderous,
absolutely true.
murderous bullshit. You're a fucking murderer, in my opinion.
I
I don't-
never,
You're,
you know,
you're-
in 5
you're no
years,
better. You're no better than someone that would try to poison someone. You're trying to poison people.
You're
in
freaking
5
out, dude.
years of listening to JD, I have never heard him
tired
use
of your
extemporaneous
lies.
before.
I haven't lied about anything.
Yes, you have. You
Yes, you
said that
have.
cyanocobalamin is bioactive in human beings. That
I
is a
didn't say
lie.
anything of the sort.
You did.
Okay.
No,
yes,
I
you
didn't.
did.
No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did. Yes,
Yep.
you did.
Hey JD, I gotta get up in an hour and a half to start chores.
All right.
I'm gonna drop out of this because this is just ridiculous. This guy is wasting time, and he's doing it just because he's too freaking egotistical and narcissistic to realize.
He's here because he
That-
wants to go back to his vegan cult and say, "Hey, I went on Garland Farms and I told a bunch of lies. Are you proud of me? Pat me on the back."
Yeah,
Bada
no.
bing, bada bing, bada bing.
It's
I actually
absolutely
wanted to have a
ridiculous.
serious discussion with you.
Well, you can't
well,
have a serious discussion.
You're
when-
seriously
I
harming people
don't even know who
by
you
telling
are.
them that cyanocobalamin is bioactive in human beings.
If you really want to have a serious discussion, then you need to take this advice seriously. Okay? You need to back off of the rhetoric and you need to go educate yourself on what you don't know. Because you're talking to two college educated people who have been
I'm
in
also
agriculture
college educated.
their
Thank you
entire
very much.
That's fine, but we actually have specific education that you don't, and you've admitted it here.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
you're
don't
a
have
backyard
a
gardener.
college degree on
You're a
soil
backyard.
science.
No, excuse me. You're a backyard subdivision gardener with less than 5 years of experience.
And I've been a
Can't-
vegan for
you
25
can't
years.
even- No.
Vegan
No, you've
vegetarian.
Can't even
you've been
admit where
vegetarian.
logs come
Yeah,
from.
yeah, I
Keep
have.
your
It's been
stories
off.
straight.
It's been off and on. Vegan vegetarian. Yeah.
Who
Yeah, well,
can't
off and on, off and on.
Yeah. So eggs every
Yeah.
once in a while, cheese
But
every
what
once in a
you-
while. That's about it.
But what you want to do is you want to force everyone to be on permanently.
No, I don't. I don't want to
Yes,
force
you
anybody to
do.
do anything. No, I don't.
Then why are you here?
I'm here because what I find interesting most of all is the fact that everybody talks about vegans trying to push their crap on everybody else, but it's you here trying to push your crap on everybody else.
How are we
I'm not
trying
I
to
find
push?
that
not
kind of
pursuing
interesting
any
because I'm not
legislation.
making videos about this. He is. That's
Yeah,
how he's doing
I'm
it.
not trying to
You know-
pass legislation to make it
I'm not trying to pass
to
legislation either.
criminalize having a garden.
I'm not either.
But you
No.
are part of a movement that wants
I am
to pass
not. I'm
legislation.
not part of
No,
any
no.
movement. I'm speaking
You
for
just
myself.
said that you're a vegan, and the
Yeah,
vegan
I'm
movement,
speaking for myself. That's it.
That's
all.
great. That's
I don't
great.
go to any vegan groups. We don't have secret cabal meetings or anything.
Oh, nobody accused you of having secret cabal meetings.
You want to know how I convert people to veganism? You really want to know?
I can't wait to hear this.
I
How?
cook them good food.
Oh, really? Well, that's great, because you know what? The food that you cook, I can't eat. Because I no longer carry around a crash cart vial of epinephrine with me. And your food would put me in the hospital.
Which would? What would?
Anything that has salicylic acid or oxalic acid in it will put me in the hospital. I can't eat it.
Then you could tell me what your dietary restrictions are ahead of time, and I'll make sure
I
I go
don't eat
around them.
plants. I do not eat plants of any kind. Why? Because I'm tired of ending up with anaphylaxis and having to be life flighted to a frickin' hospital for the anaphylactic protocol and having my face swell up and ending up having
Well, awesome. I
surgery.
guess I can't cook you any food then because you
No,
can only
you
eat
can't,
meat.
because that's all I eat is meat. Meat,
Awesome.
eggs, and dairy.
Awesome. Have a great time with that.
Thank you
Hope you
very
live a
much.
long time.
So do I, because my grandmothers both lived until they were 98 for my
And
grandma.
I'm sure they did that without
90
taking any supplements at all, and they just ate.
They never took supplements. In
Yep.
fact, it's interesting.
You would
bring that up.
you would die if you
My-
just ate nothing but meat. You would
No, that's
die
not
very
true.
quickly.
Lie.
Sweetie,
That's a lie.
you need
You,
to go.
you
read-
think you think you can eat just meat and nothing else?
meat,
and
dairy,
live.
and eggs. That's all I eat. Well, and I do
What-
eat some halibut.
Do you understand that fiber is not a nutrient, correct?
Fiber.
Do
is
you
just
think
cellulose.
you can live on meat alone?
I asked you a
Yes.
question. You answer the damn question.
Why do you,
You understand that
why do you
fiber
have
is
to
not
freak out so much?
because
He's
you
not
are
freaking
rude.
out.
I've accepted you as a guest here. When I ask you a question, you answer the damn question.
No, I can choose what I want to answer and what I don't. I'm
Good,
not.
good. Then,
I'm not-
then we will use your refusal to answer pertinent questions as you being a damned liar, a
Ryzen,
misanthrope, a malicious misanthrope.
everything that you have said here tonight is sophistry, outright sophistry.
No, I'm not the
And
one
it's
using
based on
fallacious
absolute-
arguments. Wait, hold on. I'm not the one using
absolutely
fallacious
not.
arguments.
What
Do you
is
know?
is cyanocobalamin
I haven't used an argument at
bioactive
all,
in
as a
human
matter of
beings?
fact.
Is cyanocobalamin bioactive in human beings? Yes or no?
Didn't you ask me this question a few times
Yeah,
already?
you never answered it.
No, he actually did answer it in the beginning, and
Yeah,
then he
he said
backtracked,
yes.
and you told him.
He said
I
what-
said
he
I
said
have
it
no
was.
idea what the hell you're talking about. That's what I asked. That's what I
Okay,
said.
so if you don't know anything about B12, then why are you trying to act like you're
Because
you're the-
B12 comes from bacteria in soil.
No,
That's just a simple reality.
the two of us have explained to you in fine detail how this happens and what is actually able to be metabolized in human beings.
You have
Your
also
example.
specifically stated that it came from bacteria in soil, but there
No,
had
no,
to
no,
be
no.
other.
That's not
There
what
had
I
to be.
said.
You did say that.
What I
There had
said
to be
is that
other
cattle
elements
eat
involved.
grasses. Cattle eat grasses, and how does the bacteria get into the soil? How does that bacteria get into the soil?
It's something that lives in soil.
No. That's not true.
What?
It's deposited there.
Really?
Bacteria
It doesn't live in
deposited there.
soil.
It originates in the ruminants of animals.
It actually. It's been in soil for quite some
It's
time.
been in the soil. You know why? Because wherever it is that you're living, you had deer, you had elk, you had moose.
So you're telling me
you
the
had other
animals always
ruminants.
existed on this planet? Wow, that's an amazing thing to learn right now.
Excuse me, they are there now. Have
They've
humans
always
been
lived.
here? No.
Animals have always lived here.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have. The animals
No.
have always been on this planet ever since life started.
When did life start?
I don't
And
know. 4 billion years ago.
and what did we have first?
That depends on whether you believe in a young Earth or an old Earth, or you're a Christian or you're a. I don't.
Yeah, no,
I
that
don't
actually
know.
doesn't. I'm a Christian, and
I'm not a Christian, so
and I
it doesn't
believe in
matter.
science. So, but here's the deal.
I'm not a Christian. I do
I'm
believe in
telling
science.
you that the bacteria that is in the soil is there because why?
Because of
the
animals.
ruminants
Because
grazing
animals.
on-
Because
Exactly
animals
right.
happen. Because animals happen to live on this planet too.
Yeah,
Fine.
no
So the
kidding.
B12 has always been in the soil.
So
It's
now,
been in the
so let
soil
me
ever
ask
since
you-
the first
let
animal
me
set
ask you
foot
a
on the
question.
ground.
Hold on. So is that specific bacteria everywhere on every parcel of soil?
I don't know. I've never tested every parcel of
Well,
soil. You know
here's-
what? I'd be
well-
willing to bet that nobody's ever tested out every parcel of soil.
We don't need to test it. You know why?
Because you can guess.
No. Because there's certain places where ruminants don't live. For instance, in Southern California, there's this beautiful piece of desert around what's called the Salton Sea. And
There's
all
not
the
a
soil
whole lot. There's not a whole lot that lives in salted soil.
Oh, but see, no, here's where you're wrong. You just got through telling us that all you have to do is grow vegetables in an area where there's no pesticides and no herbicides, and that you will get all
And no tomatoes.
all you need. That's what you just
There's
said.
no tomatoes there either.
Well, actually, there is, because I have friends who live on the Salton Sea.
And they grow tomatoes without
They grow
supplementing the soil.
They grow tomatoes.
Oh, but they
in
supplement the
straw.
soil, don't they?
They grow tomatoes in straw bales. Okay.
Awesome. So
But
they're
they're
not
not
growing
gonna
in the
be-
ground.
but see,
And
they're
I was
not
talking.
gonna be
I was
getting
specifically
B12
talking
from-
about soil,
But
wasn't
you
I?
just got through telling me.
But I was talking
Now,
about
here's the
soil,
thing.
wasn't I?
It doesn't matter if they grow tomatoes or not, because
But I was talking about
tomatoes-
soil.
Hold
wasn't I?
on.
Wasn't I talking about soil?
You were talking about soil because your
Okay.
exact statement was
And that's where
B12
B12 comes from, right?
is in the bacteria in the soil. But guess
Right.
what?
Is that
Tomatoes
correct?
aren't in the soil. What did you say? You said all you have to do is wash your vegetables off with plain water and you will get B12. How are you going to do that with a tomato that has never actually been in the soil? Because the tomato actually came from the flower on the plant that's
It came
anywhere
from the
between a
flower
foot
on the
and 3
plant that
foot
happens to be in
above
where?
the
Where does that plant happen to be?
The plant is in the soil, but
Where
guess
does
what?
that plant get its nutrients from?
The plant, in this case, is getting its nutrients from the straw.
Oh, but see, I talked about soil, not
And
straw.
you sat there
But
and
I
said,
talked about soil, not straw.
so we're not actually on the same curb, because
No,
guess
because
what?
I'm talking about soil
Those
and you're talking about
vegetables,
straw.
those vegetables never touch soil that has ever been in communication with any kind of bacteria that actually produces cobalamins. So once again, this is a sophist argument.
He doesn't even know what a cobalamin is.
No, he doesn't. But you want to sit there and tell us that all you have to do is eat vegetables that came from soil that hasn't been touched by herbicides, that haven't been touched by pesticides, and you will get cobalamins. Well, what you're saying is factually incorrect, because soil differs from region to region, and soil comes in direct contact with different animals that live in those regions. And the last time I was actually in California, back in, 2017, I think it was, and I was there, the only animals that I saw in that area were basically lizards and snakes. And the last time I checked, neither one of them had rumens, because they're not ruminants, which means that they don't produce the bacteria that actually synthesize cobalamins from cobalt.
But you don't need ruminants though, because you can have a crystallized version of
do.
the B12. But you can have a crystallized version. You can have a crystallized version of the B12 that actually doesn't need to be digested.
All cobalamins are crystals, because they come from what? They come from cobalt, which is what? A crystalline mineral. You are so freaking ignorant.
He's just pulling
of
up
reality.
bullshit. He's just pulling shit out of his ass
No,
and throwing it on
I'm
the wall
actually giving
to
you
see what
specific
sticks.
information from the
No,
Mayo
He's
you are not
he's a
giving us any
malicious
information.
misanthrope.
I am giving you information from the
You
Mayo
are
Clinic website.
spinning. You are spinning a tall tale out of straw.
I am giving
that
you
has-
straight information out of the Mayo
No,
Clinic.
you're not. You
I
are
am.
absolutely not. And it's hilarious on the one hand, because all you've done is prove my point from the beginning, which is that we need to educate people. And you are a perfect example
I
of
won't
why.
disagree with that,
Why?
by the way. I do think we need to educate people.
Yeah. And you are
I think
the
education should be
poster
free.
boy. You are the poster boy for the ignorance. Because you are proving everything that I have said is actually reality. Your ego, your hubris, your absolute denial of reality, your inability to accept teaching, to be teachable in the face of people who have done this shit our whole lives. We actually know agriculture. We actually know about wildlife. We actually know about the soil. I've been making soil since I was 14 years old.
I know, and you've been making it with the same crap ever since, and you have no other new ideas. I got it.
Why do I need new ideas when the old ones are perfectly
Says
realistic?
the same person that says the same.
See, here's the thing. Physical reality doesn't change. I don't need new ideas because
says the same type of person. Says the same type of person that leases their phone for 30 years and says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No, that's not true. That's absolutely not true. Now you're just making shit up.
Well, yeah.
See, I've been making soil since I was 14. I know how soil works. I know how to cultivate soil. I know how to
one way.
I know how to test it. I know what grows in it. I actually know how to make it beneficial, not only for my gardens, not only for my pastures, but also for my waterways. I know how to manage soil. Do you? I know how to keep soil and build topsoil.
Are there other
you're
ways to
sitting
do it
there
besides?
in a subdivision backyard.
Are there other ways to do it?
Shitty little garden on land that you have no relationship to, and you want to sit there and talk to me about my vocation? You want to sit there and talk to me about nutrition? Jesus Christ, you are so freaking ignorant. It's just pathetic, and you're still acting like you have something to offer here. And it's just not true. I feel sorry for you, Ryzen. I honestly do. I feel genuinely sorry for you. Because you have a house built out of cards that you are absolutely married to. And until you change that attitude and learn some humility and come into this with the idea that you actually do care, well, then you have absolutely nothing to say that is worthwhile to anybody. And all of your posturing is just so much fluff. It doesn't mean anything. I've literally stayed up until an hour before I have to go out and do chores to have a conversation with an absolute lunatic who wants to school me on soil conservation and what's in the soil that I have dealt with since I was a little kid. This is my livelihood. This is my vocation.
So where does B12 come from?
It comes from cobalt.
Okay, let me explain it.
Where does that cobalt happen to be located?
It depends on the region that you're talking about.
No. Where is that cobalt producing this B12?
Cobalt is a mineral.
Cobalt is a mineral.
And where is that mineral found? Where is it producing this B12?
It depends
Wait,
on where you're
soil.
at.
It's found in the soil. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Not always.
So B12. Oh, so you can produce B12 in cobalt that's not in soil. So you can get B12 from cobalt that's not in soil.
Cobalt comes from. Cobalt is found in ore.
Wait. No, that's not what I asked you.
Well,
That's
but
not what I
this
asked
is
you.
what
Can
I'm
you
trying to
grow
tell you.
B12? Can you grow B12 from the bacteria found in cobalt without soil?
Yeah, you can.
How?
In the rumen of a cow.
So you can take a piece of cobalt and have a cow digest it, and all of a sudden you've got B12?
No. That's not how that happens. And I already explained to you how this happens.
Okay.
So,
Can I explain it?
yes, please.
Okay. There is a species of bacteria in the ruminants rumen called a cyanobacteria. The cyanobacteria require cobalt in order to survive and reproduce. The cyanobacteria will, with cobalt present and cellulose, it will reproduce and in their biology will create a form of B12 called cyanocobalamin. Cyanocobalamin is not bioactive in human beings. It has to be converted into methylcobalamin in order to do its job in human beings.
Exactly.
Ruminants are very efficient at converting the non-human bioactive B12, we call cyanocobalamin, into methylcobalamin. The methylcobalamin is the human bioactive version, and that's why when we eat things like beef liver, we can get lots of human bioactive methylcobalamin. As I said before, and I can source the cyanocobalamin can be converted by humans in very small amounts into the human bioactive methylcobalamin. For the healthiest of all humans, that conversion rate is 10%. For infants and the elderly, it's less than 1%. All of the other B12s, which include cyanocobalamin, if they're in the bloodstream, will register in a serum blood test as B12. So you can get a false reading that says you've got plenty of B12, but they're considered pseudo B12 because they don't do the job of methylcobalamin. So these differences between the different cobalamins are very important when it comes to human health.
And let's just say that a normal chemistry blood test will not show those differences. They have to be analyzed. They have to be spectrometer.
If you do a blood
analyzed.
test for B12 and you don't have anything but pseudo B12 in your blood that isn't doing anything for you, you'll still measure as being having plenty of B12.
In order to know the differences, that has to be put through a spectrometer and looked at. That's the only way to tell the difference.
So the bacterial B12 is cyanocobalamin and is not bioactive in humans. It is not.
Okay, it becomes how does it become bioactive?
The way that it becomes bioactive is through a complicated enzymatic process that is carried out in the ruminants biology.
Can it be done with starting with saliva? I'm not kidding.
Are you trying to claim that if you put cyanocobalamin in the mouth and it touches saliva, that all of a sudden it is going to be methylcobalamin? Because I just told you, and this is a fact,
doesn't happen.
And I can prove it, that the conversion rate from cyanocobalamin, which is not bioactive in humans, into the methylcobalamin, which is the only B12 that's human bioactive. The conversion rate, regardless of saliva, is in the healthiest of human beings is 10%. And in infants, do you care about infants? I'm not so sure. Infants and the elderly, it's less than 1%. The conversion rate is less than 1%. Are you hearing that?
Okay. Here.
But saliva.
Yeah. Vitamin B12 is bound to protein in food and must be released before it is absorbed. The process starts in the mouth when food is mixed with saliva. The freed
Which B12 are you talking
the freed
about?
vitamin B12 then binds with
Are you talking about cyanocobalamin or methylcobalamin?
haptocorin, a cobalamin binding protein in the saliva. More
But are
vitamin
you
B12
talking
is
about methylcobalamin or cyanocobalamin?
They're not the same.
I am talking about eating food that has
Okay,
B12 in it.
Okay,
But-
but are you
but
talking
not
about
the same.
methylcobalamin or cyanocobalamin?
I am talking about eating food
Okay,
Yeah.
food
that
can
has
contain
B12
both,
in it.
We heard you the first 3 times.
but the food that you're talking about, does it contain methylcobalamin or cyanocobalamin?
Because that food could be beef liver or it could be a salad. So when you say food, what do you mean? And when you say B12,
It
which
could
form?
it most certainly could be a tomato.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
probably
a tomato is going to contain, if it's got some dirt on it, if it's got some bacteria on it, and you didn't wash it properly, it's only going to have at best cyanocobalamin. Okay, do you know what the cyan part of that means? Cyanide. It means cyanide. It means that every time you have to convert cyanocobalamin into methylcobalamin, that you're releasing a free cyanide molecule into the human biology. There is no safe level of cyanide in human biology, regardless of what misanthropic vegans tell you.
Methylcobalamin and deoxycobalamin are the
metabolites.
No. Are the active forms of vitamin B12. However, 2 other forms, hydroxycobalamin and cyanocobalamin, become biologically active after they are converted to methylcobalamin.
Okay, in other words, it's not biologically. If it's got to be converted into methylcobalamin, then it's not bioactive. Once it's been converted into methylcobalamin, it's no longer cyanocobalamin. And like I told you, the conversion rate for the healthiest of all human beings is 10%. For infants and the elderly, it's less than 1%.
We're talking about 2.4 micrograms.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's needed by the human body.
You have no base reference for
you
that.
have no ability to know how much of that is
you don't know what an individual's reserves are.
You don't
know what
wait,
their
hold
daily
on.
requirements are.
You don't either. And the simple fact remains that even people that eat a shit ton of meat are still B12 deficient because the human body doesn't necessarily always process it correctly as well.
No,
and that includes people that drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes and have acid reflux disease.
Okay, well, I do none of the above and have none of the above. Okay. And all I eat is meat, milk, and eggs.
And you could still be B12 deficient.
How is that going to happen? Do you know how that actually happens?
Because it depends on how your system actually processes.
No, actually, that's not the dependency at all. What it's dependent on is the fact. No, excuse me. I know what I'm talking about here. You know who that happens to? That happens to people who are eating steak from the supermarket. You know who it doesn't happen to? People who actually eat organ meats, like I do.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the end of the story.
Just so I can get past the B12 thing. Because in all honesty, I don't care. I am not B12 deficient. I get blood tested. I get blood tests.
We just explained to you the other day.
I get blood tests. I get blood tests. I get blood tests once a month. Once a month.
What you do blood testing every month?
I do.
So the average The average Chem 7 costs $150 at a send out lab.
I have very good insurance.
You're actually going to tell me that you go every month and get a chemistry test?
I have very good insurance.
You get a chem profile every month. What is the purpose of this?
Well, that would be something personal.
Yeah,
However, I still have very good insurance.
I don't I call bullshit because
I don't care what you call. It doesn't matter. I have a $1,200 deductible, and anything above and beyond that is free. So it doesn't really matter to me.
A Chem 7 is the most basic chemistry profile that there is in a lab.
I don't care. I'm not B12 deficient.
You're going to tell me that you because
I have been a vegan or vegetarian.
Insurance has a cap on it, and you're going to tell me that you do that shit every month. I don't believe you.
I have government insurance.
Good for you.
Awesome. So now, that said,
was a federal comptroller's wife, and she has the same insurance that Congress does, but she still has a cap. You're full of shit.
Why would you have a cap? Why would you have a cap on blood testing?
Because all insurance has caps. Like, I actually blew out my insurance. I had anaphylaxis.
Oh my God.
You can't just keep sucking it.
I actually
blew through the cap on my insurance, and I ended up paying $180,000 out of pocket for medical.
You don't know anything about me. Anyway.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna blow through this whole vitamin B12 thing because you can get vitamin B12 that is entirely vegan. You can get it in supplement form if you so choose.
Why do I have to buy supplements?
I don't care.
I can get it directly.
I don't care.
How are B12 supplements manufactured?
I don't care. You can get a vegan version of vitamin B12 supplements.
How is it manufactured?
I don't care.
Because
honestly,
right
I don't care about B12.
But
see,
you do.
No, I don't. What I asked in chat was, do you know where B12 comes from?
Yeah, and
they said, where did it come from? And I said it comes from bacteria in soil, and that is not wrong.
Yes,
that is not wrong at all. As a matter of fact,
it's not wrong if you're a cow. It's not wrong if you're a cow or a deer.
That's where B12 comes from.
No, it doesn't.
Period.
Absolutely no, not period.
Period.
You are a sophist.
You don't even know what a sophist is.
Yes, I do.
What is it? What is a sophist?
A sophist is somebody who twists an apology to fit every single absurd conclusion that they have. That is
absolutely
sophist.
Incorrect.
That is what
you have not taken a philosophy or logic class.
Oh, well, that's untrue. That's absolutely untrue.
Then you didn't listen at all, because that is not what a sophist is.
Did listen.
A sophist.
You know that.
Wait, hold on. You want to know? Would you like to know what the definition of sophistry is?
Excuse me.
Would you like to know what the definition of sophistry is?
I'm not listening to anything you say.
This is my expertise, by the way.
W.V.O. Quine was my last philosophy professor.
This is my expertise. So you want to talk about a college degree? I got a college degree in this
I don't give a shit. And I'm
then I don't give a shit about your damn college degree either.
You're full of shit. Everything that you have said here tonight is a sophist argument.
No, it's not.
You are a liar.
Nothing I have said is sophistry. Nothing at all.
Yes, you are a liar.
You guys are using sophistry right now because you're using fallacious arguments.
Okay. These are not fallacious arguments.
Okay, my turn. I'm gonna read this study to everyone. Is vitamin B12 deficiency a risk factor for cardiovascular disease in vegetarians?
Ooh, nice.
The goal of this paper is to describe the role of vitamin B12 deficiency in cardiovascular disease development among vegetarians. Vegetarians have a high prevalence of vitamin B12 deficiency. Deficiency of this vitamin is associated with a variety of arthrogenic processes that are mainly, but not exclusively, due to vitamin B12 deficiency induced hyperhomocysteinemia. An increase above 10, how do you pronounce that, of serum homocysteine is associated with a 20% increased risk of circulatory health problems. Mean homocysteine concentration among vegetarians was reported in 32 of 34 reports. Macrocystis associated with vitamin B12 deficiency is also associated with fatal and non-fatal coronary disease, myocardial infarction, stroke, and other circulatory health problems. Compared with non-vegetarians, vegetarians have an improved profile of the traditional cardiovascular disease risk factors, including serum lipids, blood pressure, serum glucose concentration, and weight status. However, not all studies that assessed
How many
cardiovascular
vegetarians
disease
have
incidence
B12 deficiency?
among vegetarians reported a protective effect.
How
Among
many?
studies,
What's
let me
the
finish.
percentage?
Among
What's the
studies,
percentage?
let me finish. Among studies that did show a lower prevalence of circulatory health problems, the effect was not as pronounced as expected, which may be a result of poor vitamin B12 status due to a vegetarian diet. Vitamin B12 deficiency may negate the cardiovascular disease prevention benefits of vegetarian diets. In order to further reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease, vegetarians should be advised to use vitamin B12 supplements.
Where do the supplements come from, JD?
Chicken shit.
That was so perfect. I love your rooster. That's perfect. Oh my God, that was great.
Couldn't have timed that better.
Oh, that was just perfect, man. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love you, rooster.
Got the vegan typing furiously trying
No,
to figure
I
out.
want to know how many vegetarians have vitamin B deficiency.
Yeah.
We know that it's prevalent.
Well, what's prevalent?
It's prevalent.
Does that
Whatever
mean
those
1%
numbers
or
are.
does that mean 90%?
One of the reasons that I went to the state school that I did was because I was fascinated back in the 80s with the work of a longevity researcher. He was also a medical doctor by the name of Roy Walford.
Fuck.
Roy Walford taught at the University of Southern California. And one of the interesting things about him was that he thought that a plant-based diet would help him live to 110. And I was fascinated by his research. I actually went to the school that I did because I wanted to follow his work back in the late 80s, early 90s. He posted all of his lab results because he did research on himself until he died. And he posted all of that on his website. And the interesting thing about him and his plant-based diet was that he was chronically deficient in all of the fat-soluble vitamins, including cobalamins. He died when he was 79 of ALS. The thing that we know about vegans and vegetarians now that we didn't know like 20 years ago is that all of them have chronic vitamin deficiencies. And part of the problem is that they don't get enough cholesterol. And the other part of the problem is that because they don't get enough cholesterol, that they're not able to metabolize a lot of the things that they think they can. And so you have people like Roy Walford who expected to live to 110, who are dying in their 70s or even earlier from preventable diseases because they think that they know things that they don't know about nutrition and physiology. Roy Walford was a medical researcher. He was a medical doctor. He had an excellent laboratory to be able to track his own health. And he spent the last 10 years of his life knocked out on cannabis because he was in so much pain because of the deficiencies that he was experiencing from his diet that he couldn't function. And now here you are basically sitting here trying to advocate for this shit, you know, without the actual knowledge base that you need to be able to have a coherent conversation about this stuff. Trying to tell people who do have both the education and the experience required for that. I mean, it's like I have to manage my cattle in such a way that they don't have deficiencies. Why? Because I don't want my animals to suffer, number one. Number two, if they're deficient, they don't grow right. And so I have to manage their diet because they're on pasture forage. And I don't give them grains. I don't feed them grains. They don't get anything from the mill. They don't get any commercial feed ration. They don't get any crap. I don't have them on antibiotics. And so I have to be very careful in the way that I manage my herd. And one of the ways I do that is through lab testing from the vet. And I supplement with minerals. And the mineral I give them is not the bacteria that they actually produce cobalamins with. It's the cobalt. Why? Because the soil here is deficient in cobalt. Why? Because the cobalt is actually bound up in the shale that's underneath the soil. The cattle consume the grass. The cattle consume the free minerals. They get the cobalt. The cobalt is metabolized by specific bacteria in their rumen that then throw that off to be converted by other bacteria. And some of that bacteria is actually passed through the digestive tract of the cow and exits the body of the cow or the steer and ends up back in the pasture. That's where you get cobalamins in soil, is from those digestive tracts of those animals. And it doesn't matter whether it's cattle or sheep or goats or deer or elk, but it's coming from the digestive tracts of the animals and getting deposited into the soil. It doesn't just magically appear in the soil. In order to have the bacteria in the soil, you have to have that symbiosis of animals and plants. So when you say, well, I'm putting compost on my garden, great. Does that compost actually contain what it needs to produce that microbiota that you have to have for healthy vegetation growth? Or is it deficient? If it doesn't contain deposits from animals, either in the form of manure, which actually contain the bacteria to begin with, or the carcasses of the animals, which also contain the bacteria to begin with, that actually get broken down by other animals that scavenge and by the mycelium that grows there, then you're going to have deficiencies. That's just all there is to it. So the statement that B12 comes from bacteria in the soil is at once true and false and incomplete. And it's based on an ignorance of reality.
Absolutely. But I don't think that Mojo Rising really cares about reality.
No, he doesn't.
And
But
I think that everything that you're saying is of value, not because it's going to reach the heart and mind of Mojo Rising, but because of the other people here who are actually here to learn the truth and not here to push a misanthropic sophist agenda.
Yes.
You guys don't even know what sophistry is. But that said,
well, you know what?
Well,
you
vegans,
can have that
vegans and
philosophical argument.
I can, and I can prove you wrong, and I don't really feel like doing that, and it doesn't really matter one way or the other. The only people exhibiting sophistry here are the two of you, because you're both using fallacious arguments. You're both attacking me personally. You're both using straw men. I mean, this is all debate bro crap, and I don't really give a shit one way or another.
Then why are you here?
You guys
He's here to
have.
push his
Oh
misanthropic
my
agenda.
god! You guys,
us that
you
don't
keep
care,
asking
but
me
you're still
questions and you don't let me finish even answering them.
No, because every answer you've given us is bullshit.
I haven't given you a fucking answer for anything.
Oh, but you have. You've given us multiple answers.
B12
that
is a
are all
bacteria.
provably wrong.
It is.
B12 is a bacteria.
It
I'm going to
comes.
make a T-shirt.
It comes from a bacteria found in soil. That's
No,
just
that's
a
not what
simple
you
reality.
said. You said B12 is
You said B12 is a
a
bacteria.
bacteria in soil. Those were your
And if you
exact words.
if you deny it, I'm going
Sorry,
to humiliate
sorry.
you.
I made a
Sorry.
screenshot of it.
Sorry, I missed the comes from.
No, you didn't say
No,
comes
you
from.
didn't.
You said
Yeah,
You
I
said it
missed
is
that.
a
I'm sorry.
bacteria
I'm
in
sorry I
soil.
didn't type
that.
that out. I'm sorry. It comes from bacteria in soil.
Yeah.
Which it does.
But how did the bacteria get there? That was my question to you.
Oh
You
my
didn't answer
god,
the
we
question.
don't need a
We do.
dissertation
because
on
you
this.
are
No, we
wrong.
don't. This is exactly where it comes
You
from.
are wrong. No,
This
that is
is
not where it comes from.
Okay,
The bacteria
here,
didn't
the
start
simple-
out
the
in the
simple
soil.
reality-
The
the
bacteria
simple-
started out in the rumen
Oh,
of the ruminants.
Okay, tell me this. How much you see the screen up there, Mojo Rising?
No.
Based on your claims on how much B12 a human being needs, how much cyanocobalamin would we need to ingest in order to convert enough cyanocobalamin into the bioactive methylcobalamin? How much do we need to consume?
That's huge. Wow. I've never seen that before. That's Jiminy Christmas.
Mojo
That's a lot of
Rising.
tomatoes.
Yeah. How much cyanocobalamin do we need to consume in order to meet what you're claiming is our daily requirement?
I have no idea what you're talking about or asking, and don't honestly care.
Then why are you still here?
Well, I'm playing a video game, but I wanted to talk about something else completely, and you guys were going off about something else, so I asked you a question, and that's what led into all of this.
Yeah, and JD already answered your question, and you didn't accept
I
that
asked
answer
you.
either.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, you did ask me a question, and I have
That's why we're
answered
here.
you ad nauseum.
No, you actually never did
Yes,
answer
I did.
me. You think that the solution to all of the world's problems is to teach people about soil.
No, that's not what I said. I said education about the source of their food.
You know what I think would be wonderful is if we educated them on everything. I think college should be free. I think college should be free up to and including a bachelor's degree.
Here's the problem with education.
Maybe even a master's.
Hold on just a second. So,
but see, this is something I didn't want to talk about anyway.
Well, then why are you still here?
Because I wanted to talk to Garland Farms about why he is standing on a soapbox here, telling everybody that they're going to destroy the planet that doesn't eat meat.
That's not what he said, first of all, and he already explained that to you. But here's the thing about education. First of all, you say that you have an education in philosophy, which makes you a navel gazer already.
My degrees are actually in political science and software and software programming.
Okay, so that figures absolutely. But here's the thing: so the vast majority of people in the world have no absolute give a shit about politics. They don't care about philosophy. They don't care about Socrates. They don't care about anything other than making it through their day, raising their families.
They don't really care about where their food comes from either.
Yeah, and you want to know why? Why do you think that people don't care where their food comes from?
Because they don't care about politics?
No, that's absolutely not true.
Because they don't care about economics?
No, that's not true either.
That is exactly true.
No, it is not true. The reason that people today don't care about where their food comes from is because they are so overfed that they have no interest in nutrition. They have no interest in economics, because food is now
I did say
cheaper.
economics.
No, they have no interest in economics.
That's
because
what I said.
Food is cheaper and it's so
That's what I
available
said.
that they have turned into unwitting gluttons. I said they are overfed. That's why they have no interest in that
Most
shit.
people-
They are
most-
overfed.
Most people actually aren't overfed. Most people just
Oh, they
eat the
are.
wrong things.
No, most people are overfed.
No, most people
And
eat the wrong things.
We absolutely know this. And how do we know this? Because 43% of all food production ends up where? It ends
In
up
the
in
garbage.
landfills.
That's
how
because
we know we're overfed.
that's because we have turned food into a profit commodity.
And
Meaning
that's
that meaning that
that's
meaning
exactly
that meaning
what
that
we're getting at.
meaning that throwing away food actually makes more money than giving that food away.
No shit. You're absolutely right.
Actually, there's legislation that will make you a criminal if you
throw food away.
There are in certain states, not all states.
Well, we're not just talking about states, we're talking about nations.
Well, this
There's
would be different
190
states. That's a state by state basis.
No, that's just here in the United States. In the
Well,
United
yeah,
States,
and I'm going to talk about the
I'm
United
not-
States
I'm not
because
just
that happens to be
talking about-
where I live.
I'm not talking about just the United States. I'm talking about society in general. There's 190 countries in the world.
92.
And the United States population only accounts for 4% of the world's population.
How much food do we consume compared to the rest of the world?
We consume entirely too much.
Yeah, 25 to 30%. We consume 25 to 30% of all the products made on this planet.
Yeah,
as a matter
well,
of fact.
let's go this. If you want to go that way, let's talk about the fact that we also consume 85% of all pharmaceuticals. And why is that? It's not
because they're fun.
No. Heart medication is not fun. Insulin is not fun. Epinephrine, I can tell you from personal experience.
Oh yeah, you said something about insulin earlier. That Biden's taking care of that, right?
No, Biden is not taking care of that.
But he is. As a matter of fact, the 4 million people on Medicare and Medicaid are capped at $35 a month right now.
Yeah,
and they are looking at expanding that.
How that's going to happen? How is that going to happen?
They are looking at expanding that under the current
they
system that they have right now. But they can expand it. They can expand it.
Cannot. No, and
under the current.
You're just proving to me that you don't understand economics either. Because let me explain
Oh my
this to you.
God. Economics.
Every single
Oh my
drug
God. Can I put that on a t-shirt?
Sure. You can even clip it if you want.
Every single insulin on the market is a proprietary formula under patent, which means that they are all for-profit drugs, which means that the federal government is going to have to reimburse who? Big Pharma for those drugs. And you know how Big Pharma keeps those patents is that they keep changing their formulas. But you know what's really interesting about that is that all insulin on the market is actually produced from cattle.
Does the original formula still work?
It probably does. I don't know because I don't know what
so
that
they
original.
could make a generic out of the original formula.
No, they can't because all of those patents are still in play and have been for the last 9 years.
Except all Medicare and all Medicaid does have $35 a month cap on it right now.
And then who reimburses? Medicare reimburses, Medicaid reimburses, and who
reimburse? Who? No. As a matter of fact, the pharmaceutical companies have lowered their costs. The insurance companies, cover the rest of it.
You have just proven that you don't know anything. About
you are so wrong. You are absolutely wrong about that.
I'm absolutely not. Absolutely not. You are living in a fairyland. Absolutely living in a fairyland. And I have literally wasted 5 hours of my time. I got to go out to the barn in literally 45 minutes. And I have listened to you bullshit all night about shit you have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely none. You don't even know how medical billing happens. But you want to sit here and educate the whole world on what you supposedly do know, and it's all bullshit. I'm guessing you're a Californian. I don't know why, but I think you're from California. Because that's the only way you can produce such absolute arrogant nonsense and still be standing. It just amazes me. Either way, Garland, it's been fun. I gotta go change clothes, warm up my feet, and go out and feed animals. Milk my freaking cows. See if I have any more calves.
Well, after you get your chores
Am I
done,
still here?
hopefully you can come back and take a little nap. I'm sorry. I apologize for
Don't worry about it.
keeping you
I
up.
actually wish that
You got to go, Garland, too.
I wish we could have these conversations earlier. I know Jason wants to do. I honestly, knowing that he's on Lamictal, I would actually like to have conversations with three of us that start quite a bit earlier. I'm usually done around 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what your schedule looks like because you're what, an hour or 2 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm central.
Yeah, so you're an hour ahead of me.
Hour. Mm-hmm.
You know, if we could start these like earlier, that'd be a lot better because I think that Jason would actually be a little more coherent than he is late at night.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'll try. It's right now. I've got baby goats, lots and lots of new baby goats, and I have to make sure that the herd is accounted for and in a safe place before I hang it up for the evening. And,
I've got calves and I've got pips in the incubators, and I also had a surprise litter of puppies this last week. So, yeah, it's been busy. So, but it's been fun, if not frustrating.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
See you next time. Thanks. Bye.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I did want to have a civil discussion with you, and I actually would at some particular point in time. So maybe I'll call in again sometime. I don't know. That got derailed before it even started. So.
Okay. Well, I think your main question is why do I think the question that you asked was why do I blame vegans for all of the environmental harm?
No. What I said was, or I guess my comment / question would be, first of all, the vegans are usually the ones that are chastised for preaching, and they want to go tell everybody how you have to eat and how you have to live and how you have to do this and how you have to do that. Yet it's you that I've been listening to prescribing all of these things to everybody else. Like,
what am I prescribing?
Well, you're prescribing that we go on a meat-based diet instead of a vegan diet.
When did I prescribe that?
Well, by insisting that vegan diets are destroying the planet.
So by insisting that the crop agriculture that produces the items
you're talking about this, the specific diet.
Okay, when did I say that the vegan diet was destroying the environment?
That's actually specifically what you say. It's the vegan diet that's doing this.
When did I'll give you
everything that goes into the vegan menu.
I'll pay you $100 if you can show me one instance of me saying that the vegan diet is responsible.
Everything that goes on the vegan menu is what you're talking about.
No, I said the crop agriculture that produces the items on the vegan diet, on the vegan menu.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm not saying the vegan diet.
So it has nothing to do with vegans, and you're just bitching about crop agriculture.
The way that it has to do with the vegan diet is that the vegans want to legislate that we all must, under threat of violence, eat only plants.
Wait, I want to know who has put a bill force that suggests this.
Okay, let's look it up. Hold on just a sec.
Mm-hmm.
IP13 is an initiative petition that criminalizes animal management by targeting the majority of exceptions from animal crime statutes that ensure that laws are not applied more broadly than intended. So it
Okay, that's not
criminalizes animal. Yes, IP13 will criminalize animal agriculture.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, it's saying the exact opposite. It's saying that it doesn't add any extra ability to criminalize anything done to animals, and that's also not a federal mandate. That would be an initiative that was added to a ballot.
Right, and you can go from state to state, and you can criminalize animal agriculture in Oregon, then you can go to Colorado, then you can go to California, then you can go to Texas.
These are initiatives, and it didn't pass, and it has nothing to do with criminalizing the raising of animals for meat.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
All right, what's the bill number? What's the initiative number? The referendum.
It's IP13.
IP13.
Yeah.
And what state?
Oregon.
Initiative petition IP13. Did it actually get on a ballot?
It hasn't yet, but they're trying every year. They so far they've failed, and then they try again, they fail, and then what they've said is that they're going to keep trying until it passes.
Yeah, well, people have been trying to outlaw all guns forever too, and they passed initiative after initiative after initiative.
Right.
They've been trying to get rid of table.
You asked me what is motivating me, and it's this effort that I just showed you.
It's not a politician. It's one person
it doesn't
that
matter.
created. Wait, hold on. It does
Do you
matter.
Do you know how legislation is fueled in this country? By lobbyists.
It's actually not.
It's lobbyists.
No, it's not.
It's money.
No,
money
it's
makes
not.
it happen. Yes,
no,
it does.
No, it's not.
Yes, it does.
No,
yes,
I've actually worked at the state
Actually,
capitol.
it does. Yes, you're full of shit.
I've actually worked as a lobbyist.
Well, I don't give a fuck what you've worked as. We know for a fact in this country that lobbying. Why do you think corporations lobby? Because they want to affect legislation.
Because they get to write the bills.
You stupid. Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
They get to write the bills. They get to write the bills. That's
the lobbyists.
Yes.
Okay. You just proved my point.
No. This has nothing to do with money.
Yeah. You just proved my point.
No.
They get to write the bills.
So yeah. So
you were trying to say that it's the politicians. Wait. And you just agreed with me that it's not the politicians, it's the lobbyists that work for the corporations.
First
for the
of all,
moneyed interests.
First of all, an initiative can be started by one person.
I don't give a shit.
It can be put on the internet to ask for signatures to be put on a ballot. So there could be literally one person in Oregon that puts this initiative forward, that starts a petition online and asks for signatures.
You're going to convince me to stand down from your misanthropic agenda?
I don't have any kind of agenda.
It's not going to happen.
I don't have any kind of agenda. I'm just explaining politics to you. I'm just explaining.
It's not going to happen.
So
what you did is you asked me why I do what I do. I just told you.
So you can't.
You're trying to convince me to stand down.
So you can't have a civil discussion.
You need to give up. You need to give up on that goal. It's not going to happen.
So you can't have a civil discussion.
It's not going to happen.
You can't have a civil discussion, is what you're telling me.
I am not going to stand down.
I'm not asking you to stand down. I'm asking you why you're doing what you're doing.
I'm sorry, I was not able to convince him to stop.
I have no cult leaders. I'm not trying to stop you from doing anything.
You will have to murder me.
Do you think there's a cabal out there to get you? Do you see black helicopters in the sky?
You will have to murder me. If you want me to stop, you will have to kill me. You will have to put a bullet in my head.
You do see black helicopters. Do you have a bunker underground by any chance?
I'm telling you, you're not going to convince me to stop working against this misanthropic agenda.
Wow.
Why do you want me to stop?
Can I ask you one question? Just one.
You can
Is that
ask
okay?
whatever you'd like.
Okay. Are you capable of having a civil discussion?
As long as you don't lie. If you start lying, then I am going to become uncivil because I
Okay.
don't like liars.
If I
and
lie,
I don't like misanthropes.
well, that would be a lie about me anyway, if you're directing
Yeah,
that toward
sure.
me. But if I lie, you're more than free to stop me and we can have a whole discussion about the lie that you think
We've
I'm
spent the
putting
last
forth.
3 hours dealing with your lies.
So you do know that
B12 is a bacteria, right?
This is not what I called to talk about.
Yeah. What you called to talk about is you want to know why I'm working against the vegan agenda.
What I want to know is why you're screaming at the top of your lungs, acting like one of these vegans that you complain about.
I am not screaming at the top of my lungs. There were a couple of times tonight when I raised my voice, but right now I am not raising my voice. I am speaking very softly.
Okay.
But you said earlier, can I ask you one question? I said, yes. And you said, why are you working against the vegan agenda?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't ask you a question at all.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what you asked.
No, that is not essentially what I asked. And when
Yes,
I said when I asked you if I could ask one question, I asked you if you could have a civil discussion. That's what I asked you.
What is your next question?
My next question was who is trying to put legislation forth? You answered
And I've
that.
already showed you that.
And so I want to talk about that then. This is how a discussion works, right? We move from through a particular topic, one question at a time, one subject at a time, right? So you understand that initiative can be started by one person, right?
What is your goal with this line of questioning? If you think that do you really think I'm going to go, you're right. It only takes one person to get an initiative. I guess I should shut down my channel.
Well, let me just go through it all then. Let me just go through it all then real quick. So it only takes one person to put that initiative on the ballot. And then they can start it.
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
And then I
don't care how many people.
So
I know for a fact that this guy is big money, and I know for a fact that he's not a lone wolf. He's part of a group of people that's trying to get this shit passed. I am not going to back down. Do you really?
You
think
can't
I'm
have a
fucking
civil
stupid?
discussion. This is the problem. Is that you can't have a civil discussion.
The only way that you would consider me civil is if I say, okay, you know what, Mojo Rising, you're right. I'm going to take down my channel, and I'm not going to work against
I'm not
this
asking you
agenda
to do any of
anymore.
that. As a matter of
I
fact,
think
I
I'll just
enjoyed
sit back
listening
and
to
let
you.
my daughter be killed by you.
See, now you're lying and you're making accusatory statements that I could actually sue for.
No, I'm saying that the agenda that you're pursuing would kill children.
I'm not pursuing any agenda.
Oh yeah, right. And
what agenda am I pursuing?
B12 is a bacteria, right?
What agenda am I pursuing?
You are pursuing the vegan agenda.
What is the vegan agenda?
The vegan agenda is there's several layers to it. First of all, is an attempt to demonize animal agriculture. The second one is to legislate a vegan mandate. A third one is to raise the prices of animal products beyond the purchase ability of most people.
Okay, I'll give you 1 and 3. I'd be happy if both those things happened.
Okay, you just admitted to the fact that you are working for the vegan agenda.
I guess if that's what the vegan agenda is, then I guess I am, yes. I think that you were talking about some sort of sustainable grazing practice. What did you call it?
Well, let's talk about
We
crop
can't ever.
agriculture.
No,
If
well,
we,
no,
if we,
because I agree with you on that.
if you,
Crop-
if you,
The
no,
way we grow
no,
crops in this
no,
country
no,
is the way we grow
Well,
crops on
yes.
this planet is bad.
Right. It is. And there is no, the only alternative to that that's sustainable is really the, as far as like plant and animal agriculture, is the Gabe Brown model, where he's incorporated animals and plant crop agriculture into one system that mimics Mother Nature, basically, so that the animals benefit from the plants and the plants benefit from the animals. And when you try to remove the plants from the equation, you fail. And when you try to remove the animals from the equation, you fail. But let's say that you succeeded and you abolished all animal agriculture. And so now we don't have any livestock manure. We can't rely upon human manure because the human manure is full of drugs that cause endocrine disruption and other harm to wildlife.
How did plants grow before humans?
With animals.
Okay, can they do that now?
Yes, they can. That's why I said the Gabe Brown model.
So if we stopped raising animals for food, and we took down all the fences, could we still grow plants in the same way?
Not without killing a bunch of animals.
Why? Why would we have to kill animals?
Because anytime you grow food, the animals will be drawn to it.
Okay, so let them.
And then they eat all the food, and then the humans die of famine.
But they don't eat all the food because the food still existed before we ever started agriculture, right?
No. You are not educated in human nutrition, and therefore you don't understand the deficiencies that we would suffer on an all plant diet. And I don't think you give a shit.
But that has nothing to
be
do with
honest
what I
with
just
you.
said.
Actually, it does, because what you're trying to argue for is an all plant based diet. And what you're doing is you're saying, okay, well, if we can just take down all the fences and let the animals, plant a corn and soybean field, and then let the deer and the pigs and the elk and the moose and the armadillos and the rabbits and the crows and every animal that wants to come in there and eat it to do so, well, then there's not going to be anything left for the human race.
But that didn't happen before we put up the fences. So why would it happen now?
Yes, it did.
It did. So all of the plants were eaten down by all of the animals before we ever started raising crops.
No, you're talking about raising crops.
Yeah.
So now you're trying to mix two scenarios. One is
no.
before we started raising crops, and now you're trying to mix that with raising crops. And those two scenarios are not compatible.
So the animals didn't eat all the plants to start with before we started raising crops.
No,
so
they
why
didn't
would
eat
they
all
eat
the
them?
plants? They didn't.
Why would they eat all the plants now?
But they have always eaten all the crops.
Why would they eat all the plants now?
I didn't say they would eat all the. Do you think that you can just survive on plants?
Well, yeah, but that's not neither here nor there.
So you can eat grass and leaves?
No.
Okay, so you're talking about crops then.
I'm talking about plants.
Right, plants that happen to be crops.
Not all plants. Plants that happen to be human edible.
Okay, so which plants are you claiming are human edible that can just grow wild out there?
Well,
and would
everything
would feed the world.
Well, everything. Every
Such
plant.
As what? Grass and leaves?
No, not grass.
Daisies.
But
daisies?
you can most certainly eat
four-leaf clovers.
Yeah, you can eat clover.
Okay.
You can eat purslane.
How much?
We can eat purslane, which is
how much
vine
protein?
weed.
How much protein is in a 4-leaf clover?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look. But there's
Okay.
protein in every plant, so I don't
Okay,
know.
so let's talk about. Tell me a green leafy that's got plenty of protein in it.
Kale.
Okay,
All
what is-
cruciferous vegetables, as a matter of fact.
But you're talking about pick one so we can look at
All legumes. Rice and beans is the most. If you mix rice and beans together, you have the most complete protein on the face of the planet.
Rice, one of the most abundant crops grown and consumed globally, makes up 12% of global methane emissions and a staggering 1.5% of total greenhouse gas emissions. That's more than what you get from cattle.
No, that's not true.
That's from the World Wildlife Fund.
That's not
You're
more
gonna
than cattle.
You're going to call them? Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Cattle is 9%. Actually,
Rice
animal
is
agriculture.
Oh, God, I could go down this road with you. This is not what I called, though. Yeah, I can get into all the numbers. We could go study after study after study. I'm specifically talking about why you're doing this, and why.
I am going to continue to do this, and you're going to continue to hate me for it.
I don't hate you, dude.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
See, now you're putting something on me that just doesn't exist.
Look, I am not going to stop advocating for the people.
You're not advocating for
you're
people,
not going
though.
you're not going to stop advocating for the farm animals.
I
You don't give a shit about the wild animals.
I actually am.
But
because I don't do this on a regular basis. I just happened to run into one of your debates and decided that I wanted to chat with you about it. I don't, like I said, I don't proselytize about this. It really makes no difference to me one way or another. I make people good food.
Sure.
They want to eat more of my vegan food, and that's awesome. That's it. That's all I do. I don't have these discussions.
I'm happy for you.
I mostly talk about economics and political science. So
good. Nice to hear it.
I just happen to be vegan or vegetarian, depending on the time of year.
Yeah, well, vegan and vegetarian are not the same thing. Sorry.
I understand they're not the same thing, dude. But for me, it just means some eggs and some cheese every once in a while.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. I'm sorry, but that makes a big difference.
Oh, okay. I don't kill any animals. That's my purpose.
Well, I don't think that you get all of your protein from your garden.
I don't care where you think I get my protein from. It doesn't really bother
and I
me
don't care
one way
what
or
you
another.
think about what I do with my time.
Okay, then you go ahead and sound like the Vegan Alliance. You go ahead and keep preaching like they do, and see how far that gets you.
Oh, I don't want to be like them. I guess I'll quit. Do you really think I'm that fucking stupid?
I think that you sound exactly like they do.
Do you think that your opinion is of any value to me whatsoever?
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, your opinion, I do not care what you think.
I understand, because anything...
As far as people who I care what they think, you are at the bottom of that list.
I get that, because if you cared about what people actually think, you would actually listen to somebody and have a civil discussion.
You're someone that earlier today said that B12 is a bacteria. I could not care less what you think.
B12 comes from a bacteria.
No, earlier before we corrected you, you said multiple times, and I'll prove this in the video that I'm going to make about you, is that you said multiple times.
If you do that, by the way, I'll sue you.
You'll sue me?
Yeah.
If I make a video featuring you, what you said publicly?
Yeah.
Okay, bring it on.
Okay.
And I'll sue you, and I'll sue you as well.
Go ahead. I'm okay with this being shown in a court of law.
Well, good. Everything that you've said today was public.
Fair use, baby. I don't know that you have fair use to go ahead and make a whole fucking documentary about me. But you can try.
You came on my live stream and
Yeah.
stated that bacteria and B12 are the same thing.
B12 comes from bacteria in soil.
Yes,
It's just
but
a reality,
you
dude. That's what it is.
Yes, but you can't even name which B12. There's many different types of B12.
Many, as in
Yes,
what,
yes.
2 that turn
No.
into 4 that
No.
turns into 1 that the human body uses through a digestive process. Awesome. I learned all of this tonight. That's great. You've done a lot of research, dude.
Yes, I have. Thank you
Awesome.
very much.
It's you still can't have a decent discussion. You can't talk about why you're actually doing this. You think it makes a political difference one way or another, but it doesn't. You're not doing anything.
If I
You're
wasn't
preaching
doing
to a-
anything,
You're
if I
preaching to a
wasn't doing
choir,
any, no, I
and you
know
sound
what?
like an
I have
asshole when you're
people-
doing it.
I have people approach me all the time and thank me for helping them escape from your misanthropic cult.
Right. I'm sure there are a lot of vegans that would approach you.
Yeah, well, they're ex-vegans.
Yeah, I'm sure that happens a lot.
It does.
Good.
It happens
Good
a
for
lot.
you. Good for you. I
And
think
if
when
it- and
I
if
think
I-
when I logged in here, you had like 13 viewers,
If I
and I
wasn't,
was one of them, and you two were the other.
if I was, people are not used to me doing live streams yet, but they will.
Okay, I think that the debates that you did on the Crucible were some of their lowest performing debates as well.
Is that what you think?
Yeah,
Do you have numbers to back that up?
but yeah,
Okay.
you can get them too, because you can go look at the videos and compare them to the other debates that are on the Crucible.
I have.
Yeah. So how do they compare? How do they stand
Not-
up with the
they're-
other debates
I
on the
think
Crucible?
I think they're doing pretty well.
Yeah. Okay. See, you're deluding yourself. But either way, you're the one who's trying to preach to me how I should eat, which I think is ironic.
No, I'm not trying to preach to you. I don't think that I could ever change your mind.
I don't think I could change your mind either. And I don't really care one way or another if I do. It doesn't matter to me. As a matter of fact, I hope that you get rid of all regular agriculture, and I hope that you make meat more expensive by doing some sort of restorative grazing, because that would be awesome. Because the more expensive meat gets, the less likely people are going to be able to buy it. And if we change the way we do subsidies in this country, and we subsidize healthy food instead of animal agriculture,
We're not
then-
subsidizing animal agriculture.
Oh, we do. We do.
We subsidize more than anything else corn and soybean.
Well, yeah, which goes to animal agriculture.
No, we've already covered that.
Well, yeah, it's either animal agriculture or it's biofuels, right?
Which is consumed by human beings. So you
Sure.
you keep saying that it's all goes to animal agriculture, and then whenever I say no, it's human consumption, you say, oh
Yeah, but they're not gonna-
that's right, it's biofuels.
They're not going to grow
Are
corn
biofuels and animal agriculture
They're-
the same thing? Because you keep saying that they are.
They're not going to grow corn just for biofuels. They're certainly not going to grow as much. And on top of that, we're moving toward a different type of electrical grid anyway. So right now, I
Really,
produce
what
enough.
kind of electrical grid is that?
Well, I don't know. I produce enough solar power.
You don't know?
More than I use every year. So I would say that we're moving toward something that's a little more electric, something that's a little more sustainable.
What are those solar panels made of? Petroleum?
The solar panels that I happen to be 97% recyclable.
97% what?
Recyclable.
Recyclable what? Plastic?
Recyclable materials, meaning that when those solar panels come down in 35 years, they're going to be able to recycle at least 97% of them into other products.
Do you know anything about the recycling of plastics?
It's mostly not plastic. Actually, they're mostly metal with photovoltaic cells, which are also glass. So I don't know, and wire. So most of it's not plastic. There's a very small amount of plastic on those particular solar cells, as a matter of fact.
So it's glass. Do you know how much heat is required to make those glass panes? And how that
Does it
heat
matter?
Yes, because there's a gargantuan amount of methane that's burned whenever you have to create that much heat.
No, there's not. Because you can,
Yes.
No, there's not, because you can use solar power to create the glass for solar panels that you can create solar power with. You know how this works, right? It's cyclical. And I'd actually think that in the future, the future of energy is actually going to be hydrogen fuel cells, hydrogen in general. Actually, probably more than likely hydrogen combustion. Or since they just got the first fusion reaction, that might be the future of all energy.
Okay. Well,
so we don't need to do anything that you're doing right now. We don't need to have meat to survive.
yes, we do.
Yes, no, we do. But we don't. Actually, we don't have to eat meat.
Yes, we do.
We can actually have wild animals.
You
do
know
the same
nothing,
thing that your meat does.
You know nothing about human nutrition. Nothing.
Well, that's just simply not true, but that's okay.
Humans are not herbivores. We do not have a functioning cecum.
I didn't say that we're an herbivore, and we do have a functioning cecum. It just happens to function differently than an herbivore does.
No, it doesn't.
It does. We do use it.
No, it doesn't.
We do use it. It's near the appendix. If you look up the
definition of cecum, cecum will produce a cecotrope.
And I did look up the definition of cecum.
Hindgut fermenters eat cecotropes. Do you eat cecotropes?
You can go look at what our cecum is used for.
It happens to be used a little differently than it is in herbivores.
Tell me how it's used.
Well, see, now I got to look up the damn fucking link again.
Yeah, well, you're talking like you know what you're talking about.
I do, because I just read on it earlier.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Cecums
you have no idea what you're talking about.
You're right. I didn't know what the fuck a cecum is, because this is your argument, not mine. But we do use our cecum.
Yeah, you don't know.
It is necessary.
You don't know. You don't even know what a cecum is or what it does.
It is at the top of the
colon.
It's at the top of large intestine.
Okay.
It's in between the small and large intestine, yeah.
And what is the function of a cecum?
Well, in an herbivore, it works, like I said, differently than humans. But
how does it work in humans?
Well, see, like I said, I gotta look it up. You gotta give me a second.
How does it work in herbivores?
You gotta look it up, man. I didn't know what the fuck this thing was until earlier tonight.
Okay.
But I did read about it, and it does something specific in human beings that processes different substances from the human body as well. It's just not used for the same thing. Yeah.
In other words, we're not herbivores.
I didn't say we were herbivores.
Well, that's what a vegan is an herbivore.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's a plant.
No, it's not.
An animal that eats only plants.
No, a vegan is actually a frugivore. We are actually frugivores.
Oh, well, which frugivore do you know out there in the world that doesn't have a functioning cecum?
Like I said, I didn't know anything about cecums until tonight, but it doesn't really matter one way or another, because our cecum doesn't work the same. Our cecum doesn't work the same as animal cecums.
But you don't even know what the cecum does, so how would you know?
Like I said, I got to look it up again, man. I don't care. It's something that you fixate on for whatever reason.
Why are you making statements that you can't back up with knowledge?
I can back it up, dude. If you want to just give me a sec, I'll go ahead and share with you exactly what I was looking up earlier.
No, you're making statements, you're making claims, but then you say, "Well,
I did
let
make
me
a claim.
look it
Yes,
up."
I made a claim that the cecum is actually used in the human body. It's not used in the same way as it is in an herbivore's body. And we are not herbivores. We are frugivores.
How is a cecum used in a frugivore's body?
In a human body.
No, you said humans are frugivores. So
Yes.
how is a cecum? How does a cecum function in a frugivore's biology?
All right. So in a human, more than just a reservoir for liquids, the cecum is responsible for the absorption of salts and electrolytes into the body from liquids.
Okay, so how is that going to help you live off of plants? Because that's not how
It doesn't have to
frugivores-
help you. You don't have to have a cecum to live off of fucking plants. We just don't eat grass, so we don't use it in the same way. We're a frugivore. A frugivore. The only difference between an herbivore and a frugivore is the simple fact that we don't eat grass. We don't eat grass, but we do eat fruits and vegetables. We do eat nuts and seeds.
If we're
we do eat
frugivores, then
legumes.
why do you eat eggs?
That's a long story, dude.
No, it's not. It's a simple question. You
Well-
said that you eat eggs, but now you're claiming that you're a frugivore. So
All right, my
what
wife
kind
was
of fruit is egg?
my wife was a full-on meat eater when we got married. She became
what?
vegetarian. I became vegetarian. My wife was a full-on meat eater when we got married.
Okay, full on, huh?
Yeah.
Full on. So tell me, if you're a frugivore, what kind of fruit tree do eggs come from?
I'm actually a vegetarian.
Okay, that's why I asked you.
But human beings are designed to be frugivores.
Then why
We're
aren't
not.
you?
We're,
Then
we're
why
not
are you
designed-
eating eggs?
We're not designed to eat eggs. I am doing that
Then why
out
are
of
you
my
doing
design. I probably shouldn't be, but I am. I guarantee I eat a lot less than you do, but it's there. So
Yeah.
that's
So
that.
what's the purpose of you eating eggs?
Well, first of all, it was a compromise that I made, and second of all, it's a hell of a lot easier to be a vegetarian than a vegan. Not because of nutrition, but because I'm sick and tired of reading fucking labels on something that says it's plant-based.
Labels?
Yeah.
Why don't you avoid ultra processed foods and eat a whole foods diet?
I do that more often than not. I make my own seitan as well, but we do buy veggie burgers every once in a while. We go out to Red Robin and we'll get an Impossible Burger or something like that. When you're going out to eat, it certainly makes it easier to be a vegetarian than a vegan. And we happen to go out to eat a lot more than I ever used to in my entire life. So most of the time I cooked. I still cook a lot, but you can call me a hypocrite all you want. It doesn't really matter to me. Like I said, I'm not part of the vegan agenda. I'm not part of the group of people that you argued with. I don't even know those people. As a matter of fact, I started arguing with them and they fucking blocked me too. So I told them they look like assholes on the show, spending 2.5 fucking hours trying to get you to call them a hypocrite for whatever fucking stupid reason. So
Yeah,
I don't care.
I've never called a vegan a hypocrite. Ignorant?
Yeah.
Ignorant? Yes, there are.
Well,
ignorant.
I'm certainly not ignorant too. I've been doing this, like I said, for 25 years, dude. I'm just fine. My health is fine. Thank you for worrying about me. It's no big deal. I think we would all be better off if we ate less meat. I think we'd all be better off, and the planet would be better off if we ate no meat. I think that who's the British nature guy? Sir something or another. He just came out. He just came out as a pescatarian. After all the documentaries that he did, he said he eats fish every once in a while. Otherwise, he stopped eating all meat. And he did so because of the documentaries that he created. So more people are switching to vegan or vegetarian or even pescatarian at some point or another anyway. So there's nothing I need to do or say about this whole process anyway. It's just going to happen. It's going to happen because meat is going to get more and more and more expensive. That's just the reality. It is cheap to grow beans. It is cheap to grow rice. We can do it in a sustainable manner, and much more sustainable manner than a meat product. And the fact is that the vast majority of the planet gets most of the protein from beans and rice anyway. That's the way it's always been. Because most people can't afford meat. It's kind of a Western world type of thing right now. Right?
No, I think that the entire world is eating some type of animal product.
I think
There's not a vegan society anywhere.
I think they eat very little meat. I think most of the people in India eat very little meat. I think most of the people throughout Asia eat very little meat. I think most of the people on the African continent eat very little meat. They actually wouldn't eat their meat because that's how they designate who is wealthy and who isn't wealthy based on the amount of livestock that they have. So every time they eat an animal, they become less wealthy and less powerful. So they don't even eat their animals.
You know that I tried veganism for a stint. Don't you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I tried it.
And just didn't like it, or you got sick, or what?
I lost an extreme amount of muscle. I lost an extreme amount of strength. I almost lost my college scholarship. And as soon as I started eating meat again, then everything went back to me being strong and healthy.
Well, that's all in your head. There's I know you probably won't watch it. I probably won't be interested in watching it, but there's a documentary out there produced by Arnold Schwarzenegger about what eating meat does to a bodybuilder and other athletes in general, and how much better off an athlete is for not eating meat. And it even goes into sexuality as well. How long you can keep an erection, how many times you can ejaculate over and over again, how many times you get spontaneous erections while you're sleeping, stuff like that. They went through a lot of science based on this because a lot of athletes, especially college athletes, were saying that they needed to eat a lot of meat. A lot of bodybuilders said the same thing because they have to build that protein. They have to have the protein to build the muscle that they want to build to become what they want to become. And as it turns out, it's actually works in reverse. It actually makes it harder to build the muscle the more protein you have.
That's not true.
It is absolutely true. You can check out that documentary. You can do a lot of research on this too. It's absolutely true. And most internal cancers and heart disease comes from eating meat.
Seed oils.
Yeah, from meat.
No, seed oils.
Most
oxidized rancid seed oils.
That would be a
by
factor.
By the way, there's a lot of the meat out there that's been impregnated with oxidized rancid seed oils as well.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know that you're ever going to get anybody to disagree with you on the fact that the way we make food today is absolutely horrific.
Do you see this study that's up there on the screen?
No. I don't even know what screen you're talking about. There's like 4 screens going. So,
well, my channel, there's a live stream going on. Did you know that?
On YouTube?
Yeah.
God, I don't know. I got 30 tabs open here.
Okay, this is from the National Institutes of Health. It says, however, Plant-based proteins have less of an anabolic effect than animal proteins due to their lower digestibility, lower essential amino acid content, especially leucine.
Oh man,
And-
see, I'm not going to go through this either. Like I said, this is not why I came in. I could go through research for you. As a matter of fact, I can probably write a dissertation, and then we can go over the dissertation. But it doesn't. That doesn't matter to me because you're not going to believe anything, and you're going to go find some study that agrees with you. Possibly.
I already told you that I had my experience with veganism, and I almost lost my athletic scholarship because I lost so much strength.
I'm just
so
telling
much
you the
muscle.
science. I'm just telling you the science.
No, what you told me is to go and watch a documentary by a bunch of celebrities.
Which gives you no, it's not a bunch of celebrities. It's actually it's actually a bunch of doctors and athletes is what it is. It's produced by a celebrity athlete.
No.
Let's get that straight. And at the end of it, it also provides all sources. So you can do all the research yourself.
I already have. I've already looked all that stuff up.
All right. I just happen to disagree with you. I think you're wrong. I think eating meat actually is a detriment to growing muscle mass. I think it's bad for athletes. I think it's bad for reproduction. I think it's bad for the environment. I think it's bad for everything. Part of the reason I don't eat meat. Most of the reason I don't eat meat is because of political violence. And eating meat is where it starts. When we normalize killing living creatures because they are an other, we have normalized making people others. And it makes it easier to kill other human beings because they are the other. And I did a dissertation on that. So this is where I stopped eating meat. Completely. You still there? Am I? Should I just hang it now? All right. Have a nice evening.